Hello and welcome back to week 5 in ECC. It's Valorant time here on this fantastic Monday afternoon. My name is Vincent, joined by Infernosis. And, well, I'll be honest, Infernosis, this is maybe going to be a bit of a one-sided affair. Why don't you tell me why that might be?
Well, it may be because the Ottawa Valorant Gold squad is 3-0 with a huge round differential to their side. And then the UTM, that's Toronto side, they're also in the champions here for the Cyan side, but they're 0-4, and they have not had the best of luck, so to say. You can see them all the way down to the bottom, a minus 38, negative 38 round differential, while the Ottawa Valorant Gold, not only are they top, they've got a positive 55. I mean, they are quite handily thrashing in this division, a very strong division at that. This champion side is Ottawa's and completely under their control.
Yeah, you can't see my face right now, but I'm cringing a little bit at the difference there. It's an unfortunate scenario, I think, here for Toronto. But UTM, they're going to give it their best shot, and we are going to be starting out on Bind. And as the pick of Ottawa, we'll be following that up by Haven, picked by UTM. Should we need it, Fracture will be our final map. But again, I kind of doubt that's going to be necessary. We're headed on in towards the agent select here on Vine, our map number 1.
Now, I just casted a high school Valorant game, right? And they brought out some weird things. You know, they did some strange things throughout it, and it was pretty fun to watch, and it was interesting to see. None of it was Yoru, though, right? None of it had Yoru coming out. And quite literally, I could not name a single ability of Yoru's, so I will have to pull out a cheat sheet for that.
Don't worry, I got you.
Just never seen him. I genuinely have never seen him be played in a competitive environment. It'll be interesting to see how he is. I've been trying really hard to unlock him actually in game. He's one of the agents I try to get a hold of just because I think he'd be fun. But please don't tell me Kaya is going to do the same thing. Thank you. He's switch around, but it's going to be fairly standardized setup. Typically, when you do see a Cypher being picked up, Sasuke is going to have that. You do see the Cypher be fairly competent. They'll hold towards a roaming player if they're on the attack towards the A site through showers. You'll also see them defend that B site fairly well, and they have a fairly good control when it comes towards A. Of the opposing side for attacking team here of Ottawa, they're not really bringing anything in sort of regard for that. Instead, kind of saying, hey, Astro will get the job done, and kind of maybe saying, hey, we got some flashes, we got some trailblazers here with Sky. Maybe that's enough. Maybe the Viper, if it does get locked in, will be enough, but with no real choice between a Cypher or Killjoy, it may make things a little bit more interesting.
And it looks like that Viper is locked in for Vexia. So 2 controllers, Kaya, she's on the Astra, whereas Vexia's going to be picking up that Viper. Back to the Yoru point you were on, I actually have seen quite a bit of Yoru. I mean, when I say quite a bit, I've seen it like maybe 5 or 6 times. In pretty high-level games, actually, and I've seen it work a few times, though mostly not. So, that said, listen, UTM, they were already on the back foot here. They were already looking at a difficult game on their hands. So, give it a go. Try something different, and maybe make something work with Smokes 2 Radiant on that Yoru. Definitely don't hate that idea.
Love to see how it fares out. Obviously, the pistol round, kind of a freebie. If you can get this one and take the second one, right, you can almost guaranteed we get full Spectre buy up. It's not going to be too out of line for what we are expected here inside of Valorant, but we'll have to see what they buy up for the first round. Obviously, basic pistols, maybe a Sheriff, kind of go in full string, and then that Ghost in hand as well. We'll have to see which direction our attacking team here decides to officially start to push up forward, but Smoke's going to go ahead and step away. Does not really want to be part of this one so far. We'll go ahead and head back towards that metal side, and now we'll have to rotate back through defensive spawn to maybe help defend A. They've gotten a little bit of insight towards what our attacking team may be bringing to the table. It's a pretty quick rotate, which is very indicative of how this one may fare out.
Shock darts going in, not doing a ton of damage. Split push, getting caught out there. That's me on the side. I get taken down. It's actually Vexy who finds the opening frag onto Reggie. Follow up is good from Poe. Found out the players in the corner now. Rotations are there. Ready that Yoru going down. 2 versus 5. A tough ask for anyone.
One enemy remaining.
Vexy finds, Sasuke in a very easy position for him, standing out in the open of heaven. Mad may find one, but is quick on that refrag. Ottawa Gold win round 1 of the pistol round, only losing one of their pistols in the process, but they didn't really buy anything solid anyways. The sheriff that they picked up, I think, was Avies at the process, and I think they just went full soft. So this next round they'll come in and they're going to go ahead and go for that strategy we've seen prior. I think I've seen a lot of Reynas doing it recently, where they'll soft buy armor on a Reyna and then bring a rifle on round 2 after winning round 1 in a dominant fashion. We're seeing that here. Foe's going to do that, except not a Reyna. It's going to be a Sky doing so, and then Spectres across. Vexy's going to bring that sheriff once again with full armor. And if they lose this round, it may spell disaster for a couple more rounds to come, but UTM are going to be even worse for wear. Going to have to rely on some of these cheeky rat angles on the side. You can see that towards A long. It doesn't seem to matter. Vexy with a 6 shot to Reggie's head. Maybe looking for another opportunity, but nothing coming just yet.
Was certainly nice and clean, giving Ottawa already the advantage in this one. Push there in showers. Not going to happen just yet. So that player push up short, going to have all the information. Now comes the push towards showers. Foe who has the frag there. Beats out on the orb and spots out the shoulder of Avy to make this a 2-on-5. With Thins coming around the backside. And putting the spike down. This is looking like it's going to be all Ottawa all the time.
Attempted to rotate back through. They're not going to go in through defensive spawn. Obviously, this has basically been a completely flipped map. I don't think Matt or Smokes are actually aware of this. They're actually playing this one as if they're going to come from the opposing side. They need to die to this bomb here. There's no need for them to hold on and lose that money. They're trying to hold towards Link, but there's just nothing there. Instead, going to push up through mid. Now looking for an opportunity to step through Hookah, maybe putting a firefight into the site. 5 players still remaining for the opposing side. Sins is trying to get some engagement forward. Vexy's going to be the one who finds to kill the Mad, though. Smokes finally trying to step out. Does have the pocket shotty, but it's Vexy finding their third. Capping off once more ahead of the opposition. Smokes to Radiant out for the count. 2 rounds in a row for Ottawa.
Yeah, and of course, the reason that UTM wants to die right there is that they get the extra additional cash flow. Collecting those bereavement bills where they die, get the extra money. Otherwise, they'd only get 1,000 credits. So, that buy is in. Purchase of the full weaponry here for the defense of UTM Blue. Now, granted, that's not so much the case here for Ottawa, but they do have 2 rifles of their own. One, that's Foe, who's carried it over, and Vexy, who's upgraded. Everyone else on towards Spectres, but those can be deadly as well, depending on the positioning, movement, and momentum.
Low push being kind of, I guess, mounted up right now from Ottawa. They're kind of playing this one close to heart, so they don't really want to give away any sort of long look angles, because UTM should be able to full buy their rifles up. They're fairly aware of that opportunity, but Guiding Light will be thrown. Foe will be able to blind one of the opposition, but they'll actually be able to get away. Reggie's going to take a step back, but that ult orb and showers will be guaranteed towards the Ottawa side. They're still playing this one extremely slow. Looking more towards the A site, but they flip themselves over. One's holding mid, one is over all the way on B long towards that teleporter side. Can make the Swift rotate over by taking TP, but it looks to be the rest of Ottawa. They're going to swiftly make the rotation as well over towards this B site.
Slow and steady. I like this from you, Ottawa. They're doing a good job of really playing, slowly playing to make these advantages. And oh my goodness, what a great find by Vexy. Sasuke still here on the site. He's going to be found out very shortly indeed. Oh no, what a fantastic reposition on Sasuke. It does go down just after that fact, but it's still a big victory. 1-for-1 trade there as Smokes to Radiant pushes forward. Still gives Ottawa the advantage. Now spike down and the usage of the Viper's Pit. Okay, scratch that. Actually, maybe getting a little bit too far ahead of himself. Viper's Pit no longer an issue. It's still 1 versus 2, and Foe swinging, hitting the shot, takes the names, puts you, Ottawa, into perfect position.
Exactly where you want to be when you're looking at where they're holding these angles, how they're wanting to hold these angles. Ottawa did that one spectacularly. You may think popping the Viper's Pit may have been a bit, too soon, wasn't the right moment to do so, but I would 100% counter that with what's a better round to win than a round that's almost guaranteed to your opposition. Guarantee yourself that round and take themselves through with a a 3-round win, right? Back to back. That's going to put UTM in an even worse spot than they already are, which is just going to give Ottawa even more of an advantage pushing into this next one. And they're going to have to be able to take quick advantage of that one. Once again, they're doing an extreme split, 2 towards Showers, 1 mid, 1 towards B long, and then 1 towards Split. That gets shut down emphatically by Reggie, who actually sprints in alongside their Sova player, now looking for an opportunity with the Vandal they picked up. They will not be able to find it, but AV's quick on that refrag. It's actually dropping right now in favor of UTM. Ottawa are bleeding rifles into their opposition's hands.
That they are. That's another one that does indeed go the way of Ottawa this time. Fortunately for them, they're going to pull out the Seekers, and those go backwards, meaning that they're going to have some sort of information. And now the audio cue gives away all the information. Going to go throw down that gate crash. Most Radiant has the frag, could use the gate crash, but it's unnecessary. Aru, the final player alive, 1 versus 3. Difficult spot to be in. Kind of stuck in watching 3 angles at the moment. The dimensional drift going to be popped. It's going to be finding out a lot of information. That said, Aru swinging, not going to hit it. It's Smokes Radiant who picks up the triple kill and puts UTM on the board.
I was attempting to play off the audio cue in hopes that it would, I guess, give them an advantage in the last firefight. And you could see that he wasn't really given the audio that they were anticipating, so he went for that peek towards that side of lamp, and they'd already stepped out of the door, already been in the center of that A area, and just finds them first. It's just a better positioning there for UTM, and in a round that should not have gone in their favor after taking a huge loss there in round 3, they'll be able to turn it around in round 4. And they were able to do that off of great positioning and not letting themselves fight one-on-ones for the majority of those gunfights. They were saying, hey, we'll pick these 2-on-1. We may lose one of the process, but we're going to be quick on that refrag and get the rifles, which will allow us to fight even, fair, and square in the next gunfight to arrange for them to have a better position to fight for it. And that's going to be a big factor coming into this next round. Ottawa, they're still in a good enough position to be able to play this one close to chest, but it's going to be up to UTM on fair ground now to be able to fight back.
Bit of an aggressive swing there by UTM, but trade there by AV to play things back. It's still 4-on-4. The short day is incoming. Chalk darts a bit premature. Plant not going down just yet. A missed shot from Reggie. Allows for Vexy to find the frag, and AV comes down as well. 4-on-2 here, favoring Ottawa, as that is now the spike should be going down, and indeed it does. Courtesy of Kaya. And this retake now looking a little bit dicey considering the massive disadvantage.
Pushing in for Metal. It's Sasuke looking for any sort of opportunity. This player quickly behind. It's trying to have 2 push from the same side. Sins just takes Sasuke's head right off, and Matt's able to find a bit of a refrag. This one into Aru, though. See a Vortex go through as Matt's going to start swinging through Lamplight as well, looking for an opportunity. Not going to happen, though. Vexy finds their third. A wallbang headshot kill into Matt, and it will be 4-round wins for Ottawa. Only 2 guns bled from their side. They'll still be sitting quite pretty in terms of eco. May not be the same here for UTM. They're going to have to decide what they want to do. A judge is actually in Smoke's hands. It'll be interesting to see where they hold. We know that Smokes has played inside hookah before, fairly close, and then obviously TP'd back towards that defensive side. Maybe we see that once again. Can that judge be the judge, jury, and executioner for any of the Ottawa side, or will they continue to do this really emphatic attack with this huge split that's been so successful for them?
Good question. We'll have to see. These ultimates as well. It'd be a big factor for them for UTM. Storm already popped out. Aggression already online. Smokes Radiant 1 and Silva maybe the other. Well, that's going to be an unfortunate scenario where never going to work out in your favor. Reggie on that Bladestorm, I talked about it being popped out. He's taken a shot with it. Found the player. Was pushed forward in towards the bathroom area. Smokes Radiant has another frag there. That Sin's going down close and personal with that judge.
Exactly where I called he would be, Vincent. I mean, it's just when you know that you only have that shotgun to work with, you have to be very wary about what you can contend with. And they were able to do that fairly successfully. They're going to toss a Vandal over to their Cypher player. The Jet still has the Bladestorm now ready to go. Reggie's going to step off the boat looking for an option. Lamp, sorry. He's going to have control of sight. Trying to find Sasuke in the back. He's just standing still, not sure where he's necessarily looking, but Vexy will find that kill. Reggie will find one of the Kaya, will reset the blades, but Vexy's already swung straight through sight, find themselves another opportune chance for a kill. Only 2 players left standing, and a Viper's Pit will be employed by Ottawa. Trying to completely lock down this site will make it extremely difficult now for UTM to play this retake. They're both coming in from the southern side, the attacking edge, now through A main. Gonna flank through showers. No one giving the real option. Flash will go out here from Smokes. He'll step straight in. A quick flick to Vexy, but the judge does find him. And Aru will have to switch over to Mad. Can't find the swing back to Smokes. And a great round win. Smokes with a 3K to give themselves their second round win.
And I mean, listen, Smokes has been the consistent factor there in UTM victories here already. 3 kills in every round that UTM have found. Sure, that's only 2 for the time being, but always can get more. And of course, Ottawa not super worried, at least economically at this point, by the victory. But that said, money's certainly not perfect, and things could get very, very dicey very quickly.
It wouldn't be a far stretch to say whoever loses this round is going to be forced to fall into an eco round or a thrifty round like we saw prior. Yeah. And UTM's been really strong with their thrifty rounds. I think their round wins have been thrifty, essentially, but may not be a huge indicator for how they play normally. But Smokes finds the first kill. Gonna go against Foe. You will hear a Hunter's Fury go off. This is AV trying to tag a player towards that A main side. Does get a little bit of damage off onto one, but not able to finish the job in any sort of fashion. UTM still have 3 ultimates to work with if they choose to pick. There's only 1 left for Ottawa. Kaya now taken out. That was their second one that was available. Operator on the hands of Reggie gets the job done. It's a 3v3. No, sorry. A little blurry at the top. It's a 5v3. Defensive team of UTM are holding on strong.
Yeah, very nice stuff there for UTM. A situation that we really haven't been used to seeing from them thus far. Now, can they close it? That's the real question. 3 players left alive. Reggie seems to have an idea. He's getting aggressive with the operator. Swinging out his vaccine, he's going to get punished for that swing. Only 2 left alive and 35 seconds on the clock. Not even grouped up are these 2.
30 seconds
they are both towards B, but separate entrances. There goes the information gained by the Cypher. Cosmic Divide going to come up.
1 enemy remains.
Now that just makes the entry even harder. Sins goes down. No more spike. It's all about how many kills can Aru pick up. The answer, not that many. Only 1 of them goes his way. And with that, UTM Blue starting to make this a little bit closer, aren't they, Infernosis?
Yeah, quite so. Quite handily. They're able to make a bit of a return after a really strong start from Ottawa Gold, where they found the first 3, which you could probably look at that and say, hey, that's a good decider. This is probably a very big indicator for how this rest of this match is going to go. But UTM said, we don't want it to go that way. We want to stay in this one. We want to stay coordinated, keep this one alive. And they're doing just that. Now they found themselves 1 round behind Ottawa. You're not going to be able to see a full-fledged buyout from Ottawa Gold. Instead, they're going to have to work with some of the ultimates they have. They even have a Guardian with armor on the opposition. They're still forcing at this stage in time. Ottawa Gold still wanting to, I guess, be able to contend against UTM. Don't want to leave a chance for them to catch up in this round differential. But they're going to have to go back to playing this one extremely slow, which is what they're strong at doing. The UTM Blue has been punishing them for a lot of their, I guess, slow play styles. The showstopper pops out here. Sins is not given the space to go for a kill, and a spotted player of UTM will get tagged just a little bit further, but also see the Yoro going ahead and using that dimensional drift. He's trying to stay alive for a little bit longer. He'll have to take a step back. No safe position to go in on the main side.
Nice repositioning, though, from Smokes. Gonna get caught out by the utility there, that gravity well. Smokes go back up, and there's Foe. 3 kills with the Guardian. Talk about threading the needles, hitting the headshots, and there it is. With Kaya finding that frag on the Smokes. She really takes things into her own hands, giving maybe just the 1 versus 3 trades from Vexy. I mean, that Ottawa are right back in the driver's seat. They didn't even drop the lead, and they are coming back.
Guardian getting that many kills. I think the last time we saw that was... I don't think I've seen that yet here at the NECC.
Ever?
Yeah, I mean, I did have a clutch for an MSI cast where I saw a Guardian pop off and actually get an ace, but even then, that was an outlier. It was on Breeze, right? I mean, that's the map of miracles, in my opinion, right? Anything can happen on that map, and This is a try and true map, right? Like, I mean, seeing a Guardian come out and be that successful was quite strange, but very good on them.
Well, and on top of that, the Guardian's really strong on Breeze just because of the distance, right? That's definitely not the case here, like you're saying. So impressive, nonetheless. Smokes. Oh, he's playing a dangerous game. Let's just say inside the teleporter. Are you going to be aware? I love that gate crash. Really strong. Obviously, he's going to be aware. I know Vexy going down to the run and gun. There by Smokes. Catching out one player for more. Shock dart gonna do damage and foe falls back. So good start here for UTM Blue. Not only a player advantage, but make it 2.
Smokes is keeping them alive right now, Vincent. Smokes is basically all of UTM's attack. And on the defense, it's what they need. Talk about that gate crash like you spoke about, being able to step back to the site and find the kill towards showers and then rush for the second. Once they guaranteed that they had put themselves in a position to damage one with a shock dart, he just knew he needed to run down phone. That's exactly what he did. It set themselves up quite nicely. And now for Ottawa, they're 2 players down. Well, you do have the Astra on the opposing side quite low. You're not really in a good spot yourself, and you need to be very wary about how you attack. Sins will find a nice operator shot over towards Reggie. A Vortex will make Aru a little bit more dangerous to push forward. A flash comes out from the Yoru, and it Smokes to find yet another. He may find a third, but will not find a fourth. AD quick on a frag again, sprays down Kaya and Sins. It'll be a defensive round win for UTM. It's 4-5. Your scoreline. Ottawa still barely holding on to this lead.
And UTM, they are making plays right here. Smokes and AV. The 2 in particular to show out for now. But Ottawa, I gotta be honest, they're gone arounds right this moment. They've been a little bit dicey. They felt like one-dimensional, I think is the right word for it. They've just kind of done their own thing, and they've been in one area, oftentimes not applying pressure to the outskirts of the map as you would expect.
The way that we've seen Ottawa attacking for a large majority of this has been fairly spread out, and we're not really seeing them do that recently. But for UTM, they're sticking with a standardized defensive setup, but it's just been Smokes that's been wild. He's everywhere. You don't know which side he's going to be on, and if you're on Ottawa, you need to be wary of both sides. With frags dropping, mostly blue in the feed. In fact, it'll be all blue but one. UTM will find themselves all 5, shutting down the quick rush that came out from Ottawa. They had no money, no time, and no problems. But now you're going to see how UTM continue to defend this one. They've got extra pocket cash lining their corners, and it's just been Smokes, man. Smokes is just dominating. I mean, they have to be very fearful, like I was mentioning. Which side do we push? Anyone but him. Anywhere but here kind of option. And Smokes can be everywhere with that gate crash. He's just super mobile, can be involved in almost every engagement, and now is only 1 pip away from having that dimensional drift once again. UTM are setting themselves up to start to take the lead.
You gotta set yourself up for it, though. Understanding that. But there's Sins with an opening. Big victory there for Ottawa. This tied game. You're not gonna be tied for much longer as Vexy finds another opening here at B. The site cracked. And like a safe is, well, now that it's gonna be a lot more difficult to retake with it going down. But again, Vexy, get the heck in your pit, dude. That's like the 3rd time. He's just giving up a Viper's pit for free by being out and about on the retake. Reggie with another nice little quick scope on the frag. 3 versus 2, though, still favoring Ottawa Gold as UTM look for the retake. Flash goes out, big flash, and it sends who finds both kills. Sends bails him out, but man, Vexy is really trying to lose that pit early.
Selling, I mean, it's bad. I don't know. See, every single time we've seen the Viper's pit, Vexy is outside of it, right? And it's fine to step in and out, but Vexy is stepping out at the worst possible moments every single time.
And super early, too.
Yeah, I mean, Vexy may have 16 kills, but come on, right? Stay in your util for just a little bit longer. There'd be a couple of these rounds that would have been won. It would have been even more in your side's affair, but yeah, 16 kills is a lot. You're fragging out. You're doing everything, right? But play a passive role for 1 round. For 1 round. That's all they're asking. 1 ult.
It's 16 kills despite the poor pit play, right? Now, granted, this is a nice start to a round here for UTM, and it's not got anything to do with the pit. got everything to do with the frags, and well, those frags might be turning around. Sends opening up one. This is a showstopper that's going to be committed. Oh, but shut down big time by Smokes.
1v4. Not a good spot here, Vincent. This is a bad place to be in. Kaya is trapped, locked in between a rock and a hard place. Maybe hoping to find AV if they peek out a little bit more aggressively. Smoke's going to peek first. Smokes will find not just another kill, but a 3K to their name. We're tied 6-6 at halftime. A team that had a positive, 55 round differential before heading into this is tied at halftime on this map with a team that had a negative 33 round differential. UTM have just said, we're tired of losing. We're staying in this one.
They certainly have been, and it's been once again off the back of some very crucial plays from a couple of individuals. I don't want to give any any undue negativity towards Sasuke and Mad, but they really haven't been the players who have stepped up and found those become the difference makers for UTM. It's very much been Smokes and AV with the occasional show up there of Reggie. Ottawa now on their defense. Will this be a little bit better? Or are they going to falter here? Are we going to a map 3 already? Is that how that's going to work?
We could obviously see how it'll fare. It'll be Fracture to come up for map 3. I know how much Vincent loves that map and how often he has to cast it. Basically just with me. But if it does go to a map 3, unfortunately I can't stay that long. We'll have a self-forward. But, you'll still get to see it. But UTM are really trying their hardest. The attack kind of being fizzled out quite emphatically. But Ottawa Gold will bleed one person. That's Vexy, who got a little bit too aggressive towards Link. I mean, you're pushed that far forward through mid. You're not putting yourself up for good success. There's no one there for the refrag. You're getting flanked from both edges. One coming from that side of Fountain and one coming from, obviously, main Link. It's not a good spot. Push on a P. Side's going to be taking control of. Sin's looking for an option. Misses it, though. And AV finds it instead. Foe may be able to take out Sasuke, but now is asking a lot of them. And it's not going to happen. AV with the 3K to take out Foe. Fight has to go on the site. 2 players left standing. AV cleans up for the 4th possible ace. Smokes may steal this one. It's Kaya sitting in the back of spawn. Looking to step up from defensive side. He's looking for an opportunity. Will not be given the ace. Smokes will clean up instead. And still a UTM dominant performance there in that pistol round.
Certainly the kind of round that UTM would have liked to see. And I mean, obviously AV with the quad kill there on the pistol really clutching up for the squad and putting them into the lead for that's crazy, but for the first time this game. So, considering how close it's been, seems insane, but nonetheless, Ottawa, they just have the pistols. It's going to be 5 classics. All right, say classics. Look like classics to me.
Is looking for an opportunity. They're trying to spray through. That toxic screen was enough to give Vexy 1. We'll need to take a step back, though. The toxic screen will dissipate at a moment's notice. Sasuke finds Foe in the back line instead of the player Vexy. Very interesting position, but Reggie's going to push forward, steps up through Octagon, does take out Vexy, picks up the Spectre, and now gives themselves a position to, step forward and find themselves some opportune moments. Only 3 players left for Ottawa. They're going to have to figure out how they necessarily want to defend this. Recon Volts and Shock Darts ready to be sent out by AV. No more util left for him, though. Be pure gun skills to get the job done. He'll step up to the backside of Elbow, maybe looking for an opportunity. They're not deciding when to dive in just yet, Vincent, but they're running out of time to make that decision quickly. We'll have to set up some constellations. Kaya's looking to push some players back, but all 3 have to start pushing forward.
They do, and met with Reggie and lots of bullets. Gonna be a quick anti-eco for UTM. 8-6 is the score line, but again, just classics. Nothing really to write home about. And that Ottawa now gonna buy in what they need, everything that they could possibly want. All the rifles, all the weaponry, all the armor, and they can take stock where they're at here on the defense. Determine how things are going, where they can adjust if there needs to be an adjustment. And well, speaking of adjustments, right now UTM, they don't really there's really no need for adjustments because they won the round, but they are coming in with very poor weaponry with one exception, and that's Reggie.
He's looking for an option, not really giving the space just yet. Smokes is also looking to step up towards Shower side. It's that roaming player that kind of sitting on the outside edge. I mentioned earlier, Cypher plays that role exceptionally well in the attack towards the dayside showers, but I mean, when you got your Yoru popping off so exceptionally so, why not? Play them that direction. Who cares? A flank opportunity may be awaiting. Smokes could have an opportune moment for a kill. Lets them pass a little bit, but Foe gets double tapped. Sprayed down quite quickly. Kaya can find themselves an opportunity, but a Vandal now in Smoke's hands. He's going to clean up the job, finds Kaya. Smokes is just dominant in every single performance we've seen tonight so far. Aru, though, will keep them alive for a moment longer, but it does not seem to last at all. UTM find themselves another round. 9-6 is your scoreline, and UTM are looking insurmountable in this half.
That they are. They've done exactly what Ottawa did to them in the last half. They won on the third round. They won the bonus. They got the advantage, and they pushed it forward with a blinding speed. So, with that being said, only one ultimate online right this moment. That's going to be the Bladestorm for Reggie. And it looks like he's going to pop that momentarily. Yep, that's going to go through. There's one kill away only there on the Sova and a couple others. So, be aware of the possibility.
Seem to be coming through from Hookah's side. They also just going to rush up through B-Long. Smokes finds Foe. Vexy will find their target against Reggie, but needs to find more. Snakebite will be tossed. Smokes just walking in through big window. Finds Vexy in a bad position. Sprays him down with the pocket shotty. It just cleans up in a very quick fashion. It is Ottawa now having to play a post-played situation. They're all going to have to TP back through mid. Play through this Hookah side. That's a lot of audio cues that UTM can work off of, but looks at things, they're going to have full control of this Hookah side. Now going to pick themselves up some sheriffs, hoping that this is enough to get the job done. Sasuke sitting inside Octagon. No one's going to rotate in that direction. It's just going to be a plain old firefight from this big window. The smoke being too much to deal with. Matt will spray down Sins. 2 players left standing, make it 1. Smokes finds the last 3K to his name once again. Name something that goes better than Jets and Operators and Smokes and 3Ks.
Boy, I'm a little bit flabbergasted right now. I don't know quite what to think. I mean, you set it up beautifully earlier, Infernosis, but I want to reiterate, this Ottawa team is undefeated. They haven't lost a single map all season long. Now they're just 3 rounds away from dropping a map to the second team from the bottom. Absolutely outrageous. And, I mean, I just don't know what the right answer is off the back of that, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I mean, UTM are showing me a performance that was not expected of them, right? I mean, Ottawa just aren't performing up to snuff, right? They're not performing where they need to be, and it's showing. Hunter's Fury will be dropped. Aru will get a little bit of tag damage off, will find the kill. Ottawa's started to save themselves a little bit of face. They've taken out quite a bit of the opposition. There's only 1 player left standing. This is where they need to be, but take a look at the top of the screen. They have 2 ultimates left, and so does UTM. That Cosmic Divide can be a little bit too much to deal with sometimes, and they'll have their own Hunter's Fury to snap back in the next round. Could be an early pick opportunity again to allow UTM to rush through his site and find it once over again.
Yeah, though I will say, I think that's one of the weaker areas that UTM have been showing us, especially that Hunter's Fury in particular, not necessarily finding the most or the best value. Either way. Push from Sasuke. I feel like it's going to come left to the inevitable end once he spotted out. Spotted out he is, and everyone's now just got their eyes trained on him.
Line 1. I mean, that's not a very bad look. He'll take a gun out of Aru's hands, which is very strong, and especially with the fact that Aru just popped ultimate, that's no pit for him after getting that kill, so it'll be a little bit better of a position for him, but still, it was a dominant round there by Ottawa. They managed to stop the bleeding ever so slightly, but they did lose a player or 2, and that means they don't really have enough money to give themselves a strong enough round, at least in my opinion, with their eco. The eco for UTM, their wallets are overflowing. The credits are abundant. For Ottawa Gold, if they lose this one, it's going to be an even worse position. They got that loser's bonus, but that's gone. They found themselves a round win. They need to find more, string them together to give themselves a chance to come back.
See if they can do that right here. UTM on the aggressive foot. Just up all the way towards it long. And Blazer coming out, finding some information. Now it's a little bit of a waiting game as the players rotate. Some players waiting, and well, it looks like Reggie is patient enough. He's had enough of it, taking the frags, taking the space, and I mean, honestly, I would have preferred to see the player push all the way up. Yeah, okay. One player does indeed try to get a forward position,
Spike planted.
and there's gonna be a frag going their way. Are he's trying to get a gun, maybe? No, he has a gun. Not sure what he's trying to get.
Just Ottawa has just bled too many players in this round. Like you said, the UTM have done a great job of locking down this B sites over and over again, and Ottawa now in a bad spot. They'll have to push through the smoke. We've seen this time and time again be such a huge wall against them, and it's going to do that again. Arv gets sprayed down by Reggie. Third kill for him, and AB finds the last Nakaya, and they're going to go ahead and finish off that round. It's 11-7, and it has been a dominant half for UTM, only giving one round away to Ottawa. There's a ton of ults on both sides, 3 to each, but Ottawa haven't really been given the space to go for it, and this is a very smart timeout for them. I think this one is a bit of a necessity. Things have been bleeding against them. They've got to find a way to plug that wound, whether it be a Band-Aid or gauze. Something's got to stop it because they are bleeding away these rounds, and they're about to reach the end of this one when UTM finds the next two, if they can find the next two to lead them to 13.
Yeah, that's right. And with Ottawa in this position that they're in, oh man, I just don't know what the right decision-making process is. Sometimes, oftentimes I'd say get aggressive, especially defensively. But I don't know, we haven't seen a ton of that, and when we have, it's been somewhat punished. That UTM are okay to just fall back and play back, which would suggest maybe, I don't know, swap something up and playing off of an area that is hard to get to. But nonetheless, not everything found out here about Bind. Maybe they'll come up with something new. In the meantime, I can hope.
I think you may have to pray, right? I mean, at least if you're an Ottawa fan, you're going to have to do more than hope. If you're Ottawa themselves, then yeah, you're going to have to start to put things forward, start to act a little bit more like the Ottawa we saw in the first half towards the early stages. But man, I mean, when maybe it's just a confidence issue, maybe it's a mentality issue, I'm not too sure, but they're going to preemptively place this Viper's Pit, play this one a bit more aggressively. Ottawa is saying, we're locking this one down. You're not going to push up through here. The showers are still out in the open. Foe sprays down one, Sins gets the other. That B main push, B long push, denied quite swiftly, but still plenty of options. They do have control of the B site mainly themselves. One's going to hold inside Hookah. The other one's already back towards that defender spawn. Vexy may find Mad, who was kind of that lone straggler towards Link, but Ottawa are holding on much stronger this time around. Only 2 players left standing. Reggie may find one, but the time may be kind of near. He's not going to find another.
Be a big clutch out for Ottawa if they can pull this back. And it's not unfeasible by any means. Only 3 real rounds to find to tie this game back up. It's not out of the realm of reality. That being said, it's a tough task. Doesn't matter how you slice it, right? You definitely have to make a comeback, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Ottawa are used to doing that. They're probably used to just kind of rolling away with things, and UTM, they've always been playing from behind. It's got to be a newer scenario for them as well. So we flipped the script just a little bit, and well, still lots of ults for UTM in this one. Vexy gets blinded and it gets taken out early. That opening frag not working out. Smokes down. Oh, the showstopper connecting. It's the Blaze Storm on their hand, but Reggie only good for 1. Trades not working out. As I say that, though, Sasuke comes back around the corner to put us into the 2v2 with the neural theft. Note, there's no one here at B.
Gives enough information to act off of, but your Silva for Ottawa still on the opposing side of the map. They need to make the rotation over. Adia Q be given away that the plant is going down, will be completed. Now you can have a player coming back to Hookah's side. Now you can have a fight in Elbow. You hear the Cosmic Divide go down. Gonna split this map in half, make things a little bit more difficult to continue with. That's UTM as that's being employed. Kai is kind of facing that one, trapped in the opposing side of Elbow. Now you have a player running outside a big window. He's dropped inside. Aru's going to face the brunt damage of Mad, though. Sasuke almost got sprayed down by Kai. It was a quick flick, but Sasuke finds the kill first, giving UTM not just another match point, or another round, I should say. It also gives them match point 12-8. Ottawa stopped the bleeding ever so slightly, but UTM's not to be outdone. They're going to continue to contend forward.
Oh boy, man, Ottawa. What can you do? UTM are here to play, and they are taking no prisoners. 21-11 for Smokes, 20-15 for Reggie, and Avi, 17-13. Those three are just hammering you, Ottawa, and it's a one-sided effort. That's for darn sure. And listen, this Yoru is playing very well. I don't even think it's about the Yoru individually, or it's rather about the Yoru individually rather than the agent in particular. Is what I mean.
I mean, when you're just
been well utilized, just anyone could have done it.
Yeah, man, the player themselves is just being standout. They're just everywhere across the board. They'll be taken out though. Smoked out for the count by Kaya. Sin's able to find one of their own at the head of Reggie. And AV will find one on top. A nice shock dart from AV to take out Sins. There's still 3 players left for Ottawa. Vexy has been that top fragger and is continuing to do so. Very wary about AV, who's maybe a little bit quick on this flank now, but it looks to be they're going to make the rotation. Vexy's rotating away before all of the information has been gathered, and that's going to be punished off of it. AV finds a 3K, now into Aru, takes the head off his opposition. Bo is toying with their opponent, takes out AV. Just one player left standing now for UTM, and it's Sasuke. Finished things off quite quickly last time. He'll be able to find the 2 to get the job done here. He finds one. Bo sees them as well. Take a step back, not really wanting to fight that one just yet. Sasuke is going to have to spree fire that angle multiple times. Flash does go through. Able to take the retinas off his opposition, but it seems to be it so far. Gain control of sight, but Vexy's not far behind. Will step back through metal instead. Sasuke readily aware of it. He'll bait, but Vexy does not miss, despite Sasuke having the better spot for it. It'll be an Ottawa gold win.
I'll be honest; those situations really make me wonder how you Ottawa are doing so well in this division. Because that was a very poorly played 2v1. I mean, just from a coaching perspective, I mean, I would be screaming right now if I was the coach over at U Ottawa. The reason being is because rather than grouping up and playing together, they played 2 1v1s. Now, granted, got to give credit where it's due. Good job to Foe for not peeking. But I mean, if Sasuke had pushed the situation, things could have gotten really, really dicey. And if Vexy had lost that 1v1, we're talking like an easy 2-on-1 scenario where UTM take map number 1. So there's definitely some chinks in the U Ottawa armor here.
Oh, man, Ottawa Gold have to bring things back, and they have to do it in quite a big fashion. Elbow player going to be locked off from a smoke. A quick tailwind out of the site will gain control of B for the UTM side, but they're locked out of Hookah. A better position for Vexy, but Reggie's quick on the flank. Finds them from the main side of B site. Kaya with a Spectre does find one. Foe with the Vandal takes another, but it Smokes to be the refrag. Back and forth action on the scoreboard here. Should I say the kill feed, as both sides are attacking the opposition quite well. Seems to be a bit of a dangerous spot. Smokes to Radiant will find themselves the plant. Now a post-plant situation in force now. Cosmic Divide will be tossed. Smoke sprays down Aru. That denies any chance of them making it through that doorway. And this has been that just center of, I guess, hell for them. They never able to make it past this doorway in this post-plant situation. That Cosmic Divide is kind of biting them in the rear as well. The only area to step through elbow, but Smokes is holding close. He takes out one. Oh, Dimensional Drift employed. He's going to hold in the face. Kaya may have found Mab, but he's got to find 2 more in the process. Smokes will take a step back with the Dimensional Drift. And now ready to step close. Sprays down Smokes. Gives him an opportunity. It's a 1-on-1. Will they have to stick it? There's almost no time left in remaining. Kaya's going to hop on. Gets it halfway. Are they going to have time to go for it? No. Sasuke sprays him down through the box. Finds themselves the last kill necessary into the last round. UTM Blue are your Map 1 victors in a very nice fashion.
Can't believe that we're saying this, but in a map that was picked by the number 1 seed currently, University of Ottawa Gold, that is UTM Blue taking it in style. And I'll be honest, nearly thrown away there by Smokes playing around with the Dimensional Drift, but hey, it works out, so we'll forget all about it because the victory is checked off. One in the win column there for UTM. But granted, it takes more than just one map to get a victory in this division, and that's because it's a best of 3. All right. Granted, we are headed towards Haven. That being the pick of UTM, I gotta say, there's a real good shot we see UTM take their first series against the number one seed.
Well, there is definitely a chance still for the comeback for Ottawa, but UTM putting a very big pin in map one, finishing things off strong. That second half was just theirs. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They dominated. They took
Oh
control of
yeah.
the situation, and nobody saw that really coming. I don't think any of us here at NECC saw that coming, and I guess we hold a little bit too much faith in our record books. And UTM were saying, hey, don't count us out just yet. They've done plenty of work, and they're going to continue to show that. But we'll take a quick break between map one and map two before heading in to see whether or not UTM could finish things off or if Ottawa can make the return. Be right back. Stay tuned for more.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Oh, we have returned with a bit of a spicy matchup here. Ottawa, they are down by 1 to a UTM Blue that is currently winless, but they picked up map number 1. We're headed towards Haven. Infernosis and myself back on the mic. Is there any chance here that UTM can pick up their first win of the season?
Well, considering we jumped into this one and thought there was no chance they could win this one at all, any of the maps, anything goes, right? I mean, yeah, I think UTeam have a pretty good chance to turn this one. This is their map pick, if I remember correctly. So anything's up in the air. But we'll jump quickly into the game. They were ready to jump into it, so we'll be ready to jump into it. Agent selection already going underway, and it's Haven, the 3-objective master class that is this map. And you're going to see how they necessarily fare out. A Killjoy being teased over for the Ottawa side, and I think that's extremely strong on this map, but mostly when it comes to locking down that A site. When it comes to B, she could be a little bit weaker than, say, a Cypher is in a lot of regards, but I don't think Cypher or Killjoy are necessarily one stronger than the other when it comes down to this map, but I do hesitate a little bit for the Omen play of Vexy, but I've seen what Vexy can do. I'll trust him on anything.
That said, there was some questionable decision-making from Vexy in that last map. I don't want to say that that was a key factor in the loss, but it definitely didn't help with things out with regard to those Viper's pets. But yeah, no, frag-wise, Vexy out of control. Speaking of out of control, Smokes to Radiant. Not going to be on anything crazy with Yoru. Not this time. It's going to be the Cypher on that attack side to join a Reyna and Jet Sova Astra combo. This is a very interesting an interesting look, right? You don't necessarily see the double duelist, at least not the Reyna and the Jet on this map. The other thing you don't necessarily always see, but you can see, is the Phoenix, and that's going to be pulled out here by Ottawa. So I think we got a lot of interesting decisions being made, especially considering that Vexy has gone towards or gone away from the Astra. Rather, there's just going to have that Omen. So lots to kind of discuss, lots to think about, but we're going underway here with the pistol round, and foe with the Sheriff just spamming down that sight line, finds one despite not being able to see a darn thing.
Well, that's not how you necessarily want to start things off now, is it? You've lost your Cypher, which does, negate some of his utility. He still can have a lot set up for you, but still, that's a pretty sad loss to have. But, if you're on the attack, Cypher doesn't really hold that much of a, I guess, strong suit. He kind of just plays as almost a secondary duelist in a lot of team comps, but let's see how it fares out. They're going to play this one a little bit slower. They left Spike over towards Hay-Bells. They're teasing towards this C side as long as they know there's a Killjoy on the opposition, so the question remains, is the Killjoy an A site or C site? How do we decide to push this? They're going to rush through B. They'll find an opportunity, but Reggie's going to be taken out quickly by Vexy. AV may find one with a ghost, but needs to find more than that. Narrowly missed the opportunity onto Foe, but does get recon bolted away. Foe's going to start to get aggressive to try and find themselves a pick. Still a player down for Ottawa Gold.
And yeah, with that, and go here for UTM, trying to push forward, but Ottawa going to answer back with ease here on the defense. Shots being fired, and a little bit frustrating on that spray, but Ari finally does pick that up, and the second one to follow it as well. Really fantastic work there from Ottawa on the pistol.
Whew, strong round, strong setup, and now we're going to have UTM, who are kind of, I guess, trying to figure things out. By the way, FYI to everyone there, the UI is backwards. But we'll figure things out. Ottawa here are setting themselves up. They've got themselves a better position. They're trying to figure things out going forward, and they were able to pick up a lot of frags without losing anything, which I guess doesn't necessarily matter for round one because you're pistol buying, but it also does kind of set the tempo, sets the pace, and kind of says to the opposing side that, hey, we kind of dominated that round. You kind of keep the mental down a little bit, had it back, but a quick rush through B. Side's going to be taking control of quite quickly. Vexy may find one. Nano Swarm's going to take out Sasuke. Reggie with a pocket shot. He does not matter. Only going to find one. It's just still more damage. Is that a turret kill for Kaya?
Ow. That it is. That's nasty. Reggie somehow in their spawn, though clearly the Ottawa side are aware, and yeah, Foe gonna quickly dispatch that flank before it can get started. Quick 2-0 start here for Ottawa. That's what we saw last map, though. Don't get it twisted. This could be anyone's game still. Gonna have the gun round underway here, and in short order, I should say. Full rifles a pretty even spread as well of Vandals and Phantoms on this map. I think it's interesting, just seeing the player preferences going up against what is a full bonus by 4 Spectres, 1 Sheriff for the Ottawa Gold.
We did see Ottawa Gold win this time around. We saw them win 3 rounds in a row, and then UTM kind of made a return. The first half ended tied, though, right? Let's remember that. It was the second half that UTM started to spread away and take themselves forward, but a quick rush towards the seaside. Reggie's going to find themselves an opportune moment. Unfortunately for Cyan, they did get a lot of damage off, but not able to finish off the kill, but, Ottawa does escape with 1 kill in the process. Now they're going to have to figure out which direction to defend from, how they want to defend. They had control of the seaside mostly, but UTM are going to take a step back towards the garage side, look to step through that tunnel door. And from the looks of things, they're still having to worry about Arena on the opposing side, and having to figure out what they need to get working for Ottawa's defense. They'll find one. Foe takes out Reggie's head. Aru swings around the corner with that Spectre. And Vexy's quick to assist as well, taking out AV, just your Cypher player of Smokes. And Smokes is alone in mid. It does have Spike. Could be an easy plant opportunity, but Sins is there and denies any chance of it.
Yeah, very nice bonus round from Ottawa. They entirely take it away. Like you said, they did the same exact thing over on Bind, winning 3 rounds in a row. That said, back on Bind, UTM, they answered back in this coming round. Don't know if that'll be the case. It's going to be upgraded pistols, 3 Sheriffs, a Ghost, a bit of armor, and an operator for Foe. Means that things could get very deadly very, very quickly. Push coming towards A in short succession, and there it is.
Ooh, operator shot from Foe takes out Sasuke. Quickly refragged back. The Sheriff in the hands of Mad. He's a mad lad, so to say. Steps forward, finds themselves a kill. Sins is not far behind, though. Able to get the refrag up. Save themselves the maybe embarrassing loss of that operator if it does come down to it, but Ottawa still trying to keep themselves alive. Reggie may find Vexy, but quickly refragged back by Aru. The Phantoms have been spectacular for them, but Smokes is only 12 HP, now trapped underneath Hell. Aru could find an opportune shot against the opposition, panics slightly, but still gets it off and gets out AV. It's just Smokes left standing. Aru's extremely low. Easy kill. He's going to peek and bait first to allow for his teammate a little bit of extra assistance. One bolt will be fired. Quickly sprayed down, though, by Kaya. Smokes had 1 shot opportunity, but missed it. It's not going to happen. 3 players left standing for Ottawa, 4 rounds in a row.
Yep. Quick and easy for Ottawa. And on top of that, right? UTM, now they really do need to pick up this round. This is a gun round. This is a round with heavy investment. And this is a position where, if you start to lose these types of rounds, things can begin to get out of hand, right? You're going to get into that situation for UTM, rather, where, you win one, or rather not you win one, you buy one, you save one, you buy one, you save one, you're stuck in that economic rut. So, don't want to see that. On the defense, it's Foe with the operator taking that first shot, dismissing the Owl drone, and it's a dismissal of AV as well. On towards that push, easy for Foe.
Link has to come through at some point. If you're on the side of UTM, head a different direction. I would probably take control of mid, but there's too much Killjoy utility there. Not that they would know that, right? I mean, it's something that we have the pleasure of seeing, but still got to be very wary about figuring out which direction to push from. A is fairly clear and open. They just need to be able to wait for that opportune. So you do see your Jet player, Reggie, who has their spike, could make the rush through to A site. Well, still with a good man count advantage. Needs to be very wary. Util being tossed through. Smokes is going to hope for a kill possibly towards the garage side, but Sasuke got a little bit too eager beaver when it came to pushing through C again. Loses their life to that operator. Has not rotated away. Still not a safe position to push through. I would take my chances on the A side if I was the side of UTM.
This is not looking so great for UTM here in the opening stages of map 2. Bladestorm still a deadly possibility. A site somewhat open, but that's a nicely placed hot hands. Not going to deny the plant, but it does hit towards default, so they know not really planted at default. Reggie, 1 down. Actually re-grab that weapon, but he makes so much noise while he's at it. Oh, the Bladestorm finds 1 as Aru coming in helps out for the final frag. UTM, they're down by 5 now. And on top of that, they're forced to another save by the look of it, unless they've picked up enough cash off the back of that plant. It's going to be a bit close. See, the problem is that 3250 on 2-player, or 3350, my apologies, on AV and Smokes. It's just not enough money to full buy, is it?
And they can get some util up, maybe pad a little bit, and then play for another round loss bonus, but Reggie had a ton of money, right? I think that's why they evened it out. They bought the Guardian because they're going to even out the eco a little bit, but Ottawa's not giving any space for UTM to find frags. They're really upset. You can feel their mental being chalked after that last one, and they're not giving up any space, and they're continuing to do so. Ari with that Hunter's Fury takes out one. A Bladestorm from Reggie may be able to find Sins, but the Jet for the opposing side of Ottawa will find their own kill with that Operator in hand, which has not yet been taken away from them, ripped out of their hands so far, but looks to be a push engagement, possibly coming near towards the Haybell side. They'll take a step back instead. Ottawa, still a man count advantage. UTM need to decide what to do with the last 3 left standing.
Yeah, and man, the fact that we really haven't had a whole lot of kills from Smokes. I mean, I think he was at 0 at the beginning of this round. Don't know if that's still the case, but I mean, that's just a good example of where he was popping off in the last map, and he's just having a little bit of a struggle here. Again, not trying to blame anyone in particular, but the difference really is telling.
Yeah, I mean, Bladestorm's out. UTM have a good chance here, but the turret's going to give away their position. Tailwind and quick Cloudburst onto the site will make things and spread the site wide open. Reggie may find a nice headshot on Kaya. Plant will officially go down. Ottawa have no ultimates, nothing to really contend with. If UTM felt it a necessity, they could pop themselves a Cosmic Divide to separate things further, but Attack of Ottawa need to push from multiple directions. They'll drop down into Garage. Somehow Vexy wins the fight against Smokes, despite them having the worst position. Mad gets an Operator shot onto Vexy. Aru is tagging one a little bit lower, looking for an opportunity. Pulls out the Sheriff. Thinks that maybe it's enough to get the job done. They've spread to the other side. Reggie's not going to give himself an opportunity. Operator in the hands of Mad. Not going to happen. Reggie with a 4K. The only chance UTM had to win that round off the back of the Bladestorm. They'll do just that and steal the Operator out of the hands of Ottawa.
But it takes a play like that. I mean, a quad, that's not the kind of play that happens every day. I mean, or every round for that matter. And in Ottawa, well, they're still very much in the driver's seat. They don't have a whole lot to worry about. So, right this moment, they are going to have an Operator out and a node. And didn't know that was an elevator, by the way. I just found that out. Nice cinematic shot. There, from our observer. Yeah, UTM, good start there. Good, grab of a round, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Maybe. We'll have to see. 2 kills dropped already. Ottawa have put a pin in any of the attack attempts so far. And that's because you see Foe not actually holding towards C long like we had seen them do prior. They're actually full stacking their Killjoy utility over there instead, which then allows them to spread their Operator or Foe over towards the A site. Locks down 2 kills quite emphatically. There's only 3 players left standing now for UTM. And they're trying to decide what to do. You got one over in Cubby towards the seat long. 2 players stepping up from Hale, maybe going towards Garage Door once again. But that Owl Drone spots out both, sees both opportunities. Now a spray down readily available. Aru, I think you can actually wallbang that back wall too, but does not choose to go for it. Instead, will continue to hold this big window, hoping to find a little bit off of it, but no chances. Recon Bolt. Ooh, narrowly misses. You still have that. Why is your C Cubby player still holding there? Not moving, not taking any chances. Rush through Garage, quickly going through. Aru attempts to rush back, not sure why, through big window. They're going to have themselves a neural theft to catch the enemy off guard.
Plant going down. 3v4. That lockdown's a problem. Dossier trying to get a forward position. Vexy on the frag. Smokes there to return fire. Let's pull back for a limited amount of time. Foe, big win there. Cosmic Divide down. Oh, what a big one there for Smokes. He's going to get the ace here. I have to tap that spike once more. Sends. Fully committed. Pre-fire. Not sure how Smokes doesn't die there. Sins has to get this halfway. Halfway it is. He's just fully sticking it. No! Missed shot there by Smokes, and this defuse might be coming away. It is indeed. 3 seconds on the clock. Ottawa gold. Take it. And some big mistakes there by Smokes. Granted, you can't be too sad because he did have a quad already in that round.
Good night. You blink and like you feel like you've missed everything in that round. I mean, Smokes was just everywhere at once, finding so much impact, but not finding that last kill was the biggest blunder you could have. I mean, wow. I mean, Ottawa Gold somehow scraping that by. Not sure how they were able to pull that one out from underneath it, but great job there for them to find that last kill. Sins holding towards long. He's going to step back behind boxes towards that A long side. You've also got Foe with an operator, might I add, sitting in towards short. Sin sprays down Reggie. No chance. That would be a step back from the opposition, and Foe's going to spray down yet another. Not really a spray. Guess one single shot into AV. And if you're the side of UTM, you just got to find where the operator is and go the other direction. Stop peeking it. It's not going to work out for you. They're still wanting to push in this direction. They're kind of forced to, I guess, if they really feel like it. Foe's just tagging player after player, and Sins cleans up the other direction. A flawless round for Ottawa Golds, and it is 7-1.
Yeah, that was a round where it felt like after that first death, UTM kind of made a decision to continue trying to take that duel, and, well, let's just say it didn't work. Foe didn't miss, and since he had plenty of help. So, 7-1. UCM in a bad spot here. And beyond that, the economy is broken. They don't have enough money to buy back in. Fast and quick dash there by Reggie. It's anticipated, and Foe has a double. Looking for more spam coming through. Hot Hands tries to dissuade anyone coming up long, though nobody's actually going to be coming up long, at least not for now.
Make the rotation away. I don't think it's a bad decision. We got your spine kind of trapped over here in short, and they've got Foe watching that angle. Spike's down. It's over. This is stuck in place right here towards his A main side. You may be able to find one that's mad, but can be quickly refragged back by Aru. Sasuke steps up with the Spectre to take out Aru in return, now having a proper weapon in hands, the Phantom, but Spike is still locked down towards that A main side. 2 players sitting inside. A firefight will engage between Kaya and Sasuke, and Kaya wins out. In the end, inevitably, an 8-1 scoreline, and Ottawa Gold are continuing to lead themselves in stride to an even further round differential between these two, really not liking the outcome of map 1.
You know, I mean, it just seems this result here, 8-1, just kind of goes to show how crazy map number 1 was, doesn't it? I mean, UTM, they just come to life on their opponent's map pick for seemingly no reason. I mean, you know, having a good game, you don't have to have a reason to have a good game. Not what I'm saying, but you get my point. Aggression here from Foe. He's been at A, now he's at C. And, well, you see he does push forward here for UTM on the B site. Reggie nearly getting caught out there, and then Anastorm doing a bit of damage as well before everyone else is gone. All about waiting for players to peak, and I don't think he's necessarily going to be given a ton of opportunities.
Just firefight after firefight. U-Team are trying to bring themselves back. Smokes will make it closer, but we just lost another one in the process. He's going to continue to pound the hurt down. Foe's taken out. The operator shot and misses. Ottawa being able to switch back and forth while they place the operator has been so pivotal for them. But Sins, what are you doing? Steps up to find Reggie and Smokes in the process. A 3K to his name now, might I add, in the spike. Locked in the hands of Sasuke. Rotated over towards A site. And you've already got your Omen player sitting in corner pocket. Sasuke doesn't look. Vexy finds the kill. A 9th round win for Ottawa Gold. And a dominant one once again for them. Started to look bad, but Sins brought it back into their pockets. They'll be able to pick up the operator once again. Foe has been dominant. 18-4. Vexy, who was the best fragger in that last game, besides maybe Bar Smokes to Radiant, has not been as much in this one because Foe has been taking the lead with the operator.
Yeah, that's fully fair. And Foe, I think we're seeing, you know, the difference map 1 to map 2. Somebody maybe getting a little warmed up, hey? It's early in the afternoon. And, well, have to see how things move. Oh, okay, misses a shot. Has the audacity to go for a second one.
Oh.
In fact, nearly gets the third shot off, but Reggie hits the headshot first, but gets traded immediately thereafter. 4 versus 4. Ottawa pushed forward in mid. Got a lot of information. Rotating in towards A is Sins, who's going to swing out and get the info, but it is going to cost him his life.
Quickly tossed out a bit of util. Smoke's trying to keep them at bay so they can't run through tons as quick as they would like to. 4 players left standing for UTM. Vexy coming from defender spawn, not far behind. He's got a teammate to assist, but still gonna have to hope on this flank here for Aru. He's gonna step in through A main, maybe not checking behind boxes, does not, but they missed the opportune shot. Sasuke might just be tossing that bit, but Matt's not far behind. Will stop the bleeding ever so slightly. Aru out for the count. Maybe a rifle now being able to pick up. He's gonna step forward. Cosmic Divide will go down. It's the side of UTM. Gonna step forward into the site. Smoke sitting actually behind bomb. Vexy finds that kill. Now needs to find the next 2. No real space to do so. He's extremely low in the process. Lear will be tossed. He's just going to walk by it. Does not seem to care. Sprays down 1. Barely. Now stuck at 1 HP. Has to stick this bomb. Go ahead and toss down a smoke. That's going to keep them at bay. Vortex pops him off, and Mad just sprays center fire straight into the Vortex, saving themselves in that round. UTM find themselves finally another round win, 2 to their name.
Finally. That's the right word to use. Finally. UTM are right back on the board. But is it too little too late? That's what it feels like. That's what it looks like here, Ottawa. They are potentially at double digits on the halftime. And, without this third round, UTM, it feels like it should be about over. But maybe they can pick it up. Maybe they can win the pistol. Maybe they can pull it back. But, oh boy, it would be a journey. A full journey all the way. Bladestorm pop here by Ottawa. 2 ults there for UTM, but oh my goodness, the aggression. First frag going the way of Foe. Give him another. He wants more. That's 3 for Foe. He can get 4. There it is! Foe! No ace to be found, at least not yet. But he's looking for it. He's on the search. He's on the hunt. But Smokes, he's not looking to give it away.
Do they let him have it? Does Vexy run away from this? Does Vexy hear the audio cue, give the information? He's just standing. Smokes is not going to take the shot. This is actually, he's staring at the penguin. Vexy is just taking his time, watching and waiting. And now he's going to have somewhat similar to control towards A. No spike. No spike. It's still trapped down below. Since it's just watching over. Either trying to get their teammate Foe over to find this. He's going to step in. Smoke's looking for an opportunity. Tailwind up. Does not find him just yet. He'll turn and spray. Kaya will save Foe from the maybe demoralizing last kill, but still a 10-2 scoreline. Ottawa Gold only need 3-round wins to lead us to map 3.
Yep. That's the way it goes. Oh, man. I find it hard to take a moment and think, okay, what can UTM really do here? Because at this point, you got to GG go next, right? I mean, if you're in this game, Infernosis, what are you doing? Are you thinking, okay,
sitting in a corner, begging them to stop?
Oh, no. Okay. Maybe that was not the right person.
My mental doesn't take much. It can be 3 rounds down and I'm annoyed. Like, I don't have good mentals.
No. Okay. Well, let me go backward and say, if I'm in this game, I'm like, okay, guys, listen, we lost this one, but we beat him in the first map. We can beat him again. GG, go next. That's what I got to be thinking. But maybe UTM, they have a better mental than me. Maybe they're thinking we can come back. We can do it. But it's going to be hard.
Nice shot opportunity. Reggie finds the head of Aru. Kaya is quick in the refrag, though, but the 3v3. Smokes up, keeping them at bay. I was trying to keep themselves alive here on this attacking stance, doing a good job of it. UTM are trying to come in from garage. Bit of a shocker there for me, but not really giving the space. Paranoia out. AV's just trapped there for a moment. Has to bide a little bit more time than necessarily would want. Kaya's trying to keep AV at bay. Doesn't necessarily want to peek. It knows the ghost is in their hand. Doesn't necessarily find the kill. With some great assistance from a teammate in the process. Mad gets a bit more aggressive. Sasuke's there to assist. A spray through a smoke from Sins as he jumps over the tops. Mad is trapped, stuck in a reload, trying his best.
No.
But Sins finally finds the last. and Ottawa Gold find themselves another round win, just 2 away from this end of the game. And as we know here, Vincent, once you win Pistol Round 1, Pistol Round 2, so to say, is probably a Spectre buy or rush through. Almost a guaranteed performance from them, like we saw in that first half.
Yeah. And, I mean, not even a real full investment from UTM. I gotta maybe ask why that is. I don't really... I mean, at 11-2, not sure what the reasoning would be to, you know, come in here and not finish it off, but with a force buy. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. And in fairness, if thought process is like we're just gonna try and win with guns, you know what? I got a lot of respect for that. Shorty, going to take one. That's the smokes, and he got a second, but okay, the running gun. It's not gonna allow a third. That got a little scary for just a moment. And UTM, well, you can hear that the Ottawa Gold players are on the hunt. NECC, he has hunted that one down. 12-2. This has been a one-sided affair.
25 kills to Foe. Good night! One more kill from Foe, and if Aru gets none, Foe will have literally double with the rest of his team's second best fragger, right? Double of that. He has the same amount of kills as his second and third fragger combined. Like,
I mean, he's only 7 away from the whole other team.
Foe, don't give an operator Foe, please. I had a cast for MSI where I'm sitting here just watching someone get like a 30 bomb from just operators, and it feels like that with Foe right now. Foe has been dominating, has been strong, and it's just continuing. Unfortunately, Foe will die first on the attack. Maybe finds them with a Vandal. Maybe the rifle's a bit too much for them to work with. Always attempted to get some spray damage off, but we Smoke finds the next. Mad quick to follow suit, but Sins had also found one in that split moment time. Aru pulls out the gun at the wrong moment, and Reggie caps off instead.
You know, listen, I was asking, okay, UTM, why aren't you force buying? Well, this is the reason, right? They were able to pick up the gun round. That's the important one. Now, granted, this is the real gun round. That was a fake one. It was just a bonus. But, that said, again, got to give respect for UTM. They're still playing this intelligently. They're still making good decisions economically, and they are at least not mentally giving this up. Really impressive fortitude from them.
Next attack, Stain has to go through Ottawa Gold can give themselves some rifles and attempt to contend if they necessarily want to. You do hear the run it back go through. Sin's looking for an opportune moment. He's going to accidentally pull out another flash, trying to maybe look for an option. The curveball not able to even be popped, and Sins will be taken out instead. Mad's taking a step back through that garage window, not really wanting to contend in that direction. Spike was tempted and teased for a moment, but Reggie on the flank and AV pushing out from garage a little bit too much. Kaya does stop the bleeding ever so slightly, does find one. Maybe an opportunity to find Radiant as well. Tacks through wall again, but it's Aru who finds the next onto Sasuke. Like through big window. An opportune moment, they're going to run over to the A site instead. Free plant now. We will see Vexy put it down. Give them an opportune moment to defend this post-plant situation.
Could be all she wrote here for map 2. UTM blue on the retake. Very, very careful. Want to give anything away. Bush gonna come in. 2 from towards the CT position. 1 from up hall. That's a big drop from Avy. Frag going their way. Kaya. She has another and a triple kill for Kaya. Avy gonna have to reload. Pulls out the classic. The right click's not good enough. Avy going down to Kaya, who has the quad. Fantastic work from her on the KJ. As Haven is going to end in a dominant one-sided affair in the favor of Ottawa.
Both players at the end there, Vincent, had a 3K. It was going to require a 4K from either player to win the round. That's interesting to see. It's an interesting statistic, to say the least. But yeah, ultimately only one victor could come out on top in what was initially thought to be a quick and easy 2-0 for one of these sides after what we had seen in our rankings was not so much. Map 1 handily in favor towards the end of the opposing side, and this time around, it's Ottawa who comes out on top in the most dominant performance we've had of the day. It's also only 2 maps we played today, so take that as you will. But map 3, the big question up in the air here, Vincent. How do you think this one's going to fare as we head over to Fracture as the last map?
I know, and well, you know, I think, to be honest with you, based on that second map and the way it was so dominant, I think I got to say that Ottawa Gold are going to take this one. But still, opportunities there for UTM. This being such a new map, this being such a question mark for a lot of teams, definitely does bear some fruit here. But we'll have to see. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to see it without you, my friend. You're gonna have to head out. I don't know. I assume we're getting Tristan back, but I'm not too sure. We'll figure it out, and we'll have that figured out on the flip side when we come back here for map 3 for week 5 of the NECC. We'll be back soon. Howdy and welcome back to the NECC. Man, we've had an interesting series. It is Ottawa, who's currently 3-0, undefeated in the champion Cyan division, against UTM Blue, who is currently at 0-4. But UTM got a big upset on map number 1, which led us into Ottawa taking a dominant map number 2. We're here, map 3, it's Fracture as well. I'm now joined by the one, the only Leg Day. How are you doing?
I'm ready for a very hard mode cast. I've still got a strepsil between my teeth, or a throat lozenge that I was having, so I was about to prepare for the next cast. It's the first time I'm ever going to be casting Fracture, so I don't know any of the call-outs there. And, yeah, Ottawa, evidently, were made angry. You don't want to deal with Ottawa when they are angry, and that first map, it angered Ottawa quite a bit. They don't like being embarrassed by a team that's 0-4. Let's head straight into that agent select. I don't know what the, well, there isn't really a prevailing meta here, is there, Vincent? We haven't seen any professional Fracture. It wasn't in the map pool for any of the LCQs.
No, that makes it a little bit difficult. I'll keep it real with you. I've seen this map like 3 times as well, so I too am not the most up to date on call stuff. But what I have seen for Fracture, it's if I'm recalling correctly, the KO was very not the KO. My apologies. The Killjoy was very strong, and as was the Breach. We already see a Breach already here for Ottawa. There, Aru gonna be picking that up. But Sasuke is thinking about the Killjoy, and that was very, very dominant, particularly over towards the B side of the map, if I'm not mistaken.
B is the jungly side, right?
Yeah, that's
and A is the desert. I'm just getting it oriented in my brain. It's been a while.
Listen, I've
been on the Overwatch grind since Fracture came out.
When I don't have the little mini map to cheat, I'm like almost sure, but I'm not like 150%. So
yeah,
it's
I feel
okay.
you.
Scuffed cast is what I'm hearing. But we see a Breach from both sides. Like I said, I think that's been a pretty dominant agent selection already here. And a Viper as well has been very strong. The lack of a Viper, though, for Ottawa is interesting to me. All of the Fracture I've seen thus far has been very Viper-centric.
Yeah, very attacker-sided in some ways, Fracture is, simply because the defenders have to spread out and can be attacked from 4 separate directions, or even more if you start to get into the nitty-gritty of A and B sides of some of these underpasses and the ropes to get you into different locations. For a while, I was wondering, when this map first came out, if it would be very retake-centric for a defensive team to not even post anyone up for defensive positions until, like, the spike was planted and kind of turtle up in the middle and have 5-man retakes. But I imagine what we're going to see is just a little bit of a kind of muted default without too much being given over in terms of space and early peaks. However, it's the first vaguely professional Fracture I've seen, so I'm excited for what our teams are going to opt to do.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I definitely am looking forward to the retake scenarios that you were talking about. The key there for me is being more than one-dimensional, right? Like, you can't just go in one direction and expect it all to work out.
Now, heading up towards B main. I believe this is Ottawa right here. Vex is going to be leading the way with a Frenzy, of course. Got to be careful about running out of ammo in that thing. It does it does feel very precarious sometimes, because bullets get away from you rather fast. Look at this. Foe around the backhand side has cleared through tower. And this is going to be a pretty clean take on the B side, but all of the defenders remain alive and ready for a retake, Vincent.
That they are. But look, they're grouped up in one area. They're all pushing in from one direction. And that's the danger I was speaking of. It can get dicey.
Sasuke going down first. It looks like there's a set molly here, likely to try and take out anyone who wants to defuse. Vexy defending the Molotov setup for now, but Smokes the Radiant has gone absolutely mad. Speaking of which, Mad's fallen themselves. There's the Gravity Well, dragging everybody in. Somehow the Molotov has been delivered, and Reggie's going to be a victim of that. Avyi left all alone. You calling him Avyi?
AV? AV is what we had, I believe.
AV. You know what? That'll work out fine. It works out fine for Ottawa Gold as well, going up in our first round here of Fracture.
And, you know, listen, we saw two things to talk about. Number one, Foe on the entry doing a great job. Foe was the big fragger over back on Haven, was doing a phenomenal job. But he was 26 and like 6, if I'm not mistaken, there on the final kill count in Haven. We'll see if that can continue to be a one-sided affair here. The other thing for Ottawa, doing a good job. That B take, like I was talking about, definitely seems to be the more dominant of the sides, as you can come in from both angles.
Oh, Mad caught out there by the breach utility. Aru trying to generate some kind of checkmate, but 4 people will survive here. I think that everyone's kind of backed off when Mad was lost. However, with that lack of obscuring toxic screen, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to control these sightlines. Reggie around the back's already been caught. Spectre versus for Shorty at long range. I'm afraid this is over for you, Reggie. Whether you want to admit it or not, you are dead.
Simply a matter of time.
It's okay, guys. I'm stalling him out. This is a tactical pause.
Oh, man. Flawless victory there for Ottawa, but man, Reggie was trying his darndest to get 1 kill alone. That said, it's a quick 2-0 start here for Ottawa. Nicely done. Sin's very close by on that null command, so definitely want to keep an eye out for that one. 6 out of 7 on those ult points. And the other thing to note is a bonus for Ottawa. They're not flying back in, but they've had a lot of success with these bonus rounds and winning them out in this entire series. Anytime that Ottawa has had a bonus, they've won their bonus.
Again, is it Vincent?
That's what it's looking like, yeah.
Well, if they haven't stopped us yet, why would they do it now? Except maybe with slightly better guns. There's the null command, trying to shut down all of the utility, and Sasuke forced to put away that turret. Moving now onto the central platform. Going to plant in default right here. As Sins is going to watch around the back, making sure Reggie's not getting too frisky on that flank again. The smokes will be re-upped, of course. That's going to make it even more difficult to re-enter here. But Reggie gets things started, moving through that toxic cloud now. But Foe moving in behind. From smoke to smoke, playing in the bubbles. Sasuke taps, moves out, is Foe, gets one, getting... leave the sightline before getting the second, but they've made their presence known. Mad and AV bring it on back, and Mad's gone absolutely huge right now. Still, they need to worry about time. They need to do a Foe as well. Can it be the first? It is indeed. Looking for the second. Mad catches them out of the air. The defuse is going to be held, and with just a touch of time, UTM will be able to complete that and grab their first round.
A bit questionable on an updraft, if you would ask me. You know, it was definitely an idea, but typically not going to be able to be accurate whilst in the air. That said, UTM, nicely done picking up that round. I would say, you know, Bo had an opportunity there, maybe slow played it just a little bit as well. Time will tell, as that was just the bonus. That means that Ottawa are going to have enough money to buy back in, and you can see down to only 2 players. The money for UTM Blue, not fantastic. They're down to a couple Spectres, a Judge, if I'm not mistaken, and Bo pulled out the Blade Storm.
Only a couple schmeckles left. Ottawa going to be moving over now towards A. An unknown site thus far. AV going to be holding down low. And what is this for floating Judge? Reginald, calm down, you dirty boy. That is absolutely disgusting. That's a war crime.
Did you not know that's the best gun in the game, Leg Day?
I didn't know it could be combined with a float. Smokes to Reggie, a little bit less flight proof than Reggie in this case. Kaya taking out Avi despite the advantage, but Reggie gave over. Still, this is not clear cut for UTM. 2 versus 3 with an armament advantage. Sasuke just can't move out of there, cannot pixel dodge the fragment. And so it's 2 versus 2, and Ottawa Gold could turn this around despite early travesty. 6 HP as Reggie. He's got enough blood in him to fill maybe a Pyro.
Yeah, but not just the HP there for Reggie, for both of them. With the Blade Storm now popped out, it's going to have to be some precise headshots here for Reggie to pull us back.
Oh, that's a good right click right there, but that does mean no bonus knives. Reggie goes high. There's for Judge, moving up against Sis. What an adjustment. The System 32 has been killed for UTM, and despite Reggie's early heroics, Ottawa do not take their foot off the gas.
Nope, not for just one moment. That's sort of been the story of Ottawa this entire series, or rather this last 2 maps more aptly, as that they have continually been placing their foot on that gas pedal. And, well, where the money was a little bit shoddy last time out, it's now tragic for UTM Blue. They don't have enough to buy back in, so they're going to be on towards the save. It's Eco Pistols, Sheriffs, a Shorty, and maybe a Classic, if I'm not mistaken. As hey, look, it's another B hit. Imagine that.
Imagine my surprise, Vincent. Imagine, is that a shorty in tower? It is. And foes found that out the hard way. Thanks for a rifle, mate. That's a real nice donation you've given to us there, since... Oh, it's going to be taken out there. However, still resable. They are in the middle of nowhere, so there's not a huge amount of cover for this resurrection. Aru's going to be caught out as they attempt to make this work. Oh my goodness, what a play from Smokes to Radiant. Just continually applying this pressure means that everyone could just wrap around the back, catch people on the back of the head while they were staring towards the source of that outcoming utility. Look at me, everybody. Look at me. It's a breach up in tower. Don't look at my friend. Look at me.
Doing a great job of pulling all of the sight lines and all of the attention toward themselves. And, well, Smokes to Radiant, the player to watch out for over back in map number 1, really was the architect of that UTM map 1 upset. So maybe coming back into fruition here. And with 4 ultimates online, UTM, they not only have the guns back, but they have the ults to key up with it, along with the fact that Ottawa is on towards a sheriff purchase of their own. And they do have armor to back that up, and they have some utility as well. So it's not exactly, for free, but UTM still in a good position.
You know what they say, Vincent? B-site isn't free. Mad going to be taking first contact here, but Foe is actually poking out towards Dish here. They are going to end up in a 2 versus 1. That's a nasty little bang, though. Down goes Reggie. And the question is, does Foe want to double down here with a little bit of backup to try and retrieve that rifle? I wouldn't mind seeing our Sova look to try and juggle it out back towards the A side, just to make it a little bit more difficult to recover. But instead, we're going to pinch around the back here, clear all these angles, and try and move in behind the arcade of B. Foe, he's nasty with that Sheriff in. He does not care, and Sins is exactly the same. Out comes the Breach ultimate from Smokes to Radiant, but while stunned, they move around that corner. Very risky, potentially thinking that everyone else would be stunned, but a 2 versus 1 does not work out in their favor. Off the back of some Sheriff heroics from Foe and the law being laid down, Sasuke is left with a chance here. 1 versus 3, though. It's not looking good. And they're being wrapped.
Did that Breach actually stun himself? I think that's what
he
happened.
Might have. Like, because the Reyna and the Jet can't have stunned him, right?
No, I don't think so. And, well, the Reyna and the Jet were both stunned as well, meaning, yeah, I think he just moved forward whilst
into the first block of the Rolling Thunder.
Indeed, yeah, that's not something you see every day. Also, something that unfortunately is going to want back. Goes Radiant, not the best of looks in that one, and it allows for Ottawa.
That was more like ults to Iron.
Yeah, that's fair. Man, he set himself up for that one, but Ottawa pulling it back. They pulled it off. Oh, that opening duel only going to be met with some damage done towards Reggie.
Oh, that's nasty for Arrow to have a look at. Out goes to Flashpoint, potentially trying to blind up any teammates in this case, and Foe's going to be caught out by AV on their rotation. Sasuke is going to need to keep them covered as they send out this drone. Going to end up in a 2 versus 3, but we've seen both AV and Sasuke do plenty well in outnumbered scenarios. K are likely going to be the first point of contact right here. Down comes the lockdown. I'm not sure if it's a wall-bangable area. Unlikely to be so. Out comes some early scouts trying to catch people as they move, but Kai's going to be able to clear the circumference rather easily. There's a preset fragment and the stun on top of it, but Sasuke with a Pika's advantage easily takes out Kaya. AV's found one as well, but who remains? It's Sins. Consistently being a hero for Ottawa. Gets the first. They need to get their jogging shoes on, though. They just aren't fast enough. The defuse is held. Sasuke's nerve is held as well. They get themselves a kill in the aftermath. That's everything you could ask for from a little killjoy that could.
Yeah, really fantastic work from Sasuke on that one. The placement there of the lockdown is perfect. By the way, that is somewhat wall-bangable. I haven't done testing myself, but I have seen the aftershock from a breach able to deny it in that area in particular. So something to think about as we move forward. First ultimate, though, from the Killjoy working out very, very well. Ottawa, again, they have enough money to buy in, and they have some ultimates to play with, so are going to be buying in here, and they are looking to continue their lead.
Or maybe a little bit of friendly fire here. Actually catches Reggie, but also gets a little bit the other way as well. Sasuke was trying to cover their counterpart right there, but lost out in the duel. However, Vexy, there we go, doubles down, catches out AV as well. Foe around the back. Already this Killjoy utility is down. Oh, yeah, there we go. Took a while, but it is delivered. Smokes to Radiant. Gonna fall as well. And it's just mad. Vincent, you know, I'm not a presumptuous guy, but I'm pretty confident in saying you can start setting up for the next round.
Yeah, you know, I think you might be right. Presumptions aside, and especially with that well-placed bit of utility, by the way. All of this
It's just being barraged by utility.
I mean, Matt's like, dude, let me play the game, please. Like, I just want to go, you know, save my weapon.
Oh, it comes to flank. The knife is out. The knife's out on both sides. The Vexy's quicker on the draw. Down goes Mad. And up go Ottawa.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating at that one. But yeah, it's up by just 2, though, Ottawa. Not the sort of dominance we were seeing back on Haven, where it was a 10-2 half. That said, it has been very much a economic problem all the time for UTM. Anytime they lose a round, they are back towards this situation where they can sort of get something or another, but it's not great. You can see one hero rifle on AV who had a little bit of extra cash, and the rest of the team going to be on the save with those pistols.
There is a Blade Storm, however. Last time, though, we saw a right-click, and that does not allow for the refresh of the knives anymore. Mad has been noted, attempting for a wallbang, but going the other way. Sin's taken down once more by Sasuke, who has been such a bright spot. There's going to be a resurrection from Kaya. Now Sasuke, the hero, has fallen down in their own right. AV and Reggie want to try and retake B-site here. They've got the hero rifle, and they have the Blade Storm. There's no reason that Reggie wouldn't be able to win this out. 3 knives remain. The right click might not be everything that's needed now. They want to connect a headshot. They want to get that refresh. The recon bolt's been destroyed. Reggie's feeling the stress. I don't know if they managed to actually pick up a rifle there. Seems like they've only still got a sheriff in hand. Going up against Kai. Now there it is. The headshot that was needed. They tap the bomb, try and bring out a peek from Vexy. They're not able to connect all the knives. There's a fragment from the skybox. The orbital strike of Sins is more than enough to take this one down. And Ottawa, they've extended their lead.
I gotta say, Sins on this KO, some of the best KO I've seen. Really well done. Those fragments on the late game have been brutal, and they found consistent kills left, right, and center. It's been really quality stuff from Sins, and you know, something that I don't necessarily see in every KO that comes through, particularly not at the collegiate level. So, gotta give credit where it's due. Ottawa up now by 3, but it's going to be UTM back with another buy, and it's a dish time. First actual push on a gun round towards A? No way.
When it comes to K-based curiosities, I'm thinking about Kaya. How's she going to be using this astral divide? They're going to use it to try and bisect A-side right here, maybe isolate Heaven. That's some interesting breach utility right there, and everyone's on a jog to try and make their way over. Vex is already claimed 2, though. Reggie with the op in hand. This is a huge investment. That's 1, taking out Foe. Such a huge kill to get, but Vexy's still alive, and Vexy is still dangerous. The spike yet to be planted in the hands of Kaya, and she's going to begin the plant, but Reggie might see her very, very soon. We're about to cross the angle. There's a visual confirmed, but no bullet off the back of that. They aren't going to be losing their potential to dash away while they are suppressed, so they aren't going to take that peek too readily. Instead, Aru's going to try and reveal the pressure. Kaya falls down, smokes the Radiant all by themselves. And Reggie moving onto the site here with 5 HP and an operator. Surely not! I refuse to believe it! Aru, you've got to put a stop to this nonsense right now, mate. We can't allow it to go on any longer. Aru puts Reggie in detention. Thanks for the op, mate. Real generous donation. Ottawa will reach 7.
You've heard of the dine and dash. Reggie, big fan of the frag and flee. With that jet, making a short work of some of those opening duels as well as nearly fighting the closing ones. Oh my goodness. If he'd gotten away with that one, I mean, it would have been outrageous. No way, no how. Ottawa, though, able to stabilize. It's 3 rounds in a row. And you can see there the win-loss, right? UTM, they had a run where they were really doing a good job on those retakes, on those diffuses, but now things have sort of stabilized and not in the favor of UTM. It's Ottawa. They're picking it up, and Vexy with the opening. Fantastic frag.
Man, just on a bit of a run and gun there with the stinger. Getting a bit ambitious. NECC here. Oh my goodness, Reggie manages to win that out, but that could be a retrievable rifle here for Smokes the Radiant, especially with that cloudburst. But no, we're going to stay up in tower with the Judge. Oh, they hear them coming up the side. Oh, Kaya taken out there. Delivering the rifle into the hands of Smokes the Radiant. That's not the ideal dash, and AV is going to be able to take advantage of that. The blind comes through. The turnaway is good. The second one comes through from Aru, though. And that's fully delivered. And that was Breach versus Breach on the point. Spike might have been recovered right here, and now this is a little bit better of an ult. Now it's ults to Radiant. Bit of a turnaround here from the Breach, managing to beat out their counterpart here in particular.
Yeah, and you can see UTM, I mean, I don't want to call it desperation, but the Rolling Thunder committed there just for that singular player. Even in a 2v1, they just want to confirm that round. They know that things can get really tough when you're down big against Ottawa, and so UTM want to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand too quickly. Buyback is in, but again, a little bit low on the purchasing power there for Mad. He's going to have, like I said, the best gun in the game, the Judge. And in fact, two of them is Smokes to Radiant. Picks up one of his own. Viper's pick committed early here at A. Actually, it's a very early commitment at A, but they were headed that way, were Ottawa.
That's a lot of people at A for something that isn't known to be committed, but Reggie falls nonetheless. And there we go. That is a huge clearance of A site off the back of the Rolling Thunder. Will they panic and move elsewhere is the question. Foe gonna have to take out that turret first, most likely. He goes to Fragment as well. Huge amounts of utility are being invested here by Ottawa. But they haven't actually entered the site yet. They can just leave, especially considering they've now lost their Overwatch from Aru. They're going to be relying heavily on Foe to take these angles, and they found the first. Sasuke is down. Does Vexy dare cross the Rubicon, cross the precipice of this pit? I'm afraid, Foe. No point in saving that Blaze Storm, but not overly useful to spam into a Viper's pit. You know what? We can leave now. You've lost so many of your players. We can just keep Foe on Overwatch. If that pit drops, we know that Mad has made their rotation.
It's a smart play, all things considered, and maybe you could argue should have been doing that a little earlier, but Smokes the Radiant has been very patient over here at B. And he's still alive and kicking. He's the real key to this round. Can he deny it? And he does deny the plan.
Kaya managed to try and grab the extra point as well, but Ottawa, they've done pretty well here. 8-4. Now, this needs to be said with the caveat that Fracture does appear to be a very attacker-sided map. 8-4 is by no means an unwinnable scenario for UTM. Do we know whose map pick this one?
This is third map, so it's actually neither.
Oh, yes.
Random pick. The third map. So out of the 3 maps left, it was RNG. We're here. Welcome to Fracture.
Another RNG map. It's interesting because it's weird to tell how much a team would have scrimmed it. Because you have two schools of thought. Not many teams are going to pick this. Why dedicate a lot of time to it? Or we could scrim a lot of this and a lot of teams might be unprepared for it. So we could try and take some cheeky maps right here. Sin's already fallen down. Have they accounted for Kaya? She's round the back and she's going to find 2. Kaya on the warrior streak. Reggie and Mad are gone, but now they're going to meet 3 more players. Or at least they're going to be able to be joined by the rest of their team before they do so. It's going to be a battle for A, but the site's not been entirely secured.
Retake setup is so strong with everyone coming from the same angle too.
Oh, clean. Smokes the Radiant. Classic to A. Takes a couple of bullets to the back. But score a headshot onto Kaya. She's been put on notice. She's going to be finished off by the right click. The defuse came through, though. There was just enough time there for Vexy to find things. Smokes the Radiant's going to be forced to lose a round with the Classic still in hand, denying that death. Might have a couple of knock-on effects for the economy.
Kaya there knows. There's no need to... She doesn't even have to win the fight. She just has to take some time. Take a moment, play with her food, and
dance with me, Breach.
Exactly.
Dance with me.
Just get that time off the clock, and indeed it's enough to allow for the defuse to come through. Big victory there for Ottawa, and I say a big victory because, remember, you talked about how this can be very much an attacker-sided map, and UTM, they don't have a lot of rounds to give away here, considering the 8-4.
Breathing room. is very much constricted at the moment. Claustrophobes, be advised. Right now, Ottawa, they are on the precipice of double digits, and they have their anti-eco buy here with the Spectres, which have a considerable advantage, especially when you're looking at a lot of skirmish engagements right here. NECC's just given a couple of taps and been sent on their way. They haven't actually, they didn't opt to go for the Spectre at long range. They prefer the Ghost right here. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a backdash onto B side.
This is kind of cool how the UTM kind of pulled those rotations away, didn't they? And Ottawa really unprepared, but they have the advantage of the weapons, and that's what's going to allow for them to take advantage, despite being, you know, a little bit caught off guard there regarding those rotations. I'm actually looking for the defuse once more. This is going to be double digits for Ottawa Gold, and with UTM going to be able to pull back and get a rifle round underway. I can't undersell how impactful this rifle round is, because if UTM give it away, they're really basically giving Ottawa the chance to head towards match point.
I got to call out Kaya there. Great usage of a gravity well. She basically guaranteed the kill on Smokester Radiant from behind those boxes. They had their knife out trying to escape from the clutches, because the gravity well is incredibly dangerous, Vincent, when you're not dealing with weapons that can one-shot headshot like a Phantom or a Vandal. Because if you're taking double damage from vulnerable against small arms fire like Spectres or Classics, that becomes a lot more daunting, because suddenly you don't have the longer TTK that you usually account for against those kind of armaments, and it sort of puts Smokester Radiant in a very difficult position.
And it's just body shots too. You don't even have to hit head.
Oh, that's a block there. They haven't accounted for the other side, but Sasuke! Sasuke! Unable to get the spray down completely. There's a Spectre getting some bonus fire speed, but Evie and Reggie just tearing through him. UTM. They've activated here, only losing Sasuke along the way. I'm not sure if that was an accurate anime reference. I don't actually watch anime, but I'm pretty sure it's a Naruto name.
It is, yeah. Yeah, Sasuke. I also am not a Naruto watcher.
My brother is. I've gained some via osmosis, you know?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Just cultural osmosis.
I mean, I've watched anime, therefore I've gained knowledge of Naruto. That's how that. I'm definitely aware.
Oh, hello. That's a great force there from Sins. Nice little pop flash goes around. You spicy meatball. That was lovely. They can take Reggie's rifle now as well, because this was the buy round for UTM. That's going to be a good upgrade for Sins. However, the spike has been planted here on B. In this little cubby, could be a pretty effectively defended from tower, but it does make the pathing to exit the blast radius of a spike a little bit more difficult. Sin's having to clear a lot right here. This is going to be a great smoke, potentially. Kaya could make it so difficult for defenders to do anything. Sins wants to push for smoke. I'm going into the bubble, boys, but we're not talking bubble bath anymore. From the back, AV takes out Kaya, and UTM have managed to convert their buy round here, but not painlessly.
No, there was some consternation there, but let me make I would argue that I might have wanted to see Ottawa just save those guns. Now they have money, right? But you can see that Bo and Sins are a little bit on the poor side, right? They could have had an additional bit of a riflery where you're not going to have to go down to the low armor or pick up a Spectre, or in this case, Foe going to pull out that Blade Storm, which, you know, isn't a problem, but definitely could have bolstered the purchase for Ottawa. That said, you have that Blade Storm to work with in the Viper's Pit. I'm sorry, that's not a Viper's Pit. I didn't hear it. That's the bug.
The lockdown is going to be active, though. While we're talking about ultimates, already that's been popped out by Sasuke. Potentially looking... Oh, there it is. Fragment coming through. There it is. Combined with a gravity well. That's a good swing there from Smokester Radiant. Breach versus Breach going the way of UTM, but Smokester Radiant's going to be gone as well. They have to deal with Vexy on this flank. It's going to be incredibly difficult to dislodge them. Attempting for the wall bang, but with the classic, the penetration just isn't good enough. But Foe, so clean on the on the knives. Oh my goodness.
I mean, talk about precision. That is deadly precision there from Foe. I talked about how he was so crucial back on Haven, showing off the exact same sort of thing here on that jet. Less so with the op. Speaking of which, that operator pulled out now for Foe. who has it on his back. The other good news for Ottawa is that while it's not a save around for UTM, they definitely are not at full strength. Gonna have to be the Bladestorm pulled for Reggie. Saw what Foe could do that with that in the prior, and team that up with the Rolling Thunder. UTM have a bit of an ult advantage where their guns are lacking.
Oh, Foe taken out already. Reggie's going to be thankful for that operator. Not sure if he even managed to pick it up right there, but it doesn't matter because Vexy's taking him down from the other side. All right, in comes Rolling Thunder. That is going to stun up Vexy, but Aru catches them on the cross. They are very prepared for this. Pika's advantage? What Pika's advantage? Sasuke coming in from the other side. I've got to admit, this could have been a better timed push. These two prongs coming in at very different times, and now they've got to re-clear this area. Their team previous, they haven't cleared it, Vincent. But now they know. That flash drive was all the notice that they needed. That these defenders are at least going to, at least the KO is going to be coming from the attacker spawn. Sin's moving on forward. Looking for that wall bang. Isn't going to be available this time. AV in a perfect area. Grabs the first. Recon arrow out as well. Sins is playing it patiently. Knows that they can just try and keep some of UTM Blue's members here for a while. It's a very difficult thing to clear. Will Sasuke take the peek? No, they won't. Oh my goodness. What a beast. Unbelievable plays there from Sins. Just so proactive with the corner clears and very brave on their positioning, but the timing just favored them so well. And they've been able to pick up Foe's operator. What a round.
One thing that I think UTM could have picked up on there that I don't think they did is that they could have actually known that that Sins was also coming that direction. I don't think that UTM were prepared for the second player coming from that direction because they didn't peek it. They really weren't looking for it. But they could have known because of the flash drive. You mentioned it, right? You saw, okay, the KO, that's a flash drive. Okay, we know that player is coming from there. When it was just Sins left alive, they know that he's in that same direction, but they weren't really prepared for that push. It's 12-5. It's match point. And Vexy has already found one on the opener.
Reggie trades it back. Reginald needs to hunt some people down right here. Needs to be kills, but Sins is still alive. Mad is surrounded upon all sides. They're squeezing in like they're a teenager getting rid of a zit. Smokes to Radiant. Still going to find their plant here on a reinforced by the lockdown, but the second that this clears, they're going to be pinched in from two sides. Sasuke wants to try and isolate a duel here on the approach from attacker spawn. Playing behind these boxes, they have the advantage on the peak. Foe forced to move away. Sasuke manages to finish that one off, and despite an incoming ultimate from the defending breach, doesn't seem to be done thus far. Sins looking to clear. They do not have a great angle right now from Sasuke, but they found the second one. Looking for wall bangs. They found Aru, but Sins again in the 2 versus 1. They're just a multi-kill master. I can't believe it, but they brought Ottawa home to the dub right here, and they will continue their reign over this arena.
That they will. Ottawa, man, it got a little dicey, got a little scary, didn't it, early on, but they were able to pull it back. They continue to go undefeated here in the champion Cyan division. UTM, unfortunately, I'd say still down there on the back end and winless for now, but I gotta give them credit. They really did a good job, at least in map number 1, of showing up, playing out, and playing up to the skill level of their opponents in a way that I really haven't gotten to see yet this season. So that definitely gives me confidence for them moving forward to pick up a win or two, maybe not against the best team in the league.
I believe they're 0-5 now, and Ottawa are now 4-0. So being able to take that map off of Ottawa is certainly a large generation of confidence, and also being able to make them sweat a bit on the other maps. If you go up against slightly less 5-0-y competition, maybe you're going to start picking up some serious series on the side of UTM. But meanwhile, Ottawa, being 5-0, we've got to start seriously considering these guys, Vincent, as being some of the top competitors in our Champions division, and what kind of runs they could make towards some kind of like playoff kind of thing.
Yeah, 150%. With that, though, coming to the end of our first series of the day. But the good news for you, if you're watching at home, is that we got so much more Valorant here, and it's going to be coming at you on the flip side of this break leg date. You're going to be coming back. I will be gone, and Kramer, I believe, will be joining in. So don't go too far. Maybe pick up a snack or two. We'll be back shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we're going down a couple of divisions right now to explore our Navigators Yellow Division. I'm going to be joined by Kremer. I've sent Vincent away to go and get a milkshake and a back rub, and to be rewarded for all of his hard work during that first series. It went to 3 maps, Kremer. It was a little bit of a doozy, and I'm sure that this one is going to be as well. Between our 2 colleges here, Defiance College and JWU Valorant Yellows College, we don't have a win yet. We're 0-3 and 0-4, but one of them is going to be walking away from today with their first win.
That's actually quite exciting, isn't it? We're going to see a team here is about to progress out of the potential 0-4-0-5 bracket. So that's the silver lining. No matter what happens, someone is having a great time. However, we're able to go straight into the game. Now, Harry, we've gone into this a little bit apprehensive as to kind of record, as to everything else about the side. Do you know the average ranks of these teams?
I believe that JWU, here on known as JWU, are average gold.
Yeah.
And I believe that Defiance are average silver. So, coming in, you've got to give a little bit of an advantage to Johnson & Wales University, also known as JWU, just based on average rank. But they've actually played more games than Defiance and lost all of them. So,
one of them was a forfeit as well. Like
they
just didn't show up to one
both
of the games.
Of these teams are yet to win a map. So, in our first map, one of these 2 teams is going to win their first map, and at the end of this match, one of our teams is going to win their first map. It's going to be first all around.
Yeah, if we're lucky, we might be able to see one of these teams, both teams win a map. We look at our standings. 10th and 11th place definitely isn't where you want to be, let's be honest. I mean, the round difference really isn't a pretty sight for them either. Minus 59 and 66 for both of them. Strictly speaking, JWU have been able to get a fair few more rounds, so I'm leaning towards them as my favourites for this game. However, you know, this is just, we're here to have fun, really, at this point. I think both teams realise it's kind of fight for playoffs, so it's going to be quite a tall order. So they're just here to enjoy themselves. Quite like that.
Grandma, when it comes to enjoying ourselves as casters, the thing that makes us have more enjoyment than anything else is a close game. And on paper, this should be one of the closest games that we're going to have in the entirety of all of our leagues. We're going to be starting off on Split, and this is going to be real interesting, because I want to see to what degree we see coherent comps that kind of mirror professional play here, Kremer, or if we're at the level where people are just like, hey, I'm good at this, so we're going to run this. Because to a degree, like, below things like Immortal, you can kind of just one-trick and get away with it if you're really good at those agents.
Here's the thing as well. Like, how you mentioned how it's agent selection that matters when you're below Immortal. I'm interested to see if we just see abilities in general sort of used to the extent we would at a higher level, whether they're just kind of held for an alpha plant, and we see basic usage to cancel defuses, and we see kind of basic flashes around corners, or are we just going to see a complete aim fest? And I mean, if we do see a complete aim fest, honestly, Harry, this could be a very exciting series, because everyone loves some flashy aim and some quick kills.
I certainly love it as a play-by-play. It's what I live and breathe for, Kremer.
It's going to be a rough one for me, but that's all right. I'm happy to take along.
He's just going to be sitting here nodding, like, yep. There was
that happens.
There were some shots here, right here. We can just cheer people on when they hit those nasty shots. I'm all here for that. I'm down for that. It's going to be great. Bring up our UI. Got Defiance starting on the defense.
Investment for this round, it's relatively average. Either side, nothing kind of sets my heart afire. That Ghost out on Get a Meme. And what a name that is! Get a Meme is definitely going to be something to watch out for.
We are getting so fired.
These are some great names, actually. I love these.
I'm a huge fan.
I am a huge fan of these names. Apparently, we've just been the quality assurance it's gone. Oh, never mind. Yes. Oh, I love that.
So, shall we go with Spoppers?
Spoppers? Spoppers is another great name. Apparently, in our name pronunciation sheet, it's meant to be Spoopers.
Well, that was a great destroying of the knife there from Crookly Monster. That's going to allow for more utility to be thrown out here. by the attackers, and Kukuli is going to be forced to cede away a little bit of space. Ketamine takes first contact. It's a couple of shots. I'm afraid the party's over for Ketamine. I hate myself already. Resentful Angel takes him down with the Ghost, and there's the plant at default.
I think this game alone is going to cause me to relapse. So Spoofers, another amazing name, is going to be able to trade onto Papa Nickel with Weed Beam able to follow up on Googly Monster.
Hello,
Harry. These are some incredible names. I'll tell you what, Resentful Angel, little 4K to open the game.
Leisure Esports are all here to have a bunch of fun. Everyone just enjoying some games with their mates. And thus far, J-Woo, they're having a fantastic time. Once again, to iterate the name of the college, it is in full Johnson and Wales University. Up against, of course, Defiance College. You see their name up in full. We've got ourselves a regular anti-eco here.
I'm just thinking, going through these names. I quite like the name Martial Artist as well. That's another good one. I'm getting like Smurf accounts, like username ideas from these guys. These are great. Like, we see a lot of sort of weird names in our time, but never we look at a name and go, "That's cool." This is one of those times.
Unlucky there. Swoop is just a little bit too high with the classic roll. What is that? That's quite the throw right there. I'm not sure if that was entirely intended, but Kukuli hit that almost directly upon the raise. Still, Ketamine taking over top, looted themselves a Spectre, unable to destroy Martial Artist right here, who surprisingly did not pick up the Marshal. So I'm slightly disappointed on that, but J-Woo fairly cleanly convert their anti-eco here. They're going to have a bonus, I believe, of 3 Spectres, and we'll have to buy into a couple more potentially.
Fairly quick ult up on Resentful Angel, actually. Being able to use that with the rain up should be a fairly... I suspect we'll switch it used instantly, so I can burst to B. And with Weenpeen 1 away from that lockdown as well, we may just see them rush the orb in B, slam it down, go for a quick plant, and go for a quick round in general over on B. Bear in mind that for Defiance, the ult management is not quite there. I think it's about 3 points away from their closest ult, so there is going to be a bit of downtime for them. Skooky Monster's going to hit all of this aggression. Look at the mass rotation of Defiance to try and stop them, though.
I got eyes on Garrett right now. Who's going to be destroying that Leah? Ugly Monster actually takes a contact. Martial Artist has gone through 2 now with the Spectre. Finds himself a 3rd, but Stormy's able to at least make a little bit of space.
Well, that's a really nice grenade.
Which is some great utility aim. Just some really good idea of like where the preset throws would be towards likely locations of the enemies. Spoopers here takes out Pumpernickel. And now moving on forward, that's Leah doesn't really connect with anybody. Garrett wins out that duel though with Martial Artists. Now it's a 2 versus 1. They want to take this a little bit more slowly, see if they can get themselves a 2-on-1, maybe a double swing. Garrett takes the first, a body shot takes them out. The spray converts into a headshot on the second. Roge, nice.
Really nice round, actually, there. And, I mean, he just murks that final member. See, a stray bullet, kind of one of the fleeting ones with the spray control, but it still it embeds itself in his opponent's skull. And if it has the power to stop, why worry about what it hits? As we've got now a messy investment from Defiance. So we see that Judge out on Garrett, and on the Sage, that's definitely a weird choice of weapon to go for. However, we are at a sort of rank where it's no matter what gun you buy, as long as you can use it. And for JW, I like their sort of mob mentality of they just go with one another, they trade, they get some side plant, and they just win from there.
Yeah, J-Woo, they feel like they can win these gunfights. Martial Artist heading up high, coming in towards heaven. The spray is not precise. However, saved by the reload. The Sheriff ran out of bullets, so Ketamine going to be forced to back off. Now they have to deal with someone getting a little bit frisky right here. Resentful Angel looking in the wrong direction. And Garrett, well, they said, no, Kramer. I ain't having any of that. The Judge with the Sage is the perfect combination. Like fish and chips. Like bangers and mash. Like, well, apparently, J-Woo in hitting A site.
I mean, if it worked, why change it? Kukli Monster will be running straight into Weenpeen, who's just able to end it with a really, really clean round. Our second 4K from JW, win in just as many rounds. So I cannot wait to see just what Defiance bring out when they move to a strong investment here. Bear in mind that they're going to have a fair few ults of them very quickly, with 3 already on their top 3 members. Stormy's 1 away from hers. Kukli Monster is 2 away from his. JW, they've expended theirs sort of as they've come, so it means that theirs are going to have to be used a bit more frugally if they want to try and counteract the utility of Defiance. However, where Defiance have abilities, JW have guns, and right now they do out firepower because of that judge over on the stage.
Nice preset paranoia there, but I feel it was a touch too early, Kremer. No one was there to really take advantage of it. And Jwoo, while they were blinded, they decided just to hold back and not push over. Now they can have a reinforced push with this lockdown. Resentful Angel plays a little bit of space, takes the cubby. Froge falls down to Ketamine right here. No players have been detained, but the site has been gained. Looking for a wallbang here through the screens. They managed to lock on there to Resentful Angel, but they lock right back, and Ketamine loses out on that duel. 4 versus 4.
So much.
There's a nice resurrection. What is this, Garrett? They just lined up in front of the Vandal.
Whatever works for them.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, come have a look at this. Someone's firing at us with a rifle. Whoa, that's real cool, bro.
Yeah, they take it like troopers there, and I mean, hey, that's a very clean round for Defiance to take, and I'm glad that they were able to take this round. Bear in mind, they had very little money. If they'd had lost it, then JW would have been going, 5-6-0 up, at which point you sort of start getting to the stage where you have so much momentum that it doesn't matter if you're running into stacks, if you're running into players who know you're coming, you have enough confidence to sort of just take the man fight. For Defiance, they've got 3 ults left to still use. Stormy's going to get hers up pretty much instantaneously the second a stray kill kind of comes their way, or even if she just aggresses on A now. Bear in mind that JW are going for a bit of a mid-split to be here.
Yeah, the second with pressure's put out on B, I'd love to see her make a move for that orb at the outside of A. Just get that Empress, make it so that these doors are a little bit more advantageous. Garrett, with the old TikTok wall positioning, is going to be forced to back off from here for now. So much pressure has been sent over to... Ooh, nice little flick upwards from Spoipers. They've caught onto the second, but Pumpernickel unable to avoid that. It's an absolute massacre in mid. Jwoo have been kind of made fools of here as Defiance, who just take over all of this space. Winpin still has the spike in hand. Just the swing with the ADS. It's a unique approach, but hey, it worked out for the first 2 kills.
It's just occurred to me, Harry. It's an uwu in the middle, so it's uwoopers.
I believe that's an owo.
An owo. It's an owo and uwu. They're not the same thing.
I believe they are differentiated, but I would have to have someone who spends more time on the internet than me.
What's the difference between an uwu and an owo? Our producer's kindly on nice and as. Does our producer also know the difference between an uwu and an owo?
Michael, can you weigh in on the uwu owo argument? Spowopers. Caroline says Spowopers. I trust.
Yeah, Spowopers, yeah. That's some carrying hands. We'll be alright in Spowopers. JW, Eco comes out now, and the Kukli Monster, I think they're going to be ready to farm a bit of cash on these members.
Yeah, just going to be moving straight through them. It's easy body shots all the way through. That one was technically a wallbang, but the only wall that was presented was the Great Wall of Pumpernickel.
Wall of Flesh. Another 4K. It's like every player here is good enough for 4, but not quite enough for the ace. It's quite sad to see, actually, but what isn't sad is the amount of ults on this field. Stormy's still only 1 away from us. She's been 1 away for a good 5-6 rounds now. Just get the ult orb. Yes, hasn't died, hasn't seen anyone. It's like the life of an A anchor, isn't it? Exactly. You just don't get to do anything.
It's for Zom's life.
Yeah, my heart goes out to them because that isn't a pretty spot to be in. But at least your team's doing well. You've won the last 3 in a row, and got a bit of faith in them for a bit of aggression from Defiance now as they pushed away. And unfortunately for them, Kukli Monster once again has to try and hold this site single-handedly.
They've isolated Resentful Angel, but the spacing's good. Out comes the Showstopper. Clears the close angle that Kukli Monster previously held. Out comes the Leer. That's going to cover the usage of the Boombot, but Kukli Monster just tears on through. Resentful Angel's down. Someone needs to take out that Boombot. The assist isn't forthcoming. Martial Artist gets up on top of the advertisement, but is quickly put down in the grave. Pumpernickel can eventually manage to win this one out, but they just run into the sights of Ketamine. A spike is in the sights of the operator, and that is a very difficult position for Jwoo.
Well, this teleport could be the deciding factor here. Never mind. As Spoopers from behind. Good for the first. Should be
that's
all
a
down
reload.
for the killjoy. Missed shot there by Weenpeen. That's rough, missing a shot like that. You have also just fed the op to Defiance now, who having equalised.
In hand now?
Yeah, they're going for a double op setup, and they're looking to really convert a bit of momentum here. Stormy finally has that ult up though, so we'll see if the Reyna is going to be able to draw a bit of blood against Jwoo here, who still have 3 of their own ults to expend.
I don't think that Stormy's going to feel the pressure to use her ult in this round unless they lose out on their op-wielding counterparts, because they are going to be one of the primary close-range combatants with this rifle, right? Like, you're not going to be taking some aggressive retakes with operators, so I'd love to see Stormy hold that in reserve in case they need to retake a site, and she can really take advantage of the stimulated fire that gives. Ketamine misses the first shot. The lockdown comes down to try and clear A, but Resentful Angel has already fallen, and that means that it's a little bit less effective to try and push through these sites. Ketamine grabs the first. Garrett holding close here, waiting for the lockdown to ping. Garrett finds the spike, gets the second. Easily taken down. Look at all those assists as well coming through from Cookley Monster, and somehow Defiance, they've managed to turn this scoreline around. That's 5 in a row after 4 losses in a row. Very streaky.
Yeah, and you know, why not? A bit of streaking happens in games like these, and it's what it is. However, with security sort of dealing with it, we're gonna have to see how
Ketamine leading to streaking.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ketamine streaking kind of like just stands as they side by side. Yeah, they shouldn't really supersede each other. But Ketamine's actually the only person on Defiance right now who is going to have that ultimate ability ready to use. Alongside the op, I suspect the second he's pressured, he's just going to be ready to use it to get away. However, as long as he's at range, that op's ready to kill.
Hate it when it hits me in the Weenpeen.
The jokes write themselves, don't they?
Oh, Weenpeen is going to be brought back up right here. And Ketamine holds down the angle once more. They have actually got this Raze trapped in here, but now they're going to give up that angle, and the Raze might be able to escape with the assist of a blast pack.
It's actually a really good read by Ketamine here. Ketamine, he's got to be quick, as he's going to be holding this close angle for these 2 members ready to swing into him. Having read the rotation to A, it's good for 1. Weenpeen falls for the second time. It's game 4. Man, he's really not
up and down and
up and down. It's genuinely, it's all over the place at the moment. We've got Garrett actually going for a quick rotation, and this means that for a moment there's just nothing in mid, allowing Jwoo to sort of exploit that.
Cookley Monster here with the operator. Ooh, that's a lovely little fragment. They've got beautiful bounces, and they catch throws as well. They're not going to be coming back anytime soon. Ketamine wants to take the contact. They're not looking in the right direction, but the adjust on the aim and the right click is clean. 3 there for Ketamine off the back of their ultimate. And Defiance, they've got themselves a lead here. 6 in a row.
Pineapple is an absolute hero. Uwu is when your eyes are closed. Oh, woe is when your eyes are open.
Oh, yes, it's an emoji face, isn't it? Or like a assy face, whatever you'd call them.
I feel so old right now, Harry.
You're only, what, like 20?
How do you feel? You must feel ancient.
Yeah, I'm practically a fossil at this point. You give me a couple more years, I'll be condensed hydrocarbons.
We refer to the war, and you have to go, which war?
My war, back in my day. Oh, martial artist there. With the martial now. Manages to hit the body shot. Doesn't connect the head, but hey. Oh, through the smoke, through the wall, the headshot connects. Ketamine has no mercy. The Bulldog with a triple fire, taken down by Weenpeen. With the Sheriff, Weenpeen loves to lay down the law with that high caliber pistol. And Garrett now trying to catch people on the cross. Once more, Cookley Monster's taking people out with this fragment. They have been practicing these fragments. Weenpeen's picked up what martial artist could not. Unfortunately, face down with the op is just too difficult, Kramer.
Not much hits harder than Ketamine, that's for sure.
I can't believe a wall bang headshot through the smoke with the operator. Yeah. That is just all the levels of cheese. That is so much. That's so much cheese you could christen it Gorgonzola.
Yeah, it's only so much you can take, isn't there? I mean, fair enough.
It's a real mature Wensley over here.
If you get hit by a wall bang headshot through a smoke, at what point do you sort of just accept that's what your life now is? Because getting hit through the smoke's kind of tilting, getting hit through a wall's kind of tilting, but they cancel each other out, right? So you go, oh, it's alright. What it is what it is.
A wallbang headshot. Through a smoke.
I'm really happy with the Defiance as well, considering they aren't the superior rank at the moment. And the difference between gold and silver is pretty significant.
Alright, goes to Flash from Cookerly. We haven't seen a huge amount of those thus far, but they have been very on par when it comes to these fragments. That's going to be the first. And as Weenpeen made a move, it was a bullet to the head. Cookerly monster now. They're happy with the loot they've gained. Dare they double down? Surely not. There's a flash coming through. Martial Artist turns away. They're caught in the corner here with the slow. The flash comes on through, and Cookerly monster is going to be the victim of that. But two more think that they can get something done. Martial Artist just going to be sniped out of the air, and Froge. Oh my goodness. It's the Weepers. Just caught on their movement right there, and that's given over a little bit of space for Cookerly monster to be resurrected.
I love the continued aggression. I mean, Resentful Angel is good for one.
I've never seen a full team fight happen in this area, Kramer.
Yeah, this is weird, but I mean, sure, they're fighting for it. They eventually Jaywu kind of realize what's up. They take the rotation, they take the Exodus backs away, and Resentful Angel's just going to keep fighting them every time they peek him. Why not? Just punish shits. And because of that, we should see a fairly swift plant come out from Jaywu, as they were finally going to break that 7-round win streak of Defiance. They're in a position to do so.
Not going to plant at default. Onto either screens instead, maybe hoping that they can get control of Heaven for some post-plant positioning. And Froge is just tuck themselves up in cubby, grab a blanket, grab some cocoa. They're in here for the long haul. 45 seconds on the clock, 2 versus 3. This feels like where Jaywu could turn it around, but it is the last round of a half. No point in saving, so they don't need to worry about running away from that explosion.
Absolutely right. Slowly shifting their way into this, just hoping for a bad advantage, but right now, Jaywu doing a very good job at staying disciplined and hiding.
Ooh. Okay, Stormy takes out Froge, but she's getting very audacious. How did she get away with that? Pumpernickel falls down to Stormy. Can she get the third? Unfortunately not. Resentful Angel. She's going to come out on top in the Reyna versus Reyna. But how did Stormy get away with that dismiss?
I'm really, it's ambitious, isn't it? When you get up in the face of your opponents, they kind of panic a bit, don't they?
Yeah, it's the intimidation dismiss.
Have you ever had a spider run towards you?
No.
So when they're at arm's length, it's all right. So they get a bit closer, you start
when
panicking.
They charge.
Yeah, honestly, like it doesn't have to be a big one. Just if it charges you, the surprise alone is enough to sort of make you back off. And I like to think the same that was embodied there. Kind of got up in your face, kind of backed off a bit, didn't know what to do, and you just forgot how to wait. You kind of pressed mouse 1 out of panic rather than out of control.
I've got to admit as well, in these lower ranks, these are people who are likely a little bit newer to competition. Pressure of officials can very much mess with how you play the game compared to your regular form. And as much fun as it can be, sometimes that's for the best, sometimes it's not so much. Marshall going to be picking up that first here, but they're going to be traced out by Ketamine. We're down to a 4 versus 4. Ketamine trying to hold up Heaven. And once again, it is going to be trades. Refrags in both directions, 3 versus 3. Garrett wants to make sure that his elbow cannot be populated by potential retakes. And so they're going to block it off with the ice wall. That's an interesting smoke location.
Absolutely is. And Cookerly Monster's actually seen the rotation of the first member. So Jaywu, they're going to get very close here before Defiance realize how much pressure they're under.
Oh, Cookerly Monster falls on down. Resentful Angel thinks that she can do more, but Spowopa's going to find them on the way. Froge, I think they know that they've done enough, and Garrett is left alone on the site with a ticking time bomb. And you know what? Froge could even turn around. Ah, no point. Garrett's already dead to the spike. Yeah. Think of it, maybe they could catch him on the exit. I'm not sure what was saved there by Froge.
I guess armor, if anything. You spoke earlier about how these teams are fairly new to competition, and I'm very thankful that there is kind of space in competitions for newer teams like the NECC. Did I ever tell you about my first ever tournament as a player?
No.
So we were against a team called Binary Dragons in the first round of this open tournament, and me and my
that's a really cool team name.
it's an awesome team name. Me and my friends, we were like, yeah, it would be great. You know, we were hoping to sort of get 1 or 2 kills if we could, yeah, maybe kind of go to semi-finals. We'd never heard of the players we were against. We got completely ruined by them. That team, I'm not sure if you've heard of them, it's a niche indie org called Gambit, the current lineup. And they literally did inappropriate things to us. It was one of the most horrific games I've been in my life. I actually still wake up in a cold sweat from nightmares.
Thinking about what Gambit did.
It gets better, right? Our in-game leader, he overslept. We were just going through our Steam friends list trying to find someone to play, and eventually we found it's like one of my brother's school friends. And bear in mind, my brother wasn't playing, so I just randomly messaged one of his school friends to ask him if he would play. And we finally get him in. He reveals to us that he's like silver. Like, it's all right, as long as you're here. And we end up just getting destroyed by the current Gambit roster. It was.
I'm fairly sure both of these teams though are the full rosters, Kremer. None of your brother's school friends are currently in this lobby.
I would be really surprised, but at the same time, I would understand if there were. Like, they pop up in really weird places, so this could be it, you know? Like,
your brother's school friends always coming up in the weirdest places.
Yeah, well, yeah, American universities, right? So it could happen. It could happen. Get a beam. Get a beam.
Oh, hello, there's a hole in that wall. Pumpernickel's been caught on the cross. Alright, there is actually going to be a concerted effort here onto B site. They're going to pop that alarm bot any time now. There go the nano swarms. Damage going to be dealt to Garrett, and they've managed to get Stormy isolated by herself towards the back. There's a good spray from Ween Peen. Oh, what a transfer as well.
Yeah.
Cookily. For now, we're going to try and keep the site secure, but they've lost the spike here, Kremer. Ween Peen, we're going to spray again. Doesn't work out this time. Garrett with the judge, though, finds martial artist, and suddenly the advantage goes the way of Defiance. 2 versus 1, but they still don't have that spike.
Resentful's got quite a nice angle here. He knows they're going to be either going up this rope or through CT. They've been quiet for too long. Probably through CT. I mean, Garrett and Googly just to push straight into him. On the close angle, Resentful good for the first, sees the second. Oh, it's very messy, but he can get out of there. He get 47 HP left to him, so he can take a few bullets. And,
oh no,
unfortunately, he's missed it. Googly, he's just got to go fight. He's going to up the antics. He's going to go aggressive. It pays off, but I mean, that's like kind of slipping and falling off a skyscraper. That was there, just not taking the ball with him.
That was a recon slide.
that was. I'm glad he was able to recover that, because if he couldn't, that would have been really, really awkward.
Resentful did well to get her first frag there against Garrett. They definitely had the range advantage. Garrett was walking in with
got the Empress off it as well.
Aye. And maybe that Empress will be useful in trying to make some kind of retake happen. But that was a very laboured round, considering the advantage that Jwoo had for a while.
What I really like, actually, is Martial Artist right now. Her blast back usage has been great. Yes, it looks like there's lineups there, but a lot of the time it is just pure, unfiltered aggression. And, well, for Kesmina, we've been little trade to start the round off. Has Stormy trade in kind.
Trade isn't that bad, considering the weapon that was in hand. Ween Peen going in for a second. There's already been a little bit of damage done, but Stormy gets that automatic heal off the back of the Empress. Resentful Angel now. What's the plan with the Spectre? Unlikely to want to save this, in my opinion, but a 1 versus 3 is very difficult. Maybe exit frags would be more tempting than going for a full retake by themselves. They've spotted the head. Oh my goodness, you got to crouch there, Spawopers. Unfortunately, Resentful Angel isn't going to let any of that get away. They've caught Stormy as well. They're looking to try and take the swing. She's managed to get the first. There's the instant resurrection. You know what they say about vampires. They just don't die. And Garrett just has to run them down with the rifle. Resentful will walk away with a 4K for herself, but unfortunately not enough.
I suspect that res wasn't even needed. I think there would have been that bomb would have just went off on time anyway. But nonetheless, Defiance now 2 away from victory, as they've got an investment of their own. We see Phantoms out here or there. Resentful Angel does have that ult. Ween Peen ready to lock down anywhere he chooses to attack from. Ween Peen, it's like
Just close enough, Harry, but it's not quite there. It's a wonderful name. I love my job sometimes.
She's given us a gift.
Yep. With great power comes great responsibility, Harry.
And we have nothing responsible in our veins. Stormy's already taken a little bit of damage here, and Weenpin's decided, you know what? You execute on B site here. I'm going to have to say no, chaps. Head off back. Oh, and as Stormy's on her way out, Weenpin grabs the intercept. Let's give it another go, shall we?
Do they give it another go?
No,
They
Defiance
made a lot of
decide,
noise
you know
getting
what?
out of there.
I've had enough. Yeah, they've been very overt with leaving. I wouldn't mind if they doubled back now, considering how noisily they left, but they know that mid is watched at the moment by Ketamine, so they will be able to catch potential movement through here if they want to take the quick way through ropes.
Let's be honest, Harry, drug-related jokes don't have much substance.
You are the worst person in the world.
I was trying really hard not to laugh at my own joke before I actually finished saying it. That's bad, man.
Wipers here. Oh, they miss out on that first. Weenpin gets... However, they are traded out here by Ketamine. Martial artist with the martial in hand. The artistry is strong, earning those degrees in art, some would say, but Cookley Monster just devours their way through. No room for extra biscuits. I'm busy eating flesh. And Cookley, they've popped out the null command. Pumpernickel's all by herself. Garrett plays in the corner. Spray isn't quite good enough. Cookley picks up their fourth. Defiance. Despite being our lower ranked team here, they are now on map point.
They're looking pretty strong, aren't they? I'm really impressed with them at the moment. And I mean, for Jay, unfortunately, we are going to see what has to be a significant comeback if they want much hope here. But it's doable. I mean, there's hope, Harry. I'm not ruling them out yet, but they're against a fairly strong Kukli Monster and Ketamine right now. Granted, once again, I think Ketamine known for being strong, but I guess in this case, he's kind of represented.
However, for those of you who don't know about our format, this is the best of 3. It isn't going to be all over after this first one, no matter who takes it. Defiance looking to move quickly onto this. What a pinch there onto Froge. They never saw it coming. Is it Froge's chair? I don't know, but you're going to have to take a seat. You got to watch Jaywu try and keep this series alive off the back of... Oh my goodness, Marshall. They're not too clean on the spray, but hey, kill's a kill. In the midst of that, Ketamine managed to pick up a frag. It's now 2 versus 4. They're both coming from the same direction. It's going to be so much to deal with already. How? What? How did that miss? Oh my goodness, Viper. Go and buy a lottery ticket or something, because the luck is just unbelievable. Stormy grabs the last frag, and she's going to bring Defiance to the victory.
That's game over. They've just made the lobby wrong, is what we're hearing. Well, there you have it. That's going to be a very swift end to our first map. And I tell you what, Harry, it's been a fun one. I do enjoy casting these sort of competitive teams. Don't dare I say less competitive, but
I mean, it's got to be a great boon to Defiance as well as a team, considering they are yet to win a map. That was their first map win in the NECC. And considering they're coming in as a bunch of silver players, this might be one of your earlier experiences with competitive Valorant or competitive gaming in general. That's got to be a huge boon for this team, and they must be feeling elated right now, heading onto Cloud9, going into our second map. On the other side, Johnson & Wales University, still with 0 map wins, but we know that this series, it's supposed to be very close. And to be fair, Johnson & Wales, they started off very well. They gained 4 rounds in a row on their attack at the beginning, and then it felt like Defiance kind of figured out the secrets. They downloaded all the cheat codes. They put in the old Tekken mishmash, and then they figured out the secrets. But we need to see Johnson & Wales continue to iterate on what they're doing, because after they win those first rounds, when they get momentum going, they need to keep Defiance guessing. Otherwise, Defiance are just going to figure you out. And if you keep doing these same things, Defiance will continue to win out gunfights.
Absolutely right. We're actually going to see if they're going to be figured out in our next map, which will be in about 5-10 minutes. Trust me, you do not want to miss this series. It's definitely going to be a fun one. We'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Defiance College have just won their first map of all of NECC, Crema. And you know what? Johnson & Wales, they want to do the same. They're sitting at 0 map wins, 0 series wins.
Yeah.
But we are in a best-of-3 series. They are not dead yet, and they still can claim that first map, and even that third series. And to do that, Crema, we're going to be heading over to Ascent.
Tell you what, Ween Peen's teams of Reckless Machines is really going to have to try at least win one map. At least break that egg.
Can I get a new casting partner? Who do I talk to about that?
Hey, look, I think it'll be great. I mean, this has been a fun series. I want them both to win a map. I want them to at least have something to show for it. The Fires College, they actually played out their minds earlier on Split. For JWoo, their approach to the map was to just go as 5 and then trade one another once you hit a site. And of course, it does work when you, for the first couple of rounds, because you do just catch your opponents off guard. But what it meant is that the second anywhere the map was quiet, the Fires just pushed it, because it was just easily clear. So it looks like we should have JWoo defending this opening map, or this second map of the series. And honestly, I really hope that they're able to find a bit more rhythm than they were on Split, because I want them to do well at Harry.
I imagine Weenpeen is going to be sticking to the big turret machine that is Killjoy as well, because Killjoy is remarkably useful on Ascent, especially with some of the nasty little turret spots that you can use, especially on B site. You can have it up on top of the boxes with some partial cover. On things like pistol rounds, it becomes incredibly difficult to deal with that turret. It takes a significant expenditure of ammo and time in the kill zone as well. So we might see a little bit of an advantage built up early by a specialist Killjoy. I'm not sure to what degree Weenpeen flexes their agent pool, because of course we've only really witnessed one series from this team.
Yeah, absolutely right. And as you mentioned, Weenpeen has been leaning to the more defensive operators, so hopefully we'll be able to see them in this map as well. As you mentioned, they do prefer the Killjoy. I wouldn't mind seeing them on something that has a bit more aggressive util. For instance, a Sky, just because the extra flash means that they can try and go for a bit more defending aggression. And that is really what gave Defiance their success on our opening map. For now, though, once we see the hero section, we'll be able to really decide who's positioning where and what we can expect in terms of aggression.
We have confirmed it is indeed spoopers as well. the W is silent, said nobody in a real word ever, but spoopers, also known correctly as spoopers.
Does this make your English degree cry? In fact, what's the point in an English degree where we can read ketamine, spoopers, and Weenpeen for a couple of hours each day?
Ah, yes, my degree being put to great use. Luckily, all of these collegiate players are going to be picking up something a little bit more valuable as well as their competitive experience here. Spoopers has moved over to the Astra. Some would say the most advanced of the controllers, and certainly one of the most useful. It is going to rely on a lot of good communication from a team to be able to remotely trigger that utility at the proper timing to really mess with JWoo.
No, you're absolutely right. And what I was also really impressed with was Kukli Monster last map. And his success, it wasn't necessarily in flashy plays, but he was so good at holding an angle, getting a kill, falling back to another angle, getting another kill, and making himself so difficult to kill, unless we have martial artists, for instance, who just double blast packs to get straight into his face. And that can only work so many times because he's just going to play further back and then play further angles. So I was really impressed with Kukli Monster, and hopefully he can mimic that success over on Ascent. To apologize, we'll split our opening map as, well, it looks like it's kind of same same characters, apart from Spoopers, who's got that Astra.
Yes, and swap from a KO to the Sova. Of course, Sova, one of the lesser used agents on Split. Split is really the only map where Sova does not get consistent use, although we yet to see a pro meta really crystallize for Fracture, and that might actually be a area where we see a little bit less of the Sova. Kukli Monster now going to be having a little bit more direct recon rather than the inferred reconnaissance that's given off of KO's knife, which just gives you approximate numbers. Each has their own kind of advantages.
You're absolutely right. And I'm really interested to seeing how this pistol round pans out. Bear in mind that the Defiance have only got 2 players with armor, so massive use on investment. And they're looking to just push this B site. There's a fairly heavy Killjoy setup there. They've also got the Reyna able to assist them, but Resentful, he's playing more of a reactionary position rather than an attacking one. As Weenpeen, he sees them coming.
Oh, Weenpeen's already done plenty of damage here. Stormy,
Ooh.
she's caught out. Some hot feet given. And Resentful Angel, she's catching ketamine when the communication starts to break down. Martial Artist piles on. She throws out a grenade. She's caught one. Spoopers. Or Spoopers. Falling on down. No more smokes. Garrett's all by themselves. Oh, okay, they all turn into the wrong area, and that means that Martial Artist is going to fall. But fairly clean from Jwoo to start off, but this is what happened on Split Crema. They started off clean there as well. Can they expend this or extrapolate it to a whole game?
I hope so. I do hope so. That was actually a really solid defense as well. That setup from Weenpeen was extremely, extremely effective. And sure, he only got 2 kills, but the damage he actually did to the others was enough to pretty much set up that round. I mean, the kill onto Spoopers, or Stormy, sorry, meant that the rest of them just had to completely circumvent that angle of attack. They went straight past both. They went straight into CT, where Resentful Angel was just waiting, and it was easy kills for him. Early trade at mid, though, means that for a 4-on-4, Ketamim's going to look to aggress and maybe even pick up that Marshal.
Pumpernickel in Garden at the moment. Might actually have some visitors. There is going to be significant movement through, but seeing that wall there, it seems like Defiance not keen on making a bunch of noise to move on through that. Instead, they cut noise and they start moving around the long way, but remember, they've lost a huge amount of control in this area, so they're going to have to clear a lot of angles, and that's going to impede the speed of their hit on A.
Froge, the only man to be in position to stop them here. Squiggly Monster, this lurk in mid, may have to be as effective as possible. Actually, Defiance ignoring the ultimate orb there. That's interesting.
Giving it away, they prefer the speed. Froge teleporting up out of the smoke, in fact, despite deciding that cover... That's something that other people worry about, you know? Because aim is all that Froge wants to worry about. That was some clean hits there onto Spoopers. Stormy, she had the Marshal in hand, but unfortunately was unable to connect the shots. Oh, Froge, they've got some clean aim on them, don't they?
They do, and I mean, aim is good, and cover not even needed. It's cover is subjective, Harry. I mean, it's all things considered. If bullets go through it,
why would I want cover? That just hides them from me.
Exactly. It's like we're surrounded, those poor buggers. Like, in this case, Defiance College now with another really heavy setup outside A. It looks like they might be able to pivot the odd player into mid. But the reality is this is going to be another test of Froge's skill. We'll have to see if we see some ambitious teleports to try and outmaneuver this side again.
I would have liked to have seen Spoopers set up some like dummy stars here over on B. They've double smoked A now. And that is maybe isolating Froge for a moment. Still as for Spectre, up on high ground. They were deadly here last time. It's a messy movement, very noisy as they move onto the site. The door gets closed, but instantly broken on down. Pumpernickel runs out of ammo at the inoptimal time, and Cookily Monster just tears on through. That's 2 kills to him already. Resentful Angel has fallen. Martial Artist, she's up high. Weenpeen playing it down low. But 2 versus 5. Here's a bonus, so they can just try and play for their lives here. They swap out to a Marshal instead of a Spectre. There we go. Back to a better brawling weapon, but maybe hoping they could get an early peek here. Weenpeen. That smoke refreshed. Does mean that they stay isolated, and they are going to stay dead as well as Spoopers picks that one up. And Defiance, unsurprisingly, on their first buy round here, they're going to walk away with a dub. But Jwoo, they haven't been able to convert any of these bonus Spectres into kills.
What's more impressive from Defiance, actually, is in taking their first round, they do it keeping all 5 members alive. That's going to really give them the economic injection that allows them to keep these Phantoms in circulation. What's confused me is that's twice now they've pushed into A long without getting the ult orb. And that could be the difference between, you know, Ketamine Swoopers or Garrett. They could all be 1 away. In fact, they would have their ult now because they would have that 3rd one in A long for them to take. So a kind of weird selection from them there.
Seems like Defiance for now. They're very happy to just continue pressuring A. They've got a lot of utility to try and keep this area locked down, especially with their smokes from the Astra. They've already double smoked it. Maybe a little bit ahead of the curve here. And it's already dragged over some early presence from Jaywu. They have 3 people here waiting. Valir isn't shot. They see Stormy. And now they're going to be tagged as well by this owl drone. Pumpernickel needs to be very careful on this engagement. They've been discovered and they may need to reposition. But however, they've lost control of Gardens. Ketamine's moving through here under the cover of the smoke. They know exactly where Pumpernickel is. They've been pinged before. They don't check that corner again. How does Pumpernickel get away with it? She's a master of stealth. It's the only possible explanation. They just donned the cloak of invisibility. And how was that not checked by Ketamine?
A steel, nerves of steel that was. And I mean, that takes a lot of mental fortitude to know that they know you're there, to know they're probably going to try and kill you, and then just not move, to stand your ground and not let anyone past you.
Surely they think that I'm going to move because they know that I know that I'm here.
And that is, honestly, one of the smartest players I've seen all tournament.
That's psychology. However, element of surprise, it's all gone. Damage going to be taken here. Those double nanoswarms actually bisected the attacking Defiance. Weenpeen picks up the first, and now they can deal with Garrett. They no longer have the turret there, so the crossing is going to be a little bit freer. But Garrett, they get the knife out, they go for a jog, and unfortunately, it's like a jog in Glasgow. Just does not end well.
I feel like we're the only ones who get that reference in an American tournament, Harry.
Yeah, that's just for you, Krems.
I appreciate that. I think any other country, if they had something called the Ice Cream Wars, that truly would sort of reflect their people, wouldn't it? I bet Ketamine was there. I bet he was there for the Ice Cream Wars.
An equal prevalence of knives and weapons as you'd find on a jogging Glasgow as well.
Yeah, they'll probably find vandals just lying around. I mean, if anyone is planning on visiting Glasgow, don't.
Try Edinburgh.
Yeah. If you're planning on crossing the ponds, turn left to Greenland.
Advisable. Angel. She's going to take first contact, but Ketamine with a stinger. Intimidating already. This would be a massive duel for Ketamine to win. Stinger versus Vandal, entry versus entry. They take the swing. Valir is good. Resentful Angel has lost most of her eyesight, but Weenpeen's there to try and clean it on up. There is the crunch all over mid. Defiance were low on their armaments, but they weren't low on audacity. However, Jaywu punished that. What a swing from Weenpeen.
I think Weenpeen's my new favourite player.
You know what?
Yep.
Maybe. If they can turn this match around, you reckon we could make a play? But player of the week, Weenpeen.
I feel like we come on, Weenpeen, please do something good to be player of the week. We need to see this name more often.
Weenpeen, rising star of NECC.
the rising member. Defiance. Now with early aggression in mid.
No! That is such unfortunate timing. Kenamime's going to get away with that one. Martial artist now sent out the boom bot. Does manage to outdoor Stormy. He's going to be unhappy about that, especially considering the catch that they got. Resentful Angel now. Looking to take the contact out of market. Waiting for an alert from that alarm bot, most likely. Because they didn't have mid covered. How do they not have mid covered? Martial artist was there. They send out the showstopper. They're trying to... Oh my goodness. Clip it and ship it. Anti-air knives. A Stinger missile off the kitchen.
That is nuts. However, Weenpeen, he's elsewhere. She's just completely shut down any attack to B. So while Ketamine had a solid round, it doesn't matter. You know, the rest of the team's dead, and they've just got to go and save this op. And it's less saving the op for Defiance, more making sure Jaywu don't get a hold of it, because Jaywu, they prove to be a team that doesn't shy away from a double op setup. And on this map in particularly, when you're able to have one op in mid, one on A, means you can focus on having a 3-man stack on B, which just wipes the floor with any kind of mass attack. And considering how Defiance have sort of revealed themselves as a team that likes stacking up, the running into a 3-man commitment is going to be really tough to break.
What I'm really looking forward to, though, Kremer, is seeing how Jaywu deal with losing a round.
Yep.
Because last time they lost a round on split, it broke them.
Yep.
After that, it crumbled. However, we see on our scoreboard here what we'd call like the classic Valorant. Pistol round winner gets the anti-eco, they win that round, then on their bonus, they lose to the rifles, and then they can buy back in, and they win that round. After that, JWoo have yet to be broken, but now we're in the swing of the game where the economy is vaguely solid. They've got a couple of lost rounds in their bank still. If they end up losing to something like a massive op round, will they be able to recover?
I think there's just enough economy there, but what I like actually is there's a lot of ults usage ready for Defiance. I mean, that Astral Divide is going to be so important, and I think that is mainly going to be the ability that sort of dictates how this round plays.
May well be the case. Queenpeen, still on B. I doubt we're going to see her move very early in the round until there's something like a guaranteed spike plant. Just staying in range of all this utility is so imperative. He's going to move towards CT, though. Interesting creep here, but Queenpeen has taken this swing before. It will be with Aaliyah as well. This could be a deadly combination of utility. But for now, managed to slow it down a touch. Queenpeen's going to return towards the site. That boombot is avoided.
That's a lot of players in CT spawn right now, as JWoo going to really...
round start, Kremer?
It looks like it's round start. Look at the 4 players on this kind of back line. And all it takes is a straight hit to B. Bear in mind, Queenpeen not smoked off, though. We've seen how deadly she can be. She's going to prove it now.
Down go those nano swarms. Damage done to Spoopers, and Queenpeen catches Cookley Monster as they are running. They just have not looked for Queenpeen, but they will find Froge. Unfortunately, the duel is not easily winnable, and Ketamine is once more gonna be forced to wait it out in T-spawn. Like, yo, this op, I don't know if it's got any kills yet, but it's certainly staying around. It's about a long life, not necessarily a fun life, Kremer. This is the kale shake of operators.
I mean, we like using this term. That's an heirloom at this point, isn't it?
It is an heirloom operator.
You reckon
it's
like
not an
5
heirloom
rounds?
that's been passed down for like glory. It's an heirloom that's been passed down because hey, this is going to be worth a lot.
Yeah, a bit of great uncle won't let go of it until he's dead. And in this case, that's definitely Ketamine. Bear in mind, he's actually used his knife, so he's just straight back down to 0 on that. But the fight, so 4 ults now ready to be used. They've got to dump them at some point. They can't keep holding on to it. We've seen I believe the Sova ult, that's been ready to use for Cookley for a good, maybe 5 rounds now.
I think Cookley is probably waiting for the lockdown. With that, just try and break it through some walls, easily cancel out that ultimate, and maybe stop a retake that JWoo would be looking for. For now, to stack towards A, and even Queenpeen appears to have got the read on this. I believe they are actually out of range of their alarm bot, but they still have their turret active, so they can just play down mid here.
Last time we saw this site attacked, Pumpernickel proved to go huge, actually, and it was that kind of off angle, that masterful sort of out positioning that gave him that advantage. Ketamine, though, he's out looking for an advantage in mid.
Queenpeen, going to be very loud as they cross this. They are actually going to check it here. Ketamine.
Oh,
no, the timing just isn't good enough. They put down a cloudburst, but it's not enough to save their life. That heirloom op is down on the ground. There needs to be an operation to potentially rescue that. Garrett clears through this area with the judge. They don't pick up. I think there might have been a rifle there, but they might have given it over to their teammate instead. Stormy, she's gone huge. Picks up Froge, the Spectre, with the bonus fire rate. It's an unwieldy weapon if you don't hit the first shot, but she connects it well. Martial artists, dare they try and duel out on the site? Queenpeen has bought out the lockdown. And it seems like at this point, there's no point in trying to take it down with a Hunter's Fury. You simply don't have time. Have they gathered the operator is the question.
Are we going to see the heirloom op continue its legacy? Yeah, Cookley has it.
I think that's the first kill with the operator as well, and it wasn't even Ketamine's.
That's sad, isn't it? I mean, what's interesting?
Cookley's now just taking it. They're off.
Yeah.
This is mine now.
He's not allowed anymore.
Have a stinger.
There's been 4 rounds now that JWoo have won by timeouts. That's incredible. We usually see 4 rounds in a series where it's won by timeout. the fact we've seen it in the last 5 rounds is incredible to me. But guess I mean, judging by the fact he's lost that up, he's now going, okay, now I can play aggressive. Stinger comes out. I suspect we're going to see him just bolt into a position to try and get an early kill.
So many timeout rounds. You sure this isn't CIS Valorant? A Gambit back from terrorizing Kremmer's nightmares.
Oh no, that Gambit, they showed us no respect. That game was over in like 10 minutes, if that. Like it was, like let's not pretend that Gambit are going to treat us the same way they would treat like Liquid or something like that. No,
Trying to deal with a turret with a Stinger is so annoying. Resentful Angel.
Yeah.
They are going to win out their duel, but not without a little bit of damage taken off the back of that shock dart. So, oh my goodness. Spoopers just caught out.
So good.
Like, this gauntlet of utility on B is just unbreakable. And I feel like at the moment, Defiance, they may be regretting leaving that KO on the table. They swapped Cookley Monster over onto the Sova. Maybe they could have done that is going to check the cubby. Isn't going to check the rest of the site, though. At least they know the nanostorm grenades are gone. Barrett, are they going to want to check this swing? Oh, the refrag is not great. They could be swung on here by Weenpeen. She's going to grab herself for 8-1. Jay-Woo are back.
Weenpeen with a clean routine, tearing through the scene.
She's just a B-site queen.
A B-site queen, like a Marine, is able to go through them, clearing 15 kills, as she now sits in 18, spearheading the kill count right now. And for Defiance, I think they don't really have a solution. They don't really know how to kill her. How can they intervene?
How do they break the gauntlet of Killjoy utility? Maybe the answer could lie in shock darts. They can do damage to the alarm bot and to the nanoswarms. Because you know that this B alley is continually being assaulted. Pumpernickel playing in the corner again. Gets one. Refrag's good, but that's going to hand over a Vandal. Almost a direct hit there with a grenade, but Martial Artist already picked up 2. Resentful Angel just trying to run and gun their way through here. Martial Artist finds a 3rd. And despite the speed and ferocity of Defiance, he just cannot outdo Martial Artist, who... They have had a bit of a quiet round.
Yeah.
But it's because... The kills have been democratically communist kills, you know? Everybody gets them when it comes to A. But on B, Weenpeen just tears through everybody. No one else really gets a chance to defend B because Weenpeen's just done it all already, and it makes everyone else seem a little bit more quiet by comparison. Defiance have had a messy attack half here. Maybe they can try and bring it back on their defense. They're hoping for 9-3, but if I'm honest, I don't think it's going to happen.
I actually really worry for Defiance. They still have that Sova and Killjoy out. Finally see the Astral Divide, but Pumpernickel, a position that's really worked for them in the past, they're going to try and do so again now. There's a swing from Froge, instantly caught out, may give Defiance that maybe air of responsibility.
Stormy being gone makes things difficult. Pumpernickel in their signature corner. Weenpeen's grab 2. It's not just B-site where I'm the killer queen, baby. I can also roll over onto A. Jay-Woo, 10-1. They have not left their foot off the gas, and I was wondering what would happen when they lost a round, Kremer, but to do that, after a streak, you got to start losing a round, and it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, this is... I mean, we spoke about how that first map was streaky. This isn't so much streaky, more dominant, and...
more struck.
Yeah, backhanded, straight through the first half.
Dueling glove.
Yes, I mean, he's having to spearhead the kind of kill count for Defiance, but he's doing so on, I think, 5, 6, 7, 8 kills. Like, it's not a lot to work with. And Jay-Woo, they're at this position where even if they kind of run into stats... Yeah, exactly. Get that. Yeah, he opens though, that helps.
Oh, well, the drone didn't go high enough, but it seems like Defiance are definitely up to the tempo a little bit. They've managed to get onto A here, and they've got themselves a numbers advantage. Couple looted rifles on top of that. A lockdown in hell at the moment. A very rare position to see one of these in a post plant. This could be wallbanged, potentially, but... Oh, while Marshall does that, he just releases their location to the public, and Ketamine takes them down. Defiance...
On the topic of ketamine, I actually have a drug-related joke. Would you like to hear it?
I would not, Kremer.
Yeah, you would not. Okay. It's not too bad, but we'll have to. That was my check to see if it's allowed. All right, it's not allowed.
I'm gonna X-nay on that.
That's a swift cull to the the poorly tasted joke. We're not going to be on this again, are we?
We're so fired. But it's okay, because I'm fired up for Jaywoo. Remember, this could be their first map win in the NECC. They went 0-2 versus Samford Gamers, 0-2 versus TN Purple. They forfeited against URG Black, 0-2 versus Clark Grey. They stand 3 rounds away, Kremer, from winning their first map.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And around here, it looks like there's only one player in the whole server who's actually gone for armor. I believe that's Resentful Angels. So they're really going to have to lead this charge to a Defiance. They actually have a very nice kind of bait setup here where no one's going for the initial info.
Resentful just close that on their teammates.
Shut the door on the teammates.
I don't need your help. Stormy's still alive on this site. She's being a little bit guerrilla warfare, and she's doing quite well off the back of it as a guerrilla. Coming out strong, Ketamine joins the fray, looking for the defuse already. That door is still closed, but Froge unperturbed. They just carve on through, and Jaywoo, now they're going to be able to get themselves an anti-eco. Defiance might be forced to buy up into this.
That closing the door on a teammate there was just incredible. I like how we saw, I believe it was Weenpeen actually, like duck their head under the door just the last moment to get through. I think it was Froge. Just wasn't allowed in. Just this is a
final go
VIPs
all the way back
only.
around.
Yeah. 11-2, Harry. Do you see a comeback from Defiance? Do you see it happening?
Honestly, it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah.
All odds would say no. 99% Jaywoo pick up their first map of the competition right here. Stormy's playing the same angle. It wasn't checked before. Will they be more informed this time around? They're actually within a smoke at the moment. That makes things a little bit easier. Gravity well, gonna drag people in, but it does not stop the plant. Stormy's still playing behind this area. Spoopers picks up one, but Froge with the Spectre at the back has a great bunch of sight to play with. Stormy's caught out in their smoke. She's gonna fall down, and Jaywoo find themselves on a map point.
That was actually some really solid positioning on Defiance's behalf to actually get those pistols that close to the Spectres. In any other world, 2 or 3 bullets would have absolutely changed the outcome of that round here. But Harry, on the topic of bullets, Kukli, he's got quite a few with that Odin. I'm looking forward to seeing this get used. And look at the stack on A for Defiance. Is this a gentleman's agreement to just fight on A? Or is this like a masterful read?
There is nothing gentle about a buy that has both a Bucky and an Odin.
That is a threatening appeal, isn't it?
Such a dichotomy of armaments. A huge play down mid here, potentially. They could split to B and find a deserted site. It's going to be quite ostentatious in their movement. Very loud here, and it is going to be a split. Maybe a tiny bit of info there, gathered by the defensive jet. The spike, however, is on B. It's a freebie, boys and girls.
I mean, Defiance, they sort of rolled the dice with that. Unfortunately, I don't know if Jay will actually have an IGL. More they sort of just play how it is and sort of call as they go. But either way, whoever called to just turn to B, incredible read on their part. And as Defiance find themselves in a retake, the Odin going to try and open it up.
Recon solid. Weenpeen moving out first. 11 HP left on Cookley Monster. Run and gun, baby. I've got weapon penetration for days. It's come down to a 3 versus 3. Garrett's going to try and make something work with the Bucky, but at the moment you're just playing spotter for the big old gun. Stormy's going to be a little bit late to join them at the moment. They've got eyes on the Odin, but Resentful Angel's got eyes on the Commute. The Bucky comes out again, but you're going to need more than Buckshot to move through this moose. Jaywoo pick up their first map of the tournament, and we have got ourselves a 3-map series.
I'm really, really happy that both teams were able to get a map, actually. And what it means as well is we get to see our 3rd map of Icebox. That's going to be a great map, especially when you consider how fast these teams play against one another. So this is really actually quite an exciting series, and I personally cannot wait to see it develop.
I want to see if we are going to have Vipers confirmed on Icebox, because we have not seen them yet. But then again, they haven't been overly popular on these last two maps. It's going to really shift up the dichotomy to deal with those toxic screens, and we'll have all the answers to the questions of Kremer and I and you guys in the audience when we come back from this break.
Hello. Welcome back. We have got two of our, at least in my personal opinion, favourite teams playing now. We've got Defiance College versus JWoo of Valorant in yellow. This is going to be an absolute classic matchup on our final map of Icebox. Both teams were able to secure their first map win of the tournament in this series. I'm pretty bloody happy about that. Unfortunately, one of them does need to emerge victorious, and I can't talk through it alone. I'm Newcastle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how you feeling about this one?
I think you hit the nail on the head that these guys are very quickly becoming some of our favorite teams. They aren't in our top division. They haven't won a series yet between them, but they play with a huge amount of character and just so much fun. There's a bonhomie about them that I just adore. We're going to Icebox now, and we are going to see the Vipers. Weenpeen is going to whip out their poison, and it's going to be Cookley Monster who goes up against them.
Poisoned Weenpeen. That's a scary thought, isn't it? Do you not want to step in that acid? However, we won't be seeing Weenpeen's Viper under the spotlight yet. It's more going to be Kukli Monster, who's the one you have to worry about, because it's the defending Vipers that always have that strain on them. So I'm really interested to see how he positions himself, how he stops the attacking side of Defiance, I believe it is on the attack. Sorry, JWoo is on the attack. So I'm really going to hope that we don't see what happened on Split, where it was just such a one-sided game that we sort of didn't really get to see a defending side from JWoo.
Resentful Angel moving away from Arena for the first time. Stormy, she seems to be Arena main, sticking to it. The Jet here, going to be very interesting. We know that Icebox has some really nice sightlines in it. It's an op paradise. And Ketamine versus Resentful Angel will likely be a late game duel, op versus op, that needs to be thought about. There's going to be a slight rush here over towards B. They are going to be cut off here by the Venom Wall. Garrett, we're going to try and catch some people who might have been given a vulnerable. That's a nasty right click. Pumpernickel finds out the hard way that you don't mess with Garrett on B long.
You don't want to mess with Garrett at all. Kukli Monster, he's going to be able to take the next crack at it. Swinging straight into Weenpeen, able to get one. Oh, he even doubles down there. Gets to be saving him. He's Kukli Monster swinging out like a Ferrari there. He's going to be able to finish off Martial Artist. And no art will save you there, buddy. As Defiance, they go 1-0 up, showing that JWoo aren't going to be able to mimic the success they just had on our aforementioned map.
Feast for Kukli Monster. They eat through JWoo yellow. And this is actually, I think, the first pistol round, or the first round, maybe the first pistol round overall, that we've seen JWoo lose. Because they won the beginnings of both Ascent and Split, and now Defiance have managed to flip the script here a little bit. And they should have an easier time in this second round off the back of a Force Buy.
That is naughty.
Vandal!
That is a naughty shot there, and, well, for JU...
See me after class.
Yeah, behave yourself. Don't do that in front of the other pupils. And now Defiance, I would argue...
They've walled off Ketamine, or Resentful Angel, rather. You're in this alone, pal. And
good luck, buddy.
You're going to be staying there alone. JWoo, kind of weird use of their utility here. They might have been trying to get like a free plant at the back of that wall, and they were just hoping that Resentful would be able to clear out a bunch of space here. Martial Artist can't do too much with the classic. A little bit of a weird round from JWoo, but hey, it was only classics. What are you going to do? They're worrying about this round, a rifle round. And Resentful isn't actually going to be able to buy a full complement here. This is, I wonder what they bought in the previous round. Maybe just looking for an upgrade like a Sheriff or something, but this isn't ideal for their buy.
And while it isn't ideal, it's still a buy. I mean, having 3 rifles over on JWoo means that they are going to be almost mimicking the investment of Defiance. So the economic pillow almost that Defiance have means that they might be able to go a bit more aggressive with this. Ketamine gonna go for that one tap he went through it for earlier, and he gets bloody close. He gets the kill anyway. This time though, he may overstay his welcome.
Same angle, same result. Gets out scot-free, but Weenpeen gonna make sure that Stormy pays the price for her compatriot's audacity. Could be a full send here. Onto A. The defensive utility is still set up on B. So it's going to be all about winning gunfights here for Defiance if they want to stop this plant coming through. Garrett's already taken a huge amount of damage. Spoopers, a little bit messy on the spray, but Ketamine's picking up a little bit more than they bargained for. 3 kills already. Garrett with the Guardian. Martial Artist left alone in a 1 versus 1 against Cookley Monster, who has a full complement of both health and armor and still has their wall available as well. And this spike hasn't been planted. So Martial Artist, it's all on them.
Was he seen by Cookley on that angle? He must have been, right?
I don't know. Cookley hopefully has been fed back information from their team that the spike has been dropped in A. Oh no. They're heading over to B. I don't know if they knew that the spike was dropped. Martial Artists now, they're going to be forced to make a play for time because it's only 20 seconds left. But they will just be able to plant this for free, presumably. I think they may have heard a couple of Vandal shots, a couple of pre-fires from Martial Artists, which she's put out over here. But now they're going to be forced to make the plant, set it up in default. They will be able to set up their toxic screen here to at least slightly obfuscate their approach. Playing in secret right now is Martial Artist. Oh, I think they may have seen... They've seen the feet! Cookley Monster finds the headshot. Martial Artist, unfortunately for her, is unable to convert.
That was a really messy round from both sides, actually. A bit of a miscom from Cookley Monster's teammates, actually, to not say that the bomb's down. More importantly, I think if he'd extended, or she'd extended a bit further, she'd have actually seen the spike. And then, once again, when I believe it was Martial Artist crossed on that line of vision, no reaction at all from Cookley Monster. And once again, neither from the teammates who didn't quite get the communication in there. What it meant, though, for Martial Artist is that there was a miscom when I think Cookley Monster was actually a bit slow and shifting when they were in the attacking spawn. So that also would have been heard. Again, really big miscom and a very messy round. However, luckily for JWoo, they are still with enough money.
Same angle, Kremer. Same angle, same results. 3 rounds in a row. Ketamine has got it done. We need to see some countermeasures here. A wall, a smoke, a flash. Something to stop Ketamine from just sniping for free. It was body shots with a Vandal before, body shot with the Operator this time around. And JWoo once again are moving into an icebox round with only 4 players. Stormy haven't been taken out from mid yet. Pushing their luck right here as Martial Artist. However, they managed to win out the duel afterwards. Dimensional Drift going to be used. Going to be a lot of scouting that's achieved here on A. However, Ketamine has seized away some of this space. And A is going to be given away, but not before a lot of this positioning is going to be secured. A huge pinch coming in.
A massive flankers really just left them almost reeling from this. And, well, for Cookley Monster, onto Froge there. That kill, while effective, has left Martial Artist in a 1v2 with very limited HP.
Martial Artist doesn't want to run that Nano Swarm with a limited amount of health they have. There's the tap as it comes through. There's a good swing. Martial Artist, she could be on deck for an ace here. Does Cookley Monster dare use a Viper's Pit? Seems unlikely. Oh my goodness! Cookley Monster converts it into a 4, denies Martial Artist the ace. So quick on the trigger. The jump, unfortunately, for Martial Artist meant that she was not accurate enough upon landing. And Defiance turn it into 4-0. And please, I cannot see another person die on this angle for a 4th round in a row.
Yeah, I mean, for Ketamine, of course he's going to go for the peak. Yeah, well, it's worked.
I mean, they haven't stopped me yet. You have to condition Ketamine to not think this is easy, free real estate. At least this time no one's going to be peeking it.
I suppose the best way to not be killed by Ketamine is to just not try it. And, well, in this case, Defiance, with 2 players set up on B, going to have at least a chance to prove themselves, because most of their kills have to have been on a rotation.
Resentful Angel. She's in the best position now to win these duels on B long, because the rest of their teammates, oh my goodness, facing down a Vandal with only Spectres, not ideal. A Cookley Monster racks through all of that. Up comes for Resurrection. Pumpernickel added back into the fray. Out go the fake steps, but they're straight into the vision of Garrett. And that means that that's identified. However, Cookley Monster loses out that duel. There has been a little bit of a foray into mid here. Pumpernickel trying to make sure that things can be caught. But there's the spike. Oh, Stormy. A little bit slow on that, but the angle is good. So was the aim. A martial artist with a vandal. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ketamine finds another one. Defiance. They have come into Icebox reinvigorated.
I'm really, really impressed with Stormy there. That opening kill to get the spike. And then more importantly, that secondary kill. I mean, don't get me wrong. That was a messy kill. But if no one lives to tell the tale, no one's going to know it was a messy kill, Harry. No witnesses, no stories.
No witnesses.
Yeah, exactly. No witnesses, no survivors. JW 5-0 down, and this time they have an investment. And I like the fact this is going to be the first timeout we actually see called this game. Is it enough, though?
I'm surprised we haven't seen earlier timeouts called, considering how streaky these games have been. Like,
well, especially last
Defiance. Defiance definitely could have used 100%, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
They picked up 1 round on their attack. Well, to be fair, this comes back to our previous point that, you know what? A lot of these players, very much newer to competition. Timeouts aren't a thing on ladder. Sometimes you forget that you have them in the moment. Sometimes you don't account for how much a talk can change things. I want to see if they can go to A and exploit Ketamine. If they continue taking this angle, not only can you avoid being killed, you can easily pre-fire that.
I like these camera angles we get. So look at the little friends we have around the map. Ketamine's going to try and make some friends. He's on the same angle, Harry. Oh, Jaywood, look how scared they are. They've heard
that Ketamine is holding this angle again. They're as apprehensive as I am. Okay, interesting. The Viper's wall comes up. Don't peek it again without an assist. Where's the flash? Okay, it's a fast peek right there. They test the aim. Weenpeen, she's getting audacious, and they force Weenpeen off the angle. Now Resentful Angel, they can try and claim some space.
Stormy to get first blood, though. Really, actually, may just embolden the Defiance to keep fighting. Jaywood, I mean, it's been a solid placement of utility here, but will it be enough to at least keep Defiance back?
Cookley Monster trying their best to hunt their way through this pit. Weenpeen catches more. 3k for her. Make it 4. Resentful Angel's going to deny her the ace. You know what? I think that was a good timeout. Nice.
Yeah, it worked. And
they decided to just take the fast peek.
That was a lot of ults sunk into that round, though. I believe that was 4 ults. Oh, sorry, 3 ults put into that round. Froge, Weenpeen, and Marshall put theirs in. So for Jaywu, while it was effective, it's effective with certain limitations because Weenpeen, hero plays like that can only happen so many times, right? As long as you have that ult. So the Defiance, they've had the padding of the last 5 rounds, so they won't be hit economically. It's this round that Jaywu really needs to win. They want their momentum, and they're going for a fairly fast play in mid here.
Martial Artist sends out the pop flash. However, straight into a wall. They were looking in the wrong direction, and Garrett takes advantage of that. Ketamine takes out Pumpernickel. And it's just duel after duel going the way of Defiance. It seems like whenever there's gunfights in hand, Cookley Monster's there to try and win those out so easily. Roach picks up 2, but here's Stormy coming in on the flank. She isn't taking any nonsense today. Defiance are going to quickly grab themselves their 6th. And Jaywu, they might be back in an economic hole here. They're going to have a moderate bite. It's ramshackled grammar.
You're right, and here's the thing. When Jaywu have been winning rounds, it's because their ability usage is great. I think Jaywu have better ability usage than Defiance. My worry for Defiance, though, is that their aim is better. And so when you see range games being played like that one in mid there, Defiance, they just win it. Like how Ketamine has been consistently doing, getting man advantages.
Ketamine holding a different angle this time. They suss me out, boys. Gotta give it another go. Playing from up high, thus far unspotted. There we go. Finds Resentful Angel. Jet versus Jet goes the way of Defiance. Can they get even more here? Couldn't line up for second. They caught within the slow wall, but they are going to be covered here by Stormy. Relieves some of the pressure. Weenpeen has fallen. The spike has too. Pumpernickel just continues spraying, but you've already lost for spray control. So that is going to leave one member of the defense still alive. Oh, Marshall scared me there for a second. Whew. Nice little angle to take. Ketamine moves up high. The barrel of that operator. What's Pumpernickel? You gotta be kidding me. Through the gap in the wall. Oh, Froge. You've been betrayed by your own architecture.
That's like a little like bunker that was created there.
I trusted you all.
Yeah, that's. Well, I mean, hey, the wall worked. Strictly speaking, Harry, it was just where the wall was. That was the problem.
Didn't work for the person who casted it.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, worked as intended. It was a wall he couldn't push. You had to break it to push afterwards to get the defuse.
That's
So
true. Just a little pillbox.
Yeah, exactly. It was a pillbox essentially you created. I bet if it worked in the opposite way, he wouldn't have cared. But it's because it was used against him. That's when it suddenly looks bad, right?
It's when things start to look a little bit more stressful. New rounds, new angle for ketamine. However, going to be going up against martial artist first. That was the flash right there. They know where martial artist is coming from, but they're not quite there when it comes to the swing on the aim. Queenpeen. They're going to be following in Resentful here. No one's played in this cubby so far, and Stormy's going to be rewarded for the audacity. However, the dismiss into the same area is going to be punished by martial artist. Oh my goodness, they didn't even look upwards. Spoopy's got that for free. They got themselves a second before being traded out by Weenpeen, and now Cookley Monster's in the back. Finds Froge, and now they've surrounded Weenpeen 3 versus 1. Phantom in hand. It's a nice skin, but you're going to need more than Zed's backing to win this one out. Ketamine forced to just use an updraft to go high. They still have the operator in hand. And Weenpeen's got so much utility here to play with, but not many bullets. Garrett wins that one out. Defiance, 8-1. I feel like this entire series has been characterized by streaks, Kramer.
I really liked how Defiance, actually, it has been a streak, but there's been four rounds in which they've been able to win via defuse. And what I think has been really impressive for them, actually, is that in a lot of these rounds, it's been a matter of just getting in a position where the second JW plant, they're in their retake instantly. Like, there's no chance for JW to kind of dig in and prepare for the incoming attack. It's already upon them. And it means that Defiance can just take favorable duels, and it works for them time and time again. Googley should see them coming in along here, and once again, the Viper finally gets some action where he doesn't have to rotate to, well, get it.
That snakebite is brutal. Vulnerable's going to be afflicted. That's very audacious and resentful. Angel ends up in a 2 versus 1. The flash actually hits Martial Artist. Was that a self-flash from Martial? I don't think anyone on Defiance had the ability to flash, so that must have been on themselves. And unfortunately...
That's not great, is it?
The resurrection, is this a free 2k for we? Oh no. The magazine was just too small. We need to upgrade to a Vogue extra large. And Stormy ain't going to allow that. Somehow, Defiance, they walk away with 3 people here, despite a very audacious res and a 9-1 scoreline.
Do you think it's over, Harry, or do you see JW making a comeback?
It depends how well adapted JW are for their defense here. I feel like I don't know what the Yoru brings to the table on the defense compared to the Reyna.
That's true. That's very true. And I actually really worry about JW here, because while the Yoru may not bring much to the defense, the reality is there's been so many rounds already found that doesn't matter how bad your attack is if you're Defiance. Eventually you'll find a few stray rounds that count for it, right?
Oh my goodness. Ketamine forced to run, but while you run, that's where Resentful is at her best. Fueled by anger. Marshall manages to find Stormy on her commute. They realize that she's popped the Empress and goes for a longer range area here. The Guardian better at this range when it goes spray versus spray. However, Stormy, ADS, confident in this. And the plant is good. 3 versus 4 now, and JW finally have themselves a man advantage. But Marshall's kind of out on an island with only 13 HP, and Stormy, a very effective blockade at this point. And they've revealed their location, remember. Those large rounds, they have traces on them. Showed exactly, oh my goodness, where the Yoru was. Garrett can't try for that. And I worry, Kramer. JW have only won rounds where they've used the Viper's Pit.
It kind of speaks to the kind of quality of Weenpeen, doesn't it?
Pumpernickel loses a weapon!
Luckily, we're on the last round before the switch, right? So, the butterfly effect isn't felt too many generations down, but this round means that...
Can't afford a rifle!
It's out of Spectre! Oh no!
Pumpernickel Nickel, no!
I thought there would have been a bit more leeway before they got punished for it, but no. Oh, it's a cruel game, isn't it?
Oh, fiduciary responsibility is a cruel mistress, Kremer.
Look how many ults are ready for Defiance as well.
Bringing it all to bear. Overwhelming force.
Gentle persuasion.
Ready to catch with the operator. They decide to look away at the wrong moment, and that timing might punish them. They've lost Garrett already. The teleport in through martial artists. This is what I wanted to see from the Yoru, Kremer. Audacious positioning and punishment of holding angles.
Whippers gonna have to follow it up. Gonna have to make up for his teammates' lack of kill when they went for the initial defense. And, oh, Kukli monster. That's definitely a way to start.
Spicy. I believe they are still cut off by this wall. It needs to come back up. Weenpeen still alive alongside the Yoru. They know exactly where they are. Martial artist caught swapping out a weapon. The defuse is still going. Weenpeen can't get that down in time, and Kukli Monster rounds out their defense with an ace. I wanted to see some Vipers, but I didn't expect them to come through like this.
We saw so many 4Ks in, well, all the maps leading up to this. I think we've seen about 5 or 6. You finally see someone converted to the ace, and well, Kukli Monster, kind of deservedly so. He's having a solid game at the moment, and if he can help bring this pistol round to Defiance, we may have a very quick end to this series, Harry.
Stormy's having a pretty good game as well. She was a bit quiet on our first 2 maps. Mostly because on Split, she was forced to just play A anchor. And,
yeah, that's a boring position, isn't it? Like, there's no nice way of saying that. That's a boring position to play. And, yeah, fair play to her for actually taking it. And then, more importantly, kind of not losing concentration, which is where you usually get punished quite a lot.
Yeah. It's nice to see with Defiance. They were definitely not mentally broken by that ascent. A lesser team could have been absolutely ruined by that. Ketamine's already taken just a touch of damage, but has gained the high ground here. That's going to be a very audacious leap forward. Weenpeen's already found themselves one, and oh my goodness, what is this movement right here from Ketamine? Trying to figure out how good the flick aims are. Unfortunately, they're pretty good for Ketamine, and they fall on down. The plant's going to come through. That's a couple more credits in the bank, but unfortunately, they're all out of teammates.
Clean round. Really clean round from Jaywu there. And Defiance are left with... I mean, the one plant means they can probably force it. But I suspect it will be a force from them. Just because they've got rounds to play with, why not try and challenge Jaywu at every hurdle? But the point is, with the pistol round 1, Jaywu, it suddenly becomes very doable for them.
Yeah, not quite the 9-3 curse. I don't know if there's a 10-2 curse. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist. But hey, every curse has to start somewhere, Kremer. Defiance are 3 rounds away from winning their first series in NECC. And also, they are 3 rounds away from denying Jaywu their most realistic chance to do the same. These are our 2 bottom-ranked teams in the division. And their matchup was always going to be a fateful one. Kukli Monster with the running accuracy on the Sheriff. That is absolutely brutal. No. For right-click on the Classic, surely there's not going to be another. Stormy's there to pick up the slack. Thanks for the Spectre, bro. Real nice of you. The plant's going to come through and Defiance. How are they getting away with this? On the hard eco. Weenpeen needs to go huge here in a 2 versus 5. They will. It's 2 versus... What? It's 2 versus 2 already, Kremer.
So very doable, Harry. Nickel pushing with Weenpeen here. If they can overwhelm the stage, this could be it.
Weenpeen grabs that one. There's the 3rd. Can they convert it into a 4th? They're going to be within this cloud. They didn't take the swing together. Kukli Monster versus Weenpeen. The Spectre wins out. Weenpeen just did not have the health to make it work. And once again, it comes down to a tale of 2 Vipers. Both of them the top fraggers for their team, but Kukli is on fire on Icebox.
This is a really weird map, Harry. It's meant to be defender-sided. Yeah, that wasn't even a full buy. That was a full eco from Defiance there. I don't think they expected to do that well. I think they just walked in and suddenly everyone died.
Just a running Sheriff headshot. Kukli, looking to do the same thing right here. But they are going to be evaded for the moment. Weenpeen opens it up. Phantom buy right here. Interesting choice, given that they lost out on their buy round last time. Marshall's playing this so close. They are going to reveal themselves. That's a self-flash, though. They've blinded themselves, and Stormy keen to take advantage of that victim. And it's falling apart before Jaewoo's eyes.
It's not great, is it? I mean, at 4-2, Jaewoo. There's two players to try and bring them hope here. That being Pumpernickel. That being the sole jet tier of the Zenful Angel.
HP!
With just 5 HP.
No, they're going to be intercepted as well. They've seen a little bit. They've seen the rest.
No money for Jaewoo either.
And Stormy gets an upgrade. She's on a mad one.
Oh, Harry, there's no money at all. This is economic collapse. Spectres have to be used to try and come back from a 12-3 differential. This is like, I mean, we talk about trying to get over that kind of hurdle. It's like trying to get over Everest. Mean Bean, the only man with the only player with an ult up, is that kind of faint glimmer of hope. But you know, while we have got whenever the Viper Spit is deployed, it's just been a win for Jaewoo. Unfortunately, Viper is on the wrong bomb site right now.
You know what I say about mountain climbing, Kremer? I'm just going to be the optimist here. It's just a walk with a hill in the way.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, martial
sometimes
artists
a little bit
here.
more than a hill. But...
Occasionally.
We're in England. It is just hills, but like I suppose in America it's a little bit more.
They got a couple mountains. It's going to be a pretty easy plant here for Defiance, playing it behind the wall. All fight. Oh, what? Weenpeen just used her Viper's Pit on A. Oh no, and now they're going to be sieging into the Viper's Pit as well, but Cookley Monster's fallen on down. This could be what Jaewoo need. Ketamine from the back. Garrett just ADSing all the way. Oh my goodness. It's all come down to Weenpeen, and Weenpeen falls on down. Defiance claim their first series in NECC in flying colors on Icebox.
Really, really solid game there, and I mean, both teams deserve to win. Frankly, unfortunately, it's Defiance who really emerged themselves as the victors over on Icebox with an incredible game. So credit where credit is due to them, and unfortunately, commiserations to Jaewoo, who, while have been an amazing team, while we've had a lot of fun casting them, unfortunately, they do fall 2-1 in this series.
There will be more chances there to try and pick up that first series win. However, at the moment, I can't imagine the elation that Defiance College feel. They have managed to dig themselves out of that 0 and what could have been 0-4. They were 0-3, but now they're 1-3. And that 1, it means so much when you're a fresh competitor. The elation of that victory. It's all to play for, Kremer. All of those emotions are going to be riding high, but the action from NECC Valorant is not done yet. We have ourselves a 4-game day. You just witnessed the conclusion of game number 2, and Kremer and I are going to be sticking with you through game 3, which is also going to be happening in our Navigators division. So we're just going to be moving across the bracket slightly, and then we're going to be rounding out game number 4. Let's have a quick look at where that's going to be. That's in Champions. So we kind of got ourselves the bell curve, you know? We've got our champions on either side, and then our Navigators in the middle, and we will bring you more action after this break. Boys and girls, we are back here for NECC Valorant. We're in week 5, Kramer, and we're in the Navigators division. Still, we just saw the conclusion of our first game in this division and game 2 of the day overall. We're moving into game 3 out of 4, and it's going to be the University of Alabama in Huntsville, also known as UAH, going up against Rogers State University, or RSU.
Take a look at our brackets, and I tell you what, these teams are literally neck and neck right now, both going 2 for 2. The only kind of detail I can pick out here is that in the games that UAH have lost, they have been winning maps. So their map difference is a little bit better than RSU. However, that's purely down to the kind of speculation. Like, this is still a very close game right now, and honestly, I think on paper, this is going to be I suspect a 3-mapper. I suspect we maybe see overtimes in our maps here, because these are really evenly matched teams. We look at the round difference as well. I mean, 30 rounds isn't much when you consider that we're playing this in series.
Yeah, our draws have graced us with 2 very close games today. Both of our teams in Navigators are right next to each other in the standings before going up against each other. And you're right that we haven't seen UAH Black get shut out of a series yet. They have only shut people out, or they've won a map themselves. And I imagine that trend is probably going to continue, because especially down here in Navigators, that would say to me that UAH don't really have a weak map, and something that could be exploited in a draft. And that means that it's likely going to be incredibly close. Our first map is going to be split, and I want to see if we get anything like a breach, and there it is. FGL fan already, bringing in the breach. We basically only see them on, like, bind and split.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And when you do have the breach, I like how the other option, as shown by DKC there, is the Astra. Astra, not quite able to do breach's role as effectively as breach, but the kind of universal character out of the 2 of them. And so I like the idea with the Astra. I think the motivation behind it is because you can play Astra on almost every map, hence why you learn it rather than worrying about learning 2 operators at the same time. Well, agents at the same time, sorry. Should see a Jet come out on the final member. There's no real entry. And you've got Reyna, but that's not a character you'd want to see as your main attacker. There's that Jet that comes out. And honestly, looking at the composition, I quite like this attacking roster a little bit more than the defense. I really like Skies. I think she's still a very impressive agent. However, there's no real effective entry on this side at the moment.
I'm going to be most concerned for our attacking roster when it comes to info gathering. Are they going to send out like an early Cypher cam on an angle to try and gather information? They don't have an initiator like a Sova, a KO, or a Sky that will be able to hand over that kind of information. Meanwhile, double initiator on the side of UAH Black on the defense, but it's kind of interesting that Breach is different to a lot of other initiators in that he's all about clearing spaces and setting up advantageous doors rather than actually getting information, which is kind of like Sky sits in the middle, gets the flashes to set up advantageous doors, but also gets the information from the caw of the bird and being able to send out the dog, and then you have like Sova, who's almost all information.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. However, while information's great, I don't see the effective entry on UAH. So that is, I think this defensive side may be a bit easy for them. When they move to the attack, I think they're going to struggle a fair bit. But you're going to get dinked like that to open the map. That certainly isn't a way to start, and it means that we're going to see very fast mid control from RSU.
Crumpling metal and skull fragments. Oh my goodness, they didn't quite check that corner. Okla, not quite on point when it comes to that headshot. And so everyone's just going to move away into more respectful positions. But look at this. They've overreacted to that aggression from Reject. There's going to be 4 people on A. And this means Silverfang is all alone. B-site is going to be almost completely deserted for now. There needs to be some pressure here through ropes, but Salty is going to be waiting. Are they going to give away that information for free, though? It would appear that they are just going to not monitor that entirely. Fruit Loop, she's going to be the one waiting. They are taken out early here by Clarky, who tears through 2. And UAH, I think they overplayed their hand towards A here, and they got caught on their rotations back.
I'm surprised, actually, by that round of UAH. They really overinvested that rotation to A. Bear in mind that FGL fan, he only saw 1. He categorically only saw 1. It went for the ult orb,
he wasn't killed by it. Still one player. When he wasn't killed, the instant reaction would have been the second man starts fighting him to try and make sure he doesn't get back to site. But that wasn't there. That all but confirms it's a lurker. But they rotate anyway, and as we saw the round play out, just once they got the kill on mid, RSU, it's just an easy time to just roll to B.
Okla, once again, lurking in this area. They likely would have heard the steps there to try and escape from the aftershock. There are going to be two members here on A. AJ Rock taking the close contact with the classic. The right click could be everything but salty. Close range of the Spectre gets plenty done, and Clarky is not going to be stopped. They've been on a tear thus far. Fruit Loop has fallen, and her utility has fallen along with her. Okla. Oh, they've managed to wrap in behind Silverfang. It's easy for the Spectre. They never stood a chance, and now they can catch FGL on their own. They heard the dismount from the rope. The Stinger. I think that's the most kills I've ever seen from a Stinger in a match. Moroni on 2.
It has a nasty fire rate, doesn't it, that Stinger? And actually, thinking about it, split is kind of the map for a Stinger, isn't it? These are some really close angles that you're taking, especially in mid. And, well, as we saw from Okla, it thrived. As we're going to have to see how quick the speed test is from Okla. But I'm interested.
I understood that.
I was worried you wouldn't, actually. I'm very happy I got that out.
That is such a niche joke, Kremer. You are such a nerd.
That's not nerdy. That's cool. That makes me cool for being able to make such a nerdy joke. RSU, they're going to try and really fast it away here.
According to the BBC, there are other speed tests available. Oh, Ukla moving straight into zero sight. That's the first frag that UAH Black have gotten. And that could be a lootable rifle right here. However, utility deployed by the Breach leaves Clarky all by themselves. They're going to claim some space and claim a bonus rifle potentially. Just spamming through that cyber cage takes down Lawlock. And Rogers State. They are in a bit of a state right now. 4 versus 2. AJ's going to be caught with a bird. The full blind is delivered, but Salty just holds down the trigger. They tear on through. How have they managed to turn this around? It was 4 versus 2 for UAH. They're going to be able to pick up some rifles at their leisure. Oh, no, they've got 50 seconds. They can go to B if they want. Yep, let's go, boys. Get your jogging bottoms on.
I like how both teams actually reacted to leaving at the exact same time. Both teams hesitated. The only difference is UAH, they think it's going to be B.
Salty didn't pick up the ult orb. Likely not wanting to make a sound, but they left so ostentatiously.
30 seconds left.
Bum, 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 bum. Elephant feet. And then they just about turned. There's the plant. And, our boy on Breach. Hold up. Something's afoot here. Shenanigans.
Doesn't sound like it's B. Not at all. He goes back to mid and to prepare this next follow-up. Handle in hand. Got a bit of utility to work with, and I mean, the Astra's fairly low on HP, so it's doable,
16.
But not on 16 HP.
It only gets harder. Out comes the flashpoint. No one's going to connect. Just trying to wallbang here through that area. The smoke's put down as well. Everyone feeling low. And FGL here might just try and grab people as they come on through, but DKT, thanks to the upgrade, mate, Rogers State. They may have given UAH their first 3 frags of the map, but they haven't given them that round. And now this is going to be another eco.
Can we quickly loop back to our previous game? Quickly, bless him. He's just joined the chat. And when that was Defiance's first win on stream, they suck. And Amon is about to time him out. Or realizing he actually plays for that team.
Friendly fire incident.
That would have been friendly fire. The actual damage won't come through today, at least in our chat. But UAH, like, some fairly spacious default, considering they are down to pistols here. So that should make RSU fairly easy their attack in the mid, considering, well, AJ's the only man who can stop them, and he don't have much here.
Oh, that's very close. AJ going to be caught as they try. That was a very weird position to try and push the dog from. AJ Rock going to be punished for it. Great identification there from the Rainer on that timing. There was actually inside the cyber cage before it was triggered, so they aren't going to be revealed by the sound. They could have themselves a great angle here, but they just cannot connect. Clarky and Okla together just mow down Zero. This isn't surprising in terms of how the rounds have gone, but it is nonetheless still demoralizing for UAH.
You're absolutely right. And I don't know how I feel about that round from UAH. Bear in mind they only have pistols. So why not do something other than a default? When you just spread out like that with pistols, usually you'd have armor to accompany your pistols, just so you have a bit of firepower. But with kind of like stray ghosts and classics, you're not going to do anything on your own. Regardless, even if you're behind your opponents, there's a chance you won't be able to do much. So I'm not sure how I feel about the positioning there. They did the exact same round, but this time with rifles, and this time they've got a fair few players who are about 1-2 orbs away from an ult. Clarky, he's had enough.
Full send on mid, Empress in hand for Salty. They try to lay down a little bit of suppressing utility here just to slow down the push a touch. I think that might have even been that was a bit of a snipe on the breach utility, and now they've elicited a full response over towards B. But guess what, boys? We're going ropes. We're going to leave a couple lurkers here as well. I'd love to see how many Lorlock can catch out. This dog might be able to catch him with Tasmanian Tiger. Oh, yeah. That is taken out by Lorlock. Their presence is going to be revealed, and they know they're not coming onto B now. Clarky. Thought as they put out that cyber cage. There we go. A wall of utility once again. The wall is not going to do too much. It's going to be instantly broken down. It's just making it so annoying, Trevor.
They are. He builds and it continues to sort of spiral out of control for them. Utility, be sure it's good, but the aim is better. At least that's not saying that. Suddenly things look fairly even.
One enemy remaining.
Ends up in a 1 versus 1. DKT. As for Cosmic Divide, I don't think it'd be as useful in this 1 versus 1 scenario. FGL. They've got to make a hard decision here. They're the only rifle left. They could win this 1v1. They could win the round. They're running low on time, though. They want to save this rifle. They don't have the economic leeway to do it. They lose the rifle. DKT keeps it tight. Loses themselves to the spike, but it doesn't matter. They're trust fund kids. We're in the Mr. Rogers fortune. It's 9Ks across the board.
Yeah, it's trust fund. The trust fund kids are doing well. That edge fund, they've got their bonus that year. Everyone's happy. The boss is happy. The stocks are up, but unfortunately the NFTs are in full flow. As Salty and Co hold on to these Vandals. Over on UAH, that won't deter them from going for a investment, though. We do see the Spectres come out, and accompanied by the Vandal over on Zero. I suspect we're going to see a fair bit of ult usage from the top 3 members of UAH to try and to level the playing field with the Spectres.
I think that's a great time to use them. You're exactly right, Kremer. Try and force some unfair fights. Space going to be gained here. Almost a little bit of blocking. Okay. Keep it calm, boys. Keep it calm. Roger State. 5-0 up. They can be so audacious. They can be so confident. They've got rounds to play with, Kremer, and the bank to do so as well.
Absolutely right, DKT. My man's trying to just buy some time with these orbs. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. So if he gets the opening, they're just going to charge to the site anyway, despite the stack, despite the presence of these players. And that's a very clean kill from Oakler there.
Oh, as we're saying, the ghettos of Swindon. Sheesh. Oakler going big. It's Steve crossing there from Fruit Loop, but she's just a little bit sharper when it comes to the aim. Clarky coming up behind. This could even be a knife kill. They won't risk it. Oh, they fumbled it. They fumbled the bag. Clarky's been discovered, but it's 2 versus 4. Very much winnable for Clarky still. The defender Killjoy. We send people scurrying. Salty finds Silver Fang. That means that Clarky can move a lot more freely, and Fruit Loop, unfortunately, is caught by herself. She was in an ice cave, blocked in by the wall. Put down a roll, but nothing was to come of it. Rogers State. Oh my goodness, they are absolutely merciless.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That was a tough, that round was a tough pill to swallow for UAH. Bear in mind that they had that site stacked. They had 3 players ready, 1 site, 2 in Heaven. The Heaven players were ready to wrap, and it just came down to Angels that they just didn't win. And when you're losing Angels like that, it can be very hard to adjust because, yeah, what do you change? You're in the right position. You just couldn't put your mouse on them in time. That's a really tilting way to lose a round.
Just put your mouse cursor on top of their head and click. Come on, guys. What are you, bad? Oh, UAH. Everyone's alive thus far. What? Is that a vertical tripwire? Clarky. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll worry about that later, because Silverfang at the moment is isolated in a 1 versus 3. I'm afraid utility can't save you now. Oakler connects to a headshot. Fruit Loop only has a classic and a dream, and while it might be a nice skin, it's nothing compared to what is being brought forth. It's a messy spray from FGL fan, but hey, it's the kill that counts. I didn't mean that, Your Honor. No kills here.
Your Honor, you need to understand. He was shooting at me first.
It was self-defense.
Yeah. But yes, I had an ultimate that would have thrown him off his feet. But no, that's not the point. RSU now at 7-0. We're not there yet, but we're at the stage where it may start getting very scary for UAH if they don't start winning rounds. I think got a critical capacity for RSU is about 8 or 9. So UAH, they've got a round to play with before they're at kind of critical capacity. But as ults keep coming online for both these sides, we've seen the cabbages held onto Rock Twist for quite a while now. So we'll see. The second he gets his Empress, he's just spamming it, and it means that he's got so much mileage out of this Reyna.
Oh, it's a 6-point ultimate. This is a very interesting choice here. The right click misses. No Silver Fang. You can't lose that duel! Oakler! How did you recover that, mate? I refuse to believe it. It's an absolute travesty. They've been forced off a plant, but still, Vero's going to be the backup there. When the dust clears, still an advantage for Roger State. Zero can go big here, though, with the Empress. They've got the wall bang right there. They've found the position of Salty, but they are going to be surrounded by Oakler. It's 2 duelists versus 1. Valir has expired from Salty. However, time is not on the side of Zero. They win the first duel. They get the heal up. They move out of the dismiss in the crosshairs of their opponent. Only 8 bullets remain in the chamber. It needs to be a good spray, and it is! UAH Black finally convert, and they will get themselves their first round in this series.
Solid play from the Lear as well from Zero there in that 1 versus 1. His opponent didn't know what to do with himself, and when you are actually in the position of that Jet, the only option you do have is to just literally dash into your opponent just so that the Lear is behind you. But, you know, even then, that's almost suicide. So, really, really strong round from both UAH and, more importantly, from Zero there, who delivered them that victory. Over to RSU, though, we look at their ult usage. It's DKT and Lawlock, 2 fairly round impactful abilities that are ready to be used here. And considering the heavy stack we have once again outside being made, RSU, if they can get this kill in mid, it should be a fairly quick collapse this B site.
There's some very clean executes on B using that Cosmic Divide. Cheeky little camera. We talked about this being one of the main information gathering tools. The camera's actually been stunned, but doesn't really matter. Still has for visual. That's all that really matters. Lawlock, though, surprised by Fruit Loop, playing behind advertisement right there. Is going to be traded out by DKT, but hey, when Fruit Loop's playing Anchor, she's happy to trade 1 for 1 and give over a little bit of information. GL catches one with a Ghost, gets another dink onto Salty, but it's going to be healed up here by the Devour. UAH Black. Seekers have been sent out. Cabbage! Oh, the cabbage is... it's gone elsewhere. That cabbage isn't for you, don't worry. There will be no forced consumption of vegetables today. And the Spike is on a dash to A.
I like how he actually just doesn't shoot the vegetables either.
Yeah, I could take this out for my teammate, but I won't.
He's making sure his teammate eats his greens. It's
That's
actually
a DKT problem, you know?
It's also very public spirited of him, making sure he gets those greens in him, grows hairs on his chest.
Take it out.
Yeah, if you don't eat your greens, you won't get your chest hairs. That's what happened to me. Didn't eat enough vegetables, and now I struggle to grow a beard.
Chest, on the other hand, like a forest, but the beard, that's really where it struggles.
Mate, you could hide a gorilla army in my chest.
Last player standing.
Oakler in a 1v1. Really awkward angle, but I'll tell you what, he does a lot of damage anyway.
Well, they can have a defuse here. Oh, what is that timing? What in the world was that? Oakler, you spicy boy.
I genuinely thought that round was over the second you saw his positioning, because he was out in the middle of nowhere. He had no cover at all, but just a Silverfang maybe hesitant to take the duel. Bear in mind that they're having a fairly tough game at the moment, going 0-9, and that could be the kind of point of exploitation for RSU here.
Not been pretty for Silverfang. On the defense, you want to be able to try and take these advantageous duels when people move through your toxic screen. We're actually sending it all the way across mid and across A, so it's good coverage from a toxic screen. It feels like Roger State just have a little bit of patience, not move into that screen without any information. There's the swing right there from Zero. Salty wins out the duel, and Zero's been so important. It's going to be a clean execution. Valia's going to take away a huge amount of vision. from the defenders. The plant's going to be looking towards default here, and Okla pushes into this area. Fruit Loop finds herself a gun upgrade, I imagine. Or it might actually have been blasted out the back here, because you can see that Lawlock's right next to a rifle. Unfortunate momentum being applied to the gun means that that's not going to be an upgrade for Fruit Loop. AJ Rock somehow survives even while blinded, and Lawlock playing in that corner grabs 2 before being traded out. I want that upgrade, thanks, mate. I'll take that. A player's been detained, and they are in cubby, but there's going to be good cover coming through from Clarky. That's going to be a conversion. They're going to be able to move on over. AJ Rock claims the 3rd before Salty finds that. The Devour has revealed the location of the Reyna. A half can be grabbed here from Silverfang. They need to win out the door, but they will not. Salty picks up a 3rd, and Rogers overall grab their 9th round here on their attack.
Salty having a solid game as well, going 17-3 at the moment. He is tearing through them at the moment, Harry, and right now for UAH, with only 2 ults at their disposal, the kind of shockwave and more important, the fault line, sorry, and more importantly, the cabbages, they're not kind of round dictating abilities, are they? They're quite situational. Whereas for RSU...
Yeah, like you don't call the cabbage a centerpiece of a meal.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's the sides. It's so you kind of enjoy alongside your meat. And in this case, RSU, they do have that meat, that being the instant Afro-Astral Divide and the knives out on the jet.
So the Astral Divide's on B. Quite early here. And it's going to cut a little bit of sound, however, they cannot hide from the turret. The jig is up. Lawlock is not going to be intercepted by that nanostorm, and it's going to be taken out. Zero takes close contact with the Spectre, and this plant should be free. Out come the cabbages. However, there's still a nanoswarm remaining, and that did a fair amount of damage. Salty and Lawlock have fallen down, and FGL fan, look at how fast they're moving. They want it to just be a blitzkrieg tactic, and it works out for the first, not so much for the second. Clarky by themselves in the back for now has grabbed themselves even more. Silverfang's been identified. Clarky needs to line up another shot, but doesn't have HP to survive a elongated duel. Going out against the Bladestorm now from Okla. Oh, that's at least 300 megabytes a second.
that up down. What was it? Ookla does, is it upload, download,
and ping.
And ping. That was it. And I mean, well, the pings are in the 30s. The kills only in the 10s at the moment. As Ookla does sit going 16-5. Both he and Salty really having such a strong game at the moment, and feels like for UAH they don't really have any response to these players just popping off.
There's a chance that it's Okla of like Homan variety, but
I like it being Ookla.
I also prefer Ookla.
I've got it in my head now. Like it's
also how I feel when I see him hit a headshot. I'm like, ooh, wait, they didn't see Ookla. Okay, mid's clear. Oh, they're all starting to turn away. Ookla here could find a fantastic timing. Silverfang doesn't know. However, are they moving? They're moving quite quietly. Clarky is going to be up against 2 here. It's going to be a difficult duel to take. So much damage being done. But look at this. Ookla moving through ropes is going to come up behind 3 people. If Ookla finds the timing on this, it could be absolutely deadly. Everyone else looking to move through mid. It's become quiet. B site has been secured by Salty. They are going to be able to meet up with Fruit Loops. There's AJ. Straight into the crosshairs. Thank you very much, observers. Very lovely stuff. They've caught Salty. They're not fast enough on the draw, though. Just outdueled there by the Reyna. Oh, they're blocking. Careful, lads.
Excuse me, mate. Out of the way from him. Always drive on the left. Eventually able to kill Ookla. One of the few people who seem to be able to kill Ookla there. Look at that stack of cages.
A nifty little cage. Could have been a one-way from the other side. Clarky definitely has been a superstar for their team, but now he's going to be playing on top of this area. Salty gets blinded for but a moment. Pops the Empress now, in fact. It's Empress versus Empress. Can't think of any historical battles that are Empress versus Empress, but I'm sure Kreml will know 1 or 2. Zero comes out on top with the headshot. We'll have time for the defuse. And UAH Black, the buck does stop here when it comes to this half, but it will stop at least with a 2 rather than a 1.
Really strong round from UAH back there. And honestly, again, that Empress versus Empress was such a stronger round. And if you want to know a quick little Empress versus Empress, you had Empress Matilda, who I believe ended up against the French Queen at some point, if I remember what her name was. No, I can't remember it, but yeah, it was the French Queen versus that. And I think in China, if not China, sorry, Mongolia, they had a duel with someone in China. And that also was an empress versus empress. Actually, one of the few queens to ever be, or empresses to ever actually be photographed, was one of the last queens of Mongolia.
Well, there you go.
We have an actual photo of an ancient empress.
A collegiate stream with learning in it.
Hey,
all my Christmases have come at once. Fruit Loop, grabbing that. Salty, just running into a wall for now, was blinded, but now they can see, and they see plenty of heads. They see plenty of enemies as well. Okla's intercepted on their landing and is unable to convert that into a trade. Fruit Loop, they have been given over so many resources here to make sure that they can generate this ultimate so quickly. They got the orb, they got the plant as well. Now they're 2 pips towards that. 0. Unable to adjust their aim to take out DKT, and that allows for an upgrade on the Astra. Nano Swarm. Clarky. Oh my goodness. What do you want from a Cypher player except precision? And that's exactly what Clarky brings to the table. Fruit Loop is all by herself. That's a nasty right click. That's exactly what you wanted. Now they need to hit 1 shot onto DKT. 1 shot will do it, and 1 shot is delivered. That's what UAH Black needed. A touch of breathing room. Nah, I want that skin, mate.
Yeah, solid stuff. And as we now have a... It's like that glimmer of hope from UAH, isn't there? They've got the pistol round. Okay, now they can try and convert it. Now, if they're lucky, they might be able to follow it up against this anti-eco. Luckily for them, Rogers have just gone for pistols. They go for straight classics, kind of professional to the end. And I quite like how they've just completely not risked any investment in this round. That means that we're going to see really heavy rifles against what would be Spectres in the round after this.
0. Very fast on their movement here. Intercepts Clarky and takes out one of the most dangerous members of Rogers' state. UEH want this to be done as cleanly as possible, and thus far they haven't really taken even a nick of damage. Salty and the rest of Rogers will be able to control Heaven quite easily here, but they're going to get flanked on now. 0 from the back. Great angle to find. They found even more people. They're stunned up by so much. He pinched on in, and Fruit Loop is going to be caught by Okla. But 0 is going to take their place rather soon. Okla, all by themselves, takes a disengagement, moves into the Cloudburst instead. Is going to try and just wrap onto 0, but you're going to need to wake up earlier to get past this Reyna. It's going to be another for UAH Black. 10-4. 10-4. Message received. We ain't out of this yet.
Rogers State University now with those aforementioned Vandals, and this is where we see the range game get played by them. I fully expect them to just be on the back of advertisement, really just trying to keep UAH at an arm's length. And for UAH, they have just massively stacked this B barrier. I suspect we may just see a really fast hit onto this site, try and get that Empress out, try and get that Killjoy ult used before RSU can try and build lots of their own to counteract.
Getting a bit of space. 0 here. So audacious. Okla wants to punish for it, but AJ good on the refrag. That'll give the opportunity to pick up a Vandal as well. Out comes the lockdown. Going to clear a bunch of space here on B. Cubby was left untouched, but is going to be unpopulated as well. Just a snake bite put in for good measure. Warlock on the re-engage. Grabs 3! What? They just lined up for the bullets! Are you sure they're not British queuing up for a frag?
It's highly likely, actually. And would you like to hear a really cool fact, actually? I went down a rabbit hole a bit.
All right.
Cool fact?
Did you continue researching Mongolia's royal line?
Kind of, actually. In the last like 150 years, did you know that queens have declared more wars than kings?
Wow.
Yeah.
Girl power.
Yeah, exactly. That's empowerment. That's
Gaslight, cool. Gatekeep, girl boss.
Exactly. The OAH, another hit to me this time, though. Everyone's in V main. Temperance is going to be challenged.
Tasmanian Tiger going to clear through a couple of these angles, but I don't think they spotted Salty. This could be brutal. A flash is going to come through. Counter flash is good. They turn around. They haven't seen Salty yet, and it's just a mowing down of multiple players. But AJ Rock is fast on the response. Gets himself into Cubby. Will reveal their position through that ring of healing. It's only geometry that stands between Roger State and being able to frag out AJ. They line up, and Clarky delivers for headshots. Despite some sneaky hobbitsies. It is still good for Rogers State, who do place themselves on map point.
12-4, though. This is a really, really convincing way to start your series. And I'm actually really interested to see if this momentum continues over to our second map. Bear in mind, I believe our second map of Bind, I think it is. So you really have that to look forward to. And you know what? You also know what our third map is, Harry? A map we haven't done yet. Our third map's Fracture.
Oh, good.
So I would love to see a Fracture. That'd be great.
We're going to look incredibly uneducated, but that's okay.
We'll make up callouts and see if the people in the chat recognize that we don't have a clue what we're talking about.
I'm incredibly uneducated because I have an English degree.
Yeah. You speak English anyway, idiots.
We're just hanging out on the ropes. AJ picks up a rifle and an operator as well. What a play from the sky. DKT caught reloading Fruit Loop. She found it on the swing. This has devolved into an all-out brawl, Kramer. All semblance of strategy appears to have gone away. The cabbages are incoming. It's difficult to try and find that. The blind is fully delivered, but AJ Rock can't find the edge of it. They've moved ahead of Valia, but Salty's quicker on the trigger with that Empress. Rogers State wake up and claim our first round, 13-4.
That's a really, really solid way to open this series. And unfortunately for BAH, this is going to be a really tough pill to swallow. Bear in mind that UAH, they picked this map. They wanted to be here. Our next map is going to be Bind, and frankly, RSU, they look pretty hungry. They look solid right now. And for UAH, trying to counteract that is going to be a really tall order.
I'm really excited to see what kind of Sentinel play we get as well on Bind. It can often be very interesting. Would you prefer to go for something like a Viper? Are you going to play the Killjoy instead? The Cypher is a little bit less viable on Bind, or at least in the pro scene. And also, Bind is one of the only maps in Valorant where we see a real diaspora of smokers. Astra, of course, is universally viable, but it's also one of the only maps where you see the Brimstone, and one of the maps where Omen is actually quite common as well. So there's a lot of room for tactical flexibility there.
You're right. I suspect we will probably see the Astra, maybe even the Omen as well, which wouldn't surprise me because you'll be bringing away from the Cypher, and then you'll be using the Astra to try and peek through your own smokes to get a bit of info. I would love to see that personally. However, we'll have to wait and see for the Agent Select at the start of our next map. We're going to go to a quick 5-10 minute break. When we return, the action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Roger State come out swinging on Split Crema, but this ain't done yet. Best of threes all the way down here at NECC. We're in match number 3, map number 2, and we're heading to Bind.
This is going to be a really, really exciting map. I absolutely cannot wait to see how these sides do. More importantly, I cannot wait to see if both Zero is able to wake up on the Reyna. Don't get me wrong, on UAH, he had some solid rounds. However, there is that chance for them to shoot out a bit better. We saw, especially over on Salty, who played out their mind in that kind of Reyna diff, where the second he got the Empress, he just dropped it every single time. And it meant that we saw him use it 3 or 4 times on each half. And it meant he got so much mileage out of that character. And for Zero, he kind of used it a bit more situationally. It meant that he wasn't quite able to get as many kills off the back of it, or as much map control off the back of it. So it's those duelists, it's those main kind of fighters that I really want to see kind of keep that aggression when we move into this next game.
One of the things that really interests me is if our roster sheet is to be believed, and NECC collect some fantastic data and do some great prep, so there's no reason why I wouldn't believe it. Roger State have a roster of about 9 people. Now, for Navigator's division, a roster of 9 people is incredibly large. So I wonder if we might see a movement of some specialists here for something like Bind, and maybe that's how they've won so many of their games with shutouts, because they might have specialists to come in for match, but might have someone who plays Brimstone that comes in for Bind.
I'm going to let you into a sneaky little fact here, Harry, which is...
This one's a sneaky fact. We've had fun facts, interesting facts, and now...
This one's a sneaky one. I know. Facts. This really is a good stream for you guys to watch. No, we actually do that in the UK Uni League. We do that. I do that on my team. So I fully expect that to be exactly what we're seeing here. If that's the case, I'm interested to see if they actually bring their, say, Omen or, say, Astra player into this map, and more importantly, if they're going to be able to deliver.
Our notes don't appear to denote any particular specialization just on the surface level, but you might have seen them
We've got some like cool, interesting facts about them, though.
We do. Do you want to share some more facts? As you're our facts guy now, Kramer.
I have the facts guy now. We've got Champion is one of their players who doesn't own a gaming laptop, or Salty, who doesn't own a PC.
I mean, Champion has a gaming laptop. Presumably they've bought the university with. But it might be that they don't actually own a PC and they only own a gaming laptop. Presumably, Salty is, of course, like we saw that Salty was playing incredibly well on the Reyna. And Kramer, that's even more impressive when we now know that he was actually playing using tilt control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's playing on the iPad. He's using like Candy Crush control. Or with Wii remotes.
Valorant Mobile now, boys. It's come out early exclusively to NECC.
Yeah, that is innovation at its finest right here. We got some more facts though. It turns out that I can't. Dragon D's also doesn't own a PC. There, we were meant. So bless them, our producers at the end of that first game with some kind of infamous names like Ketamine and Weenpeen and kind of Pumpernickel and Kukli Monster. We were told we're meant to vet the names, but no, Dragon D's has got through. Sticky bugger.
I mean, must have taken after your stealthy facts, Kramer. The master of stealth. For those of you who are wondering, I believe we do have a game crash at the moment, so we're just endeavoring to get everyone back in the lobby. Starting 4 versus 5. Not in the interest of anyone, to be honest, Kramer.
You're absolutely right. Have you ever... What I've actually noticed, in 4v5s is that it actually completely changes how you play a game. Completely. And you end up with teams that, in a 4v5, actually do better because you have them kind of in their mind thinking, we're a 5-man team, we'll go into a default. The second they go into a 4 versus 5, they end up stacking up and then just pushing. And they end up going and trading in a 4 versus however many defend the site they push. And it actually ends up working for them.
I've seen similar things happen before, Kramer, just to disparage your team a little bit. I've cast a little bit of Kramer's team. And they do better when they don't buy guns.
That's we're working on that one, actually.
When they just play with absolutely nothing, into rifles, they do much better than when they have weapons in hand.
Yeah, I'm still confused with that one. But what I've learned actually is that when we win the pistol rounds, we just don't question it. It just happens, you know.
That's just what they do. They're good with the pistols.
Yeah, something that actually actually we'll go back to that point in a moment. Let's take a moment to look at the agent select, because I know we're going down a rabbit hole.
I don't have time to disparage Kremer's team any further, because instead I'm going to put some question marks on a Yoru. I believe Yoru has been seen on bind before in the hands of tens from Sentinels in early NAVCT3, so it's not unprecedented, but it's still really weird.
It's I think there's an idea behind bringing Yoru to bind. And I think that there still needs to be a bit more evolution in the meta before he becomes a kind of viable pick. I think actually for Yoru in general, I think he has potential to be in rosters. Bear in mind that in the most recent updates, his flashes is one of the quickest to go off. It used to be Sky, now it's Yoru. So I think there is a world where he is going to start to be used. Unfortunately, I just don't think no team has found a proper use for him yet.
RSU, I believe, going to be starting off here on the attack. Clarky's sticking to this Cypher. Very interesting. It's been pretty good thus far in terms of, like, they've found some nifty spots to use these cyber cages on that have been ruinous to UAH. Very close defense here from the Sage. And it seems like they're going to be stacking mostly on A site, because B site can be slowed down in terms of a rush just with the Killjoy utility.
Slow push to the A right now, and for Salty, this Sheriff, what would have really been the first contact, instead, there's going to be a straight hit to this site, and through toilets, should be a bomb plant off the back of this.
Should be DKT. Bringing in the... Oh, it was... I think they took a while to realize who actually had the bomb. It was Oklo did it and puts down that spike. 0. Just a little angle right there. Warlock just a little bit too thick to hide in that corner. They identify DKT. They see the head, but they've ran out of ammo. They need to continue pushing their presence through. DKT's still alive in this little corner. How has this been allowed to happen? It's an all-out brawl. The turret's just been put into melee range. Go in, Timmy. Give him a knife or something. Salty with the Sheriff. Round the back. Blasts away the wall cover their teammates had previously put up. That's a good start right there. They need the headshot on Jasmine. They have the advantage. They can easily back out into that teleporter. Easy lineup. Easy clap. Easy game.
Really, actually quite solid decision-making from Salty there to go round the back, use the range that comes to the Sheriff. Bear in mind, the Sheriff really doesn't have much damage drop-off, so when you go around the back with it, it becomes very, very strong in that flank usage there, especially against opponents in a pistol round who are unarmored. Just goes to the body shot, doesn't worry about aim, and just allows the kind of tapping to just finish them off. 1-0, RSU now leads, and 2 Marshals on their bye. It's going to be interesting, especially if UAH chooses to push into them.
Looks like we might want to take some contact here. In showers. Avoid the Sage being able to get access to that orb. Remember, the Marshals here, against unarmored opponents, will one-shot with a body shot. They essentially become ops, and Jasmine finds the timing there to get the ultimate orb. Okla's going to be denied that. Remember, their gate crash... It is all the way over on B, so they're able to very quickly move over to reinforce this area. Fruit Loop, she's holding her nerve for now. Warlock hasn't checked this corner. Thanks for the rifle, mate. That's really nice of you. Clarky, going to escape with their life for now, but Fruit Loop is tenacious. They're just going to try and run down Clarky. They don't care that he has a Marshal in hand. Catty is over here. We do have a substitution I didn't realize. Finds Clarky.
DKT, set the site. Good for another FGL fan. Dead. I thought the FGL fan had a slow start to this game, but Catty is, he's here for a bit of a vengeance with a man advantage now in favour of UAH.
That's 3 from Catty is now. Oh my goodness. Catty has almost killed as many people in this lobby as Catty have killed the dignity of gamers. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Make even more frags to the dignity of gamers than Catty themselves have given. What a performance from them.
They've called upon a super stand-in. And he's
called upon the Uwu.
Yeah, there's oh bless him. Swoopers after that first map, he's come into chat and he's explained to us the difference between Uwu and Owo. And so apparently Uwu is a oh really? And Uwu is more of a oh. That's how it's been described.
Well, when it comes to Catia's presenting here, I'm like, oh, whoa. That was some nice
Well,
aim.
I mean, that round was definitely, oh, that was naughty. And, yeah, I like how he's actually now switched, just brought out the Vandal as well. Doesn't even hold on to the Marshal. Does so well with it, and he just puts it down. He's done with it. He doesn't want to play with you anymore.
Toy Story memes.
That's the height of our casting, by the way, for those watching. It doesn't get better than
We've
this.
peaked. We're retiring after this. Retiring in glory. Zero. Yep. ADS. Down A short here. Lawler. Oh my goodness. They have been noted here by the turret. Does Fruit Loop want to take the swing on this is the question. I think for now, they're happy to just play this patiently. Maybe wait for someone to come on over. Wait for a lot of someone's to come on over, potentially. There's going to be a split of cat ears over here to heaven. And I think they're going to be comfortable allowing Verena to float between the two sites. Because for now, we're only up against 3 very underfunded attackers. All they have to do is not move into any really sharp 50-50 angles to make sure they don't give away these rifles. That's priority number 1 for UAH.
At range, even if UAH just moves around, these rifles aren't going to be picked up unless there's some incredible push through the other side away, through to heaven, and then they pick up the Vandals. I just don't see that happening. I like the rotation from Clarky, though, there. Look at the... I mean, UAH almost caught off position, but Clarky doubts himself. He goes quiet, despite having made noise on the...
Identified. Spike seen. They know that it's there, but Salty, Sheriff in hand, this does have some stopping power, has some killing power, but Jasmine has even more. She's taken down Salty. She's taken away that Sheriff. Lawlock just runs into the breach utility because there's no point saving that classic, my friend. UAH convert on what was, admittedly, a fairly easy round loadout versus loadout.
This is where it matters, though. This being the full buy of either side. One Phantom in the mix for both teams, that being on DKT and Fruit Loop. But what's more important is the ult management. We've got Okla and Salty with theirs up, Catis and Zero with theirs. I think Catis, that Omen ult is going to be very, very important for deep teleports to try and get a lot of info. Whereas for RSE, right now, these ults aren't like... They're not round dictating. They're kind of like sides, you know.
Okla finds the Fruit Loop and actually just brings themselves out of the drift on the site. It's going to be a fully fledged attack here from Rogers State. They're done being embarrassed. However, the Fruit Loop, she's known as a tactical genius. Her signature move, Hot the Nano Swarm, is deployed, and Lawlock falls victim to that. Still Salty, racks the nerves of UAH. And Clarky's left alone in a 1 versus 2 without a spike in hand. Potentially a reposition here to be long instead. They still have that camera active in hookah, so they can use that to take advantageous duels.
This reposition, though, was taking too long. They were already suspected to come. He's got to try and deal with the Sage now on an angle that's preempting him here. This is going to be a tough one, that's for sure.
He's got it. Pre-aimed, but Clarky is quicker. Jasmine falls. The path to a spike is by no means free. They still have to deal with cat ears. Out goes for the cyber cage.
30 seconds left.
And cat ears is actually inside of it. And they're going to teleport in place right there as well. It's a game of cat and mouse. The brains are firing. Every single neuron is blasting, and so too is the Vandal of cat ears. Taking down Clarky and UAH. I think they found their map.
Solid round from Catis there. And we spoke about the Reyna difference. Now, unfortunately, we don't see that second Reyna over on RSE, but what we do see is Zero really looking to deliver. And, well, he's woken up, as his cat is. Their sort of wombo combo seems to be really meriting them a fair few kills right now, when Catis, he seems to be their sort of hero player that stepped in and has been shutting down RSU in these last couple of rounds. 3-1 the scoreline. Rogers, I mean, they got a few weapons. The odd Spectre, the odd Sheriff. It's nothing great, but maybe a few kills would be nice.
Hero!
He's decided otherwise. Yeah, he's decided enough's enough.
Backs off for a touch of healing. And it's going to be freely given, Jasmine. Oh, Clarky's had enough. Sheriff in hand. Sets the Spectre aside for these longer range duels, trusting in the one-taps. And they are forthcoming. However, cat ears, they're confident in this duel. They won it last time when it was even. The Paranoia connects Clark. He wants to hold a tight angle here with a Spectre. The SMG is going to have a significant advantage. Oh, that's a bunch of headshots. That's a rifle upgrade. And now they have to deal with a Fruit Loop. Tactical Genius. 6 bullets in the rifle. And Fruit Loop, oh, she did her signature move. She was on B, and then she went to A.
Solid stuff. And for UAH Black, this is where they try and run away with it, actually. With 3 ults up, they're in a position where, especially with the Killjoy, their retake ability is really, really strong. To have a Killjoy ult, a res, and a teleport to flank, UAH are built for retakes right now. Whereas RSU, they're more info gathering, more quite an attacking, actually, oriented tempo from them here. Especially now that they have that Astral Divide. But as they're already in a default, they're just going to try and fight for some more control. But the ARP, unfortunately, is something you can't underestimate.
Not accounted for thus far. The first one we're seeing, I believe, in the entire series, Kremer. Did we see one on Split?
Momentarily, I think so. But only for like 1 round.
Yeah, I think maybe the singular one. Cat is just going to now surrender showers after holding out for a while. They know that a lot of presence has been gained here. It's interesting that the Astra is actually on A. A very tough rotation for an Astra to make. She's not a very fast character, but can at least be universally viable with her utility. An interesting choice of lurk.
Oh, so fighting long, actually, and while Ukla eventually gets the opening, it's been a bit of a stagnation on RSU's part, so right now, moving into an attack would be committing to a massive stack. And teleport's open, and there it is. There's the best teleportation. Jasmine now has the Q to res the teammate, and there you have it. That's why they're so effective in retaking, because they get that instant res. The flash leaves them at bay. DKT, a really well-placed divide now, is going to guarantee the bomb plant. UAH going to be able to get the man advantage before it's thrown.
DKT gets to use that divide, however, it's still in the back pocket, and it might be too late. Down goes that lockdown. Killjoy. There are going to be people caught within this, surely. It's going to be so difficult to escape. I think the DKT's actually within. Why didn't you move out of there? Oh, no. DKT here potentially could be bait. Jasmine could be sprayed down. They were highlighted by the tripwire, but Salty exits into the midst of everyone. Surely they're going to be revealed. Catius finds them. DKT was behind. They survived being hit by the lockdown and then converting to 3. I refuse to believe it.
What was that? I'm lost for words.
There's no point being a color caster anymore, Kremer. Everything we know is a lie.
What is this? What is this real life?
Also, DKT has survived being in that corner now. That's wall bangable in showers twice. Once in the pistol round, and now once while detained.
Please. He didn't stop moving. That was incredible. That was... I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
Congratulations, DKT. You've ruined a color caster. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I consider retirement. I'm too old for this, man.
These kids are too quick for me. Salty, good on the check. Good on the execute. Goodbye to a Fruit Loop. Shoot up. FGL. Swing me, will you, says Salty? Not a chance, mate.
Portal closed. 0 in the smoke. He's got an angle to work with here. The rest of you are very close to this angle, but it seems to matter.
Alright, Clarky getting a little bit frisky. Interrupts potentially the resurrection right there. I think that's what Jasmine was looking for. Or maybe trying to pull out the wall. Yeah, it was actually trying to pull out the wall instead. Maybe even the heal. There was some kind of utility. There was not a gun in hand. And Rogers, that was a very quick execute. And really good corner checks as well. They aren't getting ahead of themselves. Yep. Salty is definitely very much aware of where FGL and Fruit Loop feel like they might be able to play.
RSU with now a fairly strong-looking Salty who's he's found a way, he's found a solution to Catius, and that's being just kill him. I don't know why he didn't attempt it before, to be honest. But
I
it seems to
solved
work
most of my problems with murder, Kremer.
Yeah, let's also remember to contextualize that one before you start writing that to people outside of his. Yeah,
it's cast right here.
Yeah, you don't understand. I'm a video game commentator. I'm meant to kill people. No, not like that. Sorry. I'm meant to encourage. No, sorry. It just goes downhill like that.
Officer, sorry. Officer, sorry.
RSU. Oh, trying to get ready to just descend onto this A site. These sheriffs of Zero, seen him coming. Haven't reacted to it yet, though.
Sheriffs in hand. Shiko round. There's the Cosmic Divide. However, it's interesting in that it has very much not left room to plant, as far as I'm aware. It's going to be very difficult to get a plant on the inside of this Cosmic Divide. That's a great blind to Jasmine, who's forced to just flee elsewhere. Who's on to the other side of a divide. They've now heard those shots. They know that this area has been claimed. But Fruit Loop just moves through with the Spectre. Very brave of them. And still, this spike hasn't been planted. 30 seconds remain. They are committed to making this site work. Lawlock, Okler, and Clarky combine on their frags to make that the case. Unable to interrupt the plant right here is Jasmine. She falls. And Rogers are going to walk away with still 4 rifles to their name, despite how messy that was.
That was a really, really solid round, actually. And when that clock was running down, when that seemed stagnated, when we saw UAH just dig in, I fully expected that to end up being a really one-sided affair. But also a very close affair. But no, it was one-sided. And for RSU, they've still got those ults up. Salty hasn't used the knives yet. I'm surprised that DKT, when he did use the Astral Divide, didn't get as much mileage. But as his ult comes down, the res on the Sage becomes an option. And that keeps RSU's kind of utility really, really quite high.
Dimensional Drift. Good to go for Okler. Let's check out what's on this site, shall we? He is going to be examined. They've identified the breach. Running out of time, though. Are they going to put themselves in the tube? They want to try for the duel. And their audacity is punished.
Salty. He needs a fight. There's the aftershock. That's really well good. That's a really, really good placement.
Surely they wouldn't expect Salty here. Cassius has visual confirmation, and Fruit Loop takes the swing off the back of that. Just a double for her. Lovely stuff from the Killjoy. Clarky has to move on away. They're going to be moving straight into the crosshairs of Zero. Don't expect this. I think that was fast movement as well. They're making sound. Knife is out. Zero finds it absolutely free to do. And Lawlock is all by themselves.
We've got a res, so there's an option to go for the res or go for the fight. But unfortunately, I suspect that even a res won't save him here. Zero needs to swing. There's a kill. There's a 5th from UAH. They're not going to forego the victory. They're not going to forego the lead that quickly or that easily. As Rogers now have to head back to the drawing board. And with a little bit of money, they'll be able to invest. But they're buying down to 0 here, Harry, which definitely raises a few questions.
Scraping the barrel, DKT. 200 credits remaining. Didn't even buy a chopper chop with that. Rogers State. 4-3. They've kept this close. It's been quite streaky in either direction from UAH and Rogers State. But critically for UAH, this is nowhere near as dominant an attacking half as we saw RSU get on split.
Yep, you're absolutely right. With RSU preparing another really slow hit onto this B site, UAH, look at all the static util they've got placed here. This is going to be a really, really tough attack.
They've kept the same default of the Killjoy in the breach this entire time. FGL keeps playing from the same position, so it's kind of easy to pre-aim as well. The flash is delivered. There we go. FGL manages to take out Okler. They've seen Salty move in. Fruit Loop's taken this swing before and has got some great utility out of it. But FGL's doing it all by themselves. That's 3 already. Could they get even more potentially? They're just firing into Fruit Loop at the moment. Mate, that's your friend in there. Fruit Loop's got a couple of bullet holes in their legs. They're like, oi! Smart smoke! Stay out. And UAH, they defend it pretty cleanly.
This is turning out to be a really, really strong game from both sides, actually. For RSU, though, my worry is that when they hit a site, they aren't very good at flushing out players. We saw FGL backside there. He just dropped all his util, both flashes, got the shockwave in there. More importantly, he was just able to swing and take a 1v1 once at a time. RSU, unable to trade, unable to zone, actually meant that he was just able to run them amok. I really want to see players like Salty just dive to the backline to try and harass him, or try and time it with Ukla when that ult does come up to just try and harass these players. Because if you don't, RSU, they're going to continue trying to take this man fight here, where they end up going down a man. In this case, they don't, but yeah, the risk was still there.
This could be res? No, it can't. I forgot that Jasmine does not currently have the resurrection. Not sure how close she is on that. FGL has made themselves a little bit of a battler at the back here. They're salty. They do have the Blade Storm in hand, but there's no real need to pop it. I think they're going to be saving it for a little while longer. Lawlock kind of hanging out for a while in this area, considering that FGL could give it a peek. That means that Jasmine's able to get a free one. Zero picking up a freebie as well. Walled off here is DKT. And we have to make a choice. They prefer to run rather than audaciously bang down the door.
A really well-read rotation, actually, from UAH. And Zero, the fact he's able to get that kill there and get away is insane. A massive whiff on RSU's part. And they're going to go down to a man as punishment for it. Lawlock now has to extend and at least try and make up for that differential with a fight with Jasmine. Ooh. Does pay off for now. We'll see if we can do it again.
He peeks advantage in the chat. It's a nasty spray from FGL. They can't quite confirm the kill. Brings that Sage low. There is going to be the spike plant. However, the lockdown doesn't really change how things are going to happen for the side of Rogers State. They were always going to be playing from back here. The sprays are messy. DKT gets the first. They've been in these clutch scenarios before. Finding themselves in the Astral Divide right here. They can use the Gravity Well to bring fruit off of this area. Oh, they're caught reloading. The timing just is not there. Speaking of timing, plenty of time here for a Fruit Loop to get the defuse. Overall there, the plan from DKT, vaguely solid. Wanted to use that star to drag someone off of the defuse with the Gravity Well, but Fruit Loop was a bit wise to it.
Before the switch.
Really, really solid stuff, actually. And UAH, I think if they make it 8-4, this is going to be a great half from them. RSU, on the flip side, if it goes 7-5, then there's nothing to turn your nose up at. I would like to see this round go in favor of RSU, purely because I like it when our games get quite close. However, this is a fairly standard kind of round count for this defending side, so nothing too wild so far. What really is going to matter now is whether or not RSU gets to use these ults. We've seen Salty finally pull out those knives, but he's had them for a good 6-7 rounds now.
There's a world where you could call Bind a little bit defensively sided as well. 7-5 would be nothing too strange. Looks like there's going to be a slight convergence over here towards B. Fruit Loop has been identified. They're going to have to retreat all the way into Elbow. That's going to clear up a good amount of space to try and move forward. Teleport is going to be a little bit less tempting here for the side of Roger State because they don't have a site cleared. Instead, moving on to the site itself. Zero needs to be able to move out of this smoke quickly, but as all the utility hits, it's an absolute miasma of carnage at the moment, and Fruit Loop's the only one to fall. Walls have gone up, Leas have gone out, double cyber cages have been placed down, and FGL is going to send out a flash, but they're unable to follow up by themselves. Look at that cheeky angle from a Blade Storm as well. A retake with the operator is not going to be ideal. Catties can't even identify the jet up high. FGL trying to make something work in the side. Zero's managed to get 4 in the midst of all of this. A miasma of carnage, as I said before. As the dust clears, the battlefield is firmly in the control of UAH Black.
Really strong retake on their part, and actually my incredible play on that round there was from Lawlock. That wall he put over in CD were just destroyed that attack from UAH. They had 2-3 players ready to just burst out. The wall came at the nick of time. It meant the bomb went down. It meant a good couple of seconds went before UAH could prepare for the actual attack. And for Rogers, if they were able to start getting into that kind of elbow control, this would have had a very different round outcome. However, with the wall being destroyed, UAH, they kept the attention there, allowing Zero to have such a strong round. As he goes 18-9, absolutely spearheading the kill count. He is really being a menace to RSU right now.
Things starting to rotate around. We move into our second half. UAH move over to their attack. Speed is their ally, but the slow orb is their enemy. Down goes the turret. Not too much information going to be gathered off that. And there's the second slow orb. Sounds of lots of footsteps, of course, going to be thundering around the entrance to A. And FGL feels like maybe they can get an opening pick here with the Ghost. Looking for those nasty little one-taps, but remember, damage drop-off is going to be their enemy. And it seems like for now, UAH, with their undermanned approach, want to just fade away.
As the entirety of UAH actually just turn their attention back to B. all of them stack up, and the split now could really be that of Rogers to stop. Clarky will be the first point of contact. He's got the Jet with him, but both of them are playing really passive.
Oh, he's picked up yet another. That has gone on down. An exchange of fire with Fruit Loop, and she comes out on top. An interesting vertical tripwire right there has been set up by Clarky. You can definitely tell that he's plat, can't you, chat? Moving away now. Hiding behind the tube. There we go. Shenanigans. Not on my shot. Not on my life. Says FGL.
30 seconds
Get flanked on by Lawlock. That's going to be an upgrade to the Ghost here. Jasmine needs to take out multiple players, but unfortunately can only find one before Clarky grabs the refrag. 1 versus 2 for Fruit Loop, and I'm afraid she needs to snack herself. It's only 35 HP.
Fruit Loop or Cheerios we're about to see, and, well, it's Cheerios to the Fruit Loops as they're taking down Rogers. They take the pistol round, making it 5, and now things suddenly get very, very close, actually. UAH, without the spike plant, they have to go for pistols. Rogers, they get to play bonus. We see that Marshall out on Nuclear. What's interesting is UAH, they opted for 2 Marshals and when they were on their defending side and they won the pistol. So I'm interested to see what they do here over on Rogers. And the fact a judge comes out is frightening, Harry.
I think Clarky wants to rat up with a cyber cage here and Hookah. Unfortunately, we won't be getting any visitors for a while. Looks like it's just going to be a rush here onto A, but this has been stopped before by the combination of Wall and Slow Orbs. That's exactly what we're going to meet once more. Slow Orbs sent out. Lawlock's done such a good job of stopping this in its tracks. They've caught themselves another one, but the Spectre will eventually fall. Still the swings from Okla and DK teaming, but now you have to pass this wall even to grab the spike. I have questions, Kerma, about why the spike was making the first entry, especially in the hands of an Omen.
You're absolutely right, and I was going to kind of highlight that, which is that that is his role. It feels like the entry.
The entry, Omen boys.
Well, here's the thing. Who does entry on UAH?
I suppose
I guess
it's got to be Arena.
Yeah,
Arena in tandem with Breach would be ideal.
Exactly. The facts you have to think about that shows that UAH, their whole agent composition was made for defense, and we saw that over on B. You know, FGL, he was just able to dump his utility. He had Jasmine there to assist him. He had Zero as well, who could just kill anyone who dared take a step towards him, and it meant that, you know, sites were unlocked. You know, Jasmine, she had the walls, and it meant RSU had a really tough time attacking, but now it's on the defense.
Warning.
Unless we see something aggressive, it's tough.
Warning. Any UAH fans need to look away right now.
I thought you gave
the judge from the bonus round isn't going to be connected. What is that? He wasn't even aiming in the general vicinity. Zero is killed by stray shotgun pellets. Lawlock grabs an upgrade. I don't know how that got a kill. Thank you, Valorant. Very Judge Gaming of you.
That's something to judge, isn't it?
That's just Judge Gaming at the maximum.
Well, UAH now left in a very.
It's sad. It's sadness when you get killed on your buy round by a judge, but Clarky's just taken over Hookah and isn't letting it go. Fruit Loop and Jasmine. The girl's gonna have to flee away. If I were them, I would have stayed in the teleporter. I don't think you're gonna win the 2 versus 4, but
save the rifles, yeah.
Oh, Fruit Loop misses out on a chance here to get the instant ultimate. Left. They are going to look for plant. Likely they want the additional 300 credits. And maybe they can try and defend this, because they are going to get the ultimate off the plant at least. Now Jasmine can play a nasty little angle in this area. They have been identified by Salty, though. That makes things a little bit more difficult. The spray control from Fruit Loop isn't exactly the cleanest. That's going to be 1, 2. Jasmine! Hello! Have we turned on our monitor? I saw in chat we were playing with their monitor off and with tilt controls as well. I also play Valorant on the Switch, but Jasmine does it a ton better than I do. Fruit Loop's left with a tiny little bit of health remaining. Sets down the swarm grenade. Somehow they could make this 2 versus 4 work. It's going to be so difficult for Clarky and Lovelock to make the entry here. The pre-fire's good from Jasmine. She converts it into 4. Generic the entire time they were telling the truth in chat. She has turned her monitor on.
Incredible round from Jasmine there, and it felt like for Fruit Loop, she was more just there to witness the whole thing and just confirm the kills.
Emotional support, Killjoy.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Probably, I would imagine Jasmine's probably riddled with PTSD, having killed 4 people up close like that. But Fruit Loop's there to get through it. Yeah, just take her through it. As Rogers, a round they had no business in winning, is converted, and Oh, sorry, for UAH is one they win. For Rogers on the flip side, they shouldn't be losing that, Harry.
That's a bit of a tilter.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a bit of a tilter. As he is. With the Marshall in hand. It's going to be difficult to try and find angles for this. Showers is the most obvious one. Oh no, surely not. Okay, Lawlock ain't going to allow that to fly. Zero is trying to get a little bit cheeky. This could be a one-way from Clarky, I'm not entirely sure. No, it's going to be full obfuscation, and so FGL will survive for now. But UAH, they work better, Amanda.
Salty. This op. Again, we rarely see ops in this game, however, Salty going to look to use one anyway. Missed shot there, as it looks like UAH almost toying with him there.
Alright, the stun is delivered, the wall is down, the spike needs to be planted, it's in the hands of Fruit Loop once again. They are sending a huge amount of resources her way to make sure she continually gets these lockdowns, but she also receives bullets from the operator playing out of heaven. FGL just wants to play tight little angles right now when we are going to have contact happening in U-Hall. Ukla falls down, DKT runs around, Clarky on the flank. The concussion is enough to help win out the fight against FGL. Jasmine all alone once again, and unfortunately there's no 4K in the bag. Her energy was expended on our previous round. Rogers State can convert.
Really, really strong retake from Rogers there, and that's probably what they were aiming for last round. Unfortunately, well, UAH, they kind of came out of nowhere with that win. However, when you do come out of nowhere with wins like that, it can become very hard to build an economy around it because your team's all dead, so they're reinvesting anyway as if it was a loss. And we see that now where they lose the round after, and while they've got the remnants to go for an investment, they've got nothing in the bank at all. And I suspect this may be kind of haloed when they reveal themselves with little utility. Jasmine has the res, Salty has knives, but I doubt he'll use them when he has the op-outs. But with a couple of players moments away from also their own, that being Zero, FGL, we've got a couple of members on RSU as well. This round feels like a lot of setup for what will be the round after.
Interesting, they changed around the wall positioning. Now on B instead of A. Oh my goodness, Zero picked by Lawlock again in the same position, I believe. Resurrection's going to come through. Lawlock needs to try and take contact again. It's still the Omen with the Spike who's making the entry. This needs to change, Kremer. You can't have your entry be the Omen, especially unassisted by flashes. Desperately trying to avoid the bullets of the operator right now. They duck and weave and duck and weave. The Serpentine is strong, but Salty's just a touch stronger and he can't do no wrong. Oh, that rhymed.
Oh, that was really good, Harry. I thought that was intentional.
Yeah, man, thanks. My slam poetry nights are Wednesdays.
I feel like you are the slam poetry night. I don't think anyone else can. There's not a single man in your area who would do slam poetry.
It's just me. I get to be like comedy open mic night. I do slam poetry. Everyone feels very weird.
Yeah, you're in Swindon, aren't you? So
yeah. It's not a huge scene for poetry, you know?
No. Maybe for like 20 miles you might find a grandma who does it. But...
Tell you what, in my American equivalent high school,
yeah,
often things were settled with rap battles.
Yeah, so would you enter rap battle tournaments?
I rarely engaged in conflict, Kremer. I am a pacifist.
Does a aggressive poetry, like aggressive couple of sonnets count as a aggression?
You know what? Could do.
That's how piercing they are, I guess.
Primeval rap, that's what Shakespeare was. So I call my degree culturally relevant. DKT, it's a bit messy. Just hold down M1, what could possibly go wrong? Ukla, stunned, blinded. DKT gives it a second go, and the spray is solid. Plant's going to be good, but Zero was actually isolated there by Jasmine's wall. Salty went up high, brings their enemies down low, and Rogers State even us up.
At 9-9, we're left with UAH with, I mean, the money, the bomb spike plant, sorry, means they're going to have plenty of money. Zero, because the Empress ready as well. Cat is one away from the teleport. And over on RSU, it's Clarky and Lawlock as well, one away from either of their ults. So we may end up seeing a position where RSU have 4 ults ready to be used in their ults. They're more retake, if anything. You've got Clarky, the info for the retake. Ukla, the only one that can really be used as a tempo setter. So I suspect we may see some proper control from him, as he may just dive into, say, deep toilets, or more importantly, he may just go down to T-block on a main, just to get as deep a control as he can to force UAH Black to either re-aggress onto him. There you have it, just dives into T-block now, and it's got so much information off the back of it.
Identifying Zero. They're going to have to get out of there using the gate crash. However, they know that A is basically clear. They can leave the Astra here basically by themselves. But actually, they double down. They want to keep 2 people on A. Yet to overcommit. They believe that Clarky, good enough alongside Salty to try and win out on the frags here. And that's going to be the case. Salty works out well on the first. Moving through this area is so difficult. Going for the full run crosses right now. But if they want to exit this area safely, a Spike is going to be moving all the way through attacker spawn now. Zero could send out the layer. Oh, that's going to be a position reveal. That's a miss from Salty, and that is so heavily punished. The second, though, they can't quite convert upon, and the Spike's just been meandering. A, B, what could it be? We've cleared B, and A is certainly more and more dangerous. And now Fruit Loops has to go on a little bit of a run.
We'll see if they can get their jog on. Luckily, they will be able to get the plant in time. However, RSU, having read this fairly well, are going to have
30 seconds
fairly
left.
deep siege control by the time that Spike will be planted. So there is still that divide as well, which could be used on RSU if they try and find a way to just dissect this site. However, we've got to kill Zero first, and unfortunately, that's pretty damn hard to do.
So important there was hearing the double Vandals shooting that Leah. I would have liked to have seen a touch of coordination from Rogers State to have only one of them hit it, but the second you hear double Vandals, or double weaponry, you know that they're both there, and then Fruit Loop can move up to try and help out on trades if need be, but Zero can do it all by themselves. That's absolutely fine. And UAH, they reclaim the lead here, but it's not been a great attacking half.
You're absolutely right, and I want to see how DKT uses this Astral Divide on the defensive side. It has to be for retakes, right? Because I don't really see them using it to pass off map control, but once again, Salty missing a op shot, which has led to them being punished. This time, though, Ukla is able to assist Zero with at least getting the man advantage, but where in my last round, Salty missing an op shot is exactly what led them to losing the site.
Good covering fire, though. One step closer to that Resurrection Spike in hand as well. If that gets planted, the res will be good to go. And we still have a lurk here. No, we don't. Never mind. Showers.
I guess that lurk.
All for Okla, picking up their second of a round. The hero on the Yoru. We've seen some, let's say, middling performance Yorus over the course of today. This one's coming up pretty good.
Oh, FGL. It's methodical controlling Hookah. But Lawlock, he's been the kind of main man dealing the damage over on B, and, well, he's not going to stop anytime soon. Good for the first, he knows there's a second to worry about. FGL fan, unfortunately not quite able to force him out yet, though.
Cubby still needs to be cleared. Jasmine so low. She needs to survive because she has the resurrection. 3 bullets left in the chamber. FGL's going to chance that reload. This camera is active. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it's in the little corner there, I believe. On the
really,
right-hand side.
Camera placement. Yeah, that's a really strong camera placement.
That's so nasty. Means that they know exactly when people exit hookah. And Jasmine now,
10 seconds left.
She's going to be forced to save.
I like the fact that Jasmine is saving, because, as mentioned in the round before, UAH, they do not have the economy, and they've kind of been perpetually on this stage where they just force, get the investment, limited utility, but it's enough. And the kind of remnants that are left over mean that they can just rinse and repeat that same kind of standpoint for the last couple of rounds. Unfortunately, they finally hit that breaking point. The spike blast as well are really assisting them in that. Not being able to get one last round means that it's only a Phantom, that saved Phantom on Jasmine, and kind of Spectres here or there to sort of give a bit of sugar to the medicine. But unfortunately, this is going to be a hard pill to swallow, as RSU are going to prime themselves to take the lead for the first time this game. It just so happens to be in the kind of closing 6 rounds of the match.
And every single one of these force by rounds hurts UAH more and more. He's going to walk that smoke, misses the shot, and this time Oka isn't there to take the second attempt. Jasmine finds DKT as they peek out of U-Haul. And even with these lesser armaments, still they've opened up well here. Down goes the wall. That's going to allow for a pretty easy plant, and Zero's managed to pick up the rifle, but was dropped by DKT. It's going to be more dangerous to try and retake with this op. Spikes hasn't been planted. They're too slow on this, Crema. Now you've got to move into Salty's sides to try and get this plant down. Fruit Loop's still got it in hand, but they haven't secured the site at all.
Yeah, Fruit Loop. Gonna try and tap those.
It's like break the wall.
Doesn't break the wall though. When actually, I'm surprised. RSU don't go for the wall break. They instead just go to rush them. And for Salty, I feel pretty bad for him because even though he's going 24-14, that's twice now him missing with the op has led to his team losing. I mean, misses the player swinging on mid. That directly means that Ukla's taken down, and then the site collapses. Like, I like how he's now got the Vandal out, because he's good with the Vandal. Just because you can get it doesn't mean you should get it. And for UAH, sticking to the old reliable, that being a couple of rifles now to try and wield.
That was so important for UAH to win. They were on such a piecemeal buy. They're looking like the first half of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, to be honest. Very much eating lettuce in bed. I realise that's probably going to be lost on the Americans as well. I don't know how big they are on Road Dahl.
I got it though. That's great.
My eyes are done.
Oh, Clarky! Instantly with a headshot on Zero. Could be a resurrection here. It is available. Out comes the blind as well. That's going to allow for Reyes. Cat is going to be caught here by that tripwire, and it's obfuscated. You couldn't see where it was coming from because you were caught within the cyber cage. What a great coalescence of utility right there from the side of Clarky. As for defensive Cosmic Divine, it's going to make entering the B site all the more dangerous, but it also is going to provide some safety for this ultimate from the Killjoy. Clarky's going to be caught within. They're noted as they come out of this area. Lawlock wins out the duel against Jasmine. Will anyone be caught within the lockdown? One player will be. It is Clarky, and they have been noted by this turret. They're not chasing it down, though. They got noted by the turret. If they survive being detained, that'd be madness. Oakland's going to be brought back here by Lawlock, and suddenly it's an all-out brawl. They're going to be deterred from going for that tap by the Nano Swarm, and still Zero is alive. They're just about hanging on in a 1 versus 2, but they can't win out the second duel. DKT brings it home, but the timing's going to be difficult. They can't get the defuse. They were stopped by the Nano Swarm. It's so close! 23 milliseconds remain. I didn't even see the cast of the defuse. I thought they'd given it up. What was that?
You know, you really trust your teammates when I believe that was DKT there. He actually left his teammate with the bomb and just ran off, fully expecting it to explode. So there's a trust game for you. I actually don't like that Salty's brought the op out, but yeah, if it works here, it works here. You're 2 away from victory. You're 1 away from guaranteeing at the time.
This is so risky when your team's got so little money.
Yep, and it's going to be a massive commitment to mid here.
Oh, it's going to be noted as well. Surely they've seen the op in Katia's hands. Okla, they're going to gate crash out. Not opting to go for the flank. Once again, the right angle of tripwires on the floor. Not going to be reinforced by the cyber cages thus far. I think they're being saved in case of a potential retake on A.
I like how Ukla's going quite aggressive here, but that's a beautiful breakpoint by FGL man.
Unable to get the follow-up, unfortunately. The flash does not connect. At the moment, just more of an aggressive lurk, trying to figure out where people are. Okla is noted. They know that they're in cubby. However, not too much clearing utility is available. The fast swing from Okla takes out their counterpart, and Catius needs to go big with this operator. Remember, there's very little money in the bank for UAH Black.
Look at the rotation to toilets.
Oh my goodness, it's met by DKT, and the spray's a little bit messy. It's a little bit of a labour, and Jasmine gets it done in the end. Picking up that spike, but Salty isn't missing this time. They were prepped, they were ready. And once again, Jasmine finds herself with no friends.
This is going to be a really, really close affair. However, with Clark shutting down Jasmine, 12-11 RSU now sits, and this is a scary point for UAH. You look at Cassius, he has no money at all because of that op investment last round. It was a risk, and unfortunately that risk won't pay off at all, as UAH now with rifles and a Spectre have to try and topple a well-equipped RSU. But what they do have an advantage in is the ultimate. Zero's got the Empress, FGL fan with his Tremor, and Cassius with the teleport against the Info on Clarky and the knives on Salty. This is a massive utility advantage to UAH Black. More importantly, though, while they don't have the guns, they have the ults.
There's no point in saving these. They can't be kept into overtime, and that's what UAH Black are aiming for at this moment. DKT caught out in showers, but they do have the obfuscation to help them escape. And now, Salty going to be trying to get something off the back of these knives. So left click connects and they get them refreshed. DKT takes their hidden little corner and tries to play out of it, but FGL will not allow it. Clarky falls down, but not before getting a trade, and Okla has been noted. Salty can't get too much off the knives and now brings the op out for a secondary pause. Out comes the stun. The no scope's no good. You can't use that scope or you're stunned up, mate. FGL claims their third. Now it's down to a 2 versus 2. Okla has found Jasmine. FGL has claimed so much space right here. Where is the other? Law, they're up in heaven right now. Jasmine, I think they feel quite safe in this position at this moment. They're not going to be able to pinch in on Jasmine. The double wall bang. FGL, they need to find someone where they actually have a line of sight on the spike. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly difficult to make anything work. Out comes the concussion. That's going to stop the defuse from Okla. They're still looking towards this area. There's the wall bang. FGL, could it be the ace? Yes, it will! FGL guarantees the overtime, and UAH stay alive.
Overtime.
What a time to win a round like that. FGL, his reach has been incredible on both the defensive side, and now he proves it on the attacking side. Incredible round from him, and our second ace of today. Harry, what a time for it to happen on, and for RSU, I mean, Salty, he's going to have his head in his hands with 27-16. Yeah, we criticized his opping literally 2 rounds ago. This round, he completely recovered it, turned it 180, gets the entry, even doubles down. However, it just was not enough. They lose the 2 versus 1, and for UAH Black, they're going to find themselves by the skin of their teeth in overtime.
FGL, bit of an enthusiast on the breach. Pretty good at it as well. Looks like they're opting into potentially here for a rush towards the B. However, they still have a Yoru lurk on A without a gate crash setup. They could be looking for a TP play here.
Waiting for this attack now, Salty. See the health on the jump spot. I don't think he has. Fan. There's that utility that's been working so damn well for UAH here. Look at that. It just zones them so well, Harry.
Okla pushing though. Gonna make sure that this TP is clear, that it's safe to do so. You just want to be a little bit more noisy. Maybe drag one more rotation over. However, UAH Black thus far remain resolute in keeping these members on here. They haven't looked upwards. Cassius is able to get the first, and now it's going to be so much more difficult to make that TP work. You do not know if this area is clear anymore, and you've got a frag on B now, so maybe you can double down. Maybe you can make it work. It drags over the rotation here from Jasmine, and Fruit Loop is going to be cornered off, sectioned away by that smoke. DKT going to take themselves some kind of entry. Not conventional to do the entry with the Astra, but instead they're just moving through this teleporter instead. A site's been completely abandoned, and it's going to be time to pack up and go, boys and girls. Clarky remains on this site, and they might try and weave their way in afterwards, but no, it's going to be pretty overt that they go through the teleporter too.
Sort of getting an opening as well. Suddenly things look a bit better for this RSU side. Clarky on a flank. He's now going to try and catch out Cassius, and all of a sudden, UAH needs to try and cascade this site quickly.
DKT in their signature corner. There's the turret coming down. Will it be able to identify? It won't, because DKT is once more obfuscated by the smoke. They put the smoke down on top of the utility from Fruit Loop. It's a little bit of friendly fire. There's a wall. They've got to try and break through. Reload. No. Cassius is going to just come up for air, grab the frag, and get the defuse. What a wall. Jasmine from beyond the grave helps UAH to secure it, and they are on match point. Oh my goodness, Grammar.
FGL fan right now is probably about to go ballistic if his team win. To win that 1v2, take it to overtime, then go with the entries, allow Jasmine with an incredible wall to guarantee your victory in your opening round of OT. And for RSU, I mean, they're left speechless. They are a team that's made for the defense, though. And UAH, they're also a team made for defense. So winning this attacking round is going to be tough. And I doubt it will happen here. But nonetheless, this is a very heavy ace stack from RSU. And unfortunately, it's not going to be needed.
Been a bit of a poor show for attackers on Bind today. Being able to win an attacking round. That is what will mark the victor of our... Oh my goodness, that was very quick. Clarky's gone down. That's a huge amount of defensive utility that's now missing. Zero's able to do some scouting here. There's a much faster push from UAH Black. They've sectioned off Oakland. Gonna have to burn down this wall, but that will betray their presence in elbow. And there's not really much in the way of retake utility here. Salty has picked up the operator once more. It's going to be very difficult to try and make anything work with this.
Through these smokes. Fight. This control being garnered. Zero going for these leers just to try and keep this team away. However, smoke's got to go eventually.
Fruit Loop playing back. They want to keep this bomb safe using those nano swarms. Oakland grabs the first though. Fruit Loop just continues to spray. The control is good. It isn't perfect. And now it's come down to a 1 versus 1. They brought out the nano swarm as they go around the corner. And Salty is not going to allow that a lot on your life, mate. It's going to be close on the defuse, but I think Salty's got just enough time. 2 seconds in the bank. Bring out the Blaze Storm just for a little bit of style.
Sides. Overtime.
Salty going 31-17. Harry, he doesn't want to play a third map. I think he's heard.
So he's got a prior engagement.
Yeah, he's found out that Fracture's the next map. He's just as clueless as we are. I went, I'll do Fracture. So now he wants to win it out on here. This is really, he's doing it for our sake, if anything, Harry. So we really need to kind of credit Salty to this. Says Zero, on the flip side, loves Fracture, wants to play it on stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, double overtime. And once again, it's going to be all about who can win an attacking round. Because both of these teams fantastic at the defense. That's a great start. Clarky takes out Zero. Jasmine tries to plug the gaps, but gets taken out in the process. And now they can break through that wall for free because A-Site is basically entirely in the hands of Rogers State. They get the plant. They've got themselves a 5 versus 3. This is their best chance to win the map and the series, Kremer.
Going to try to take this first fight. Nuclear does fall, and FGL reveals himself. FGL, of course, like a clutch minister, and tell you what, he's got a decree to pass. Says he's left in another 1v3.
Clutch minister wants to pass some legislation, passes it right into the back of Lawlock's head. Where is that spike is the question. Isolated right now is the Cypher. However, DKT yet to reveal themselves. There's the Nova Pulse, there's the stun, there's the bullet. Rogers State off the back of a fantastic execution and a great opening frag onto Zero. Convert an attacking round. And now, UAH Black, they're sweating.
This is their reason to sweat as well. RSU have been so strong in their defense, as strong as they've been. And as we see, UAH just kind of spread out, sort of sporadically place themselves around mid. RSU, they've kind of gone to the habit of on their defensive side, just rolling the dice, stacking a site, and then using that to kind of dictate whether or not they need to win again on their own defensive side. In this case, it is going to be a more default setup for them. As UAH, they do the old reliable, stack up outside B, prepare a straight hit. However, this time Salty going a bit aggressive.
There's a good lineup too right here, but Zero gets the first, gets the heal up as well off the back of a Devour. Clarky's up gone as well. One remains here. They came in quickly with the gate crash, and that's going to be Oakler. Could catch someone midway through this wall. The layer comes out, so they know they're going to be expecting Zero. Dare any more people push this against Oakler? Surely you don't push your own smoke when you know the enemy have to retake. You just wall this area instead. Cat ears. Oakler was betrayed by the Tracers, and so the Phantom's going to win out that duel. Out is the barrel, and Lawlock takes advantage of that. Still, Fruit Loops in the midst of all of this has got themselves access to yet another ultimate. Fruit Loops has gone absolutely huge off the back of these. Jasmine is watching. They're waiting. Slow Orb in hand leaves DKT alone. No one's going to be detained. But 1 versus 3, UOH Black. This would be heartbreaking for Rogers State.
Oh no, Harry. That's all I'll say to that.
2 attack rounds converted. Now they have to win more attack rounds. It's triple overtime.
Triple overtime. We're going for a record here, Harry. And right now in triple OT, but neither side look like they're ready to lose this. Neither side look like they're stronger than the other. And as RSU prepare for a straight hit to A, once again, UAH kind of mimicking the setup that RSU went for, but this time with 3-man commitment on A. They don't have the luxury of that Cypher for additional info. It's all going to be down to these duelists killing people.
That's very difficult. That's for one way. They've seen DKT's feet, but they're not quick enough on the punch. Zero taken out first once again. This is how the last successful attack round happened, Kremer. And DKT catches a touch of poke, but hey, you'd rather a couple of unhealthy allies than some dead ones. Forces the movement. No, Jasmine needs to win that off the back of a movement from Salty. Cadiers has to reinforce that. It needs to be claimed, and so Cadiers gets affirmative with their position.
Look at the rotation, though. Because they know Cadiers is there, they know the speed site is completely clear. A really, really good read from RSU there. A map awareness of Christopher Columbus, and they've left UAH with a really, really tough retake for themselves. They don't have the luxury of the lockdown that they were really manky on last round. So just got to try and take a fight with Ukla. He's going so aggressive here.
He's got a nasty lurk. Ukla, they bode their time until Fruit Loop was looking in the wrong direction. They're spamming now. Take it for free. And so they did. DKT hit by that paranoia, but it's difficult to follow up. That's a lovely flick there onto Clarky. We're waiting for Catiers to wake back up. DKT taken down. Catiers has found 3. Even more than that potentially from FGL Fan, but no. Rogers off the back of Ukla's 3K are able to confirm yet another attacking round. And once again, they are in the driver's seat. They're on match point. They're on series point here. And UAH Black, they are up against the wall.
All they have to do is just win a defensive round. It sounds so easy when you say it out loud, but in actuality, UAH have been so strong for the entirety of this map, both attacking and defending. And as they prepare to use the same strategy that worked for Rogers, that being a hit away, is going to be all down to the Sage to be that first point of contact. Norlock, he's been so strong before. See what he can do now. There's that swing, there's that raise, but he hesitated too long.
They were so close, Kremer. There's no reason that you need to be that close to the wall. Could have played it a little bit further back. Salty plays up high. Oh my goodness, we're already spotted out by Zero here. 2 members of the A defense are lost. Fruit Loop, once again, getting that plant. DKT wants to try and clear through U-Haul here. What a swing from Clarky. Getting rid of FGL Fan is so important. Already, something has been opened in that wall. Allows the players to begin spilling on through. DKT has the information, but Catiers doesn't care what you know. A rifle in hand in a 1 versus 2. Clarky, can they clutch this? Fruit Loop is so far away because they're just trying to play for the nano swarms. Allows Catiers to take the duel alone. And you know what? Catiers don't need no one to help.
Overtime.
They've got their own feline senses.
We went into the second half, and about kind of 5-6 rounds into the second half, I made the mental note, Cat has only had 10 kills. He has woken up these last couple of rounds, and he has really been the X factor for UAH Black. You'd think he'll be Zero. I mean, he's consistently getting a kill here or there, but the true man of the hour is Catiers right now, and RSU, it feels like they kind of got their head in their hands right now, thinking, just how do we beat him?
Quadruple overtime. 15-15. Down goes for smoke. That's Catiers, of course. Making sure that excellent showers. Yeah, that would be that'd be something. We've seen multiple people hold on this high angle now. Wouldn't be surprised to see some early attempts at wall bangs there from people in showers. That would betray their presence. So it's kind of a here and there.
Look at this stack as well. The UAH Black, they are really convinced this is going to be a onto the safe site. And I mean, credit where credit's due to them. I mean, RSU, they're not exactly quiet about this presence, and there's going to be a massive dice roll, say significantly stacking its toilets here.
All right, Salty also assaulting B at the same time. They're going to be dealing with Fruit Loops, but FGL Fan's already fallen. Catty is trying to keep it alive, but Clarky's just so fast. The wall's gone down, and that's an easy, safe plant. Zero's too slow to take down the wall, and so it has solidified. Jasmine needs to connect, and so she will onto Lawlock. A large amount of utility now gone. The slow orbs are missing, but coming in from every separate angle are Rogers State. They give nothing away, and now Ukla can dimensionally drift on through, give away so much information, and Salty uses that to maximum efficacy. clean execution from Roger State right here.
Match point.
And Catiers, unfortunately, couldn't get too much from the top of that box.
That was a solid opening from Ukla, actually. That straight entry onto FGL. He was actually seen first, so on all statistics, he should have lost that. But a little shoulder pick, stray bullet, and it meets the dome of his oppressor, and with that, they just cascaded onto a site. For UAH Black, they're going to go for this hit onto B. Unfortunately, the Cypher, while cams are good, while info playing is great, his teammates are really far away right now. The 4-man commitments away really puts so much pressure onto Clarky right now. And he's gone to the wrong bomb site. He's in CT. This is such a heavy commitment to A. And Ukla, this aggression, it needs to come through quickly.
I feel like they just want to go for a full-blooded retake here. You can already see Ukla moving all their way around the back. They could get a nasty flank on a defending team, have some pinch on a retake. And now that there's been no presence noted on A, already some rotations are coming in. It's very slow and steady from UAH. They didn't want to betray anything too early. And now Salty's managed to grab control of Elbow. They're going to be pinged right here by that tripwire. The Nova Pulse doesn't stop the plant, but does at least concuss a few people. Salty now going to be meeting the crosshairs of Zero. A second peek potentially from Clarky could take out that Reyna, but they need to worry about Okla coming around the back. Zero's going to be caught with a knife out, but still, they're a little bit faster. The Vandal, just too difficult to deal with. Cassius has returned as well. With an Odin in hand, Zorlok's trying to make something work. They move through Zero, just run and gun, baby. No need to worry about that. It's wall bangs for days. The Odin Gaming will deliver you to Valhalla, and you're going to be going there on an express trip thanks to FGL. DKT versus 2. It smells like sex scuffle overtime.
That it will be. I was really impressed by Lolok there actually to get 3 quick kills. Unfortunately, he was killed before he could make it 4. And honestly, it feels like Rogers are being a bit too clever about it. We see them constantly just going back and stacking the safe site. And I mean, sure, statistically, eventually we'll see UAH run into a stacked site and you'll win the game. But you're running such a risk every single time, where if you don't win your attack, you're left in such a tough position.
Zero closing in on that 40 bomb. Let it be known. Rogers State, they want to win here. They want to go to the hot date they've got planned. For Kremer and I, it's 4:30 in the morning. We can go all night, baby. Zero opens us up. Warlock falls on down.
Zero. I love how he continues going aggressive here. He spots out Clarky. Okay, we got for him though. Instead of throwing Lear just to say go out. Get out of here. Go on. Get. As Rogers realised the stack. Yeah, they realised the stack. They're heading straight to B, but this time UAH Black, they've now committed massively to this rotation. Look at that exodus of players.
No one taking TP as well. We know that that area is not clear, and Salty is indeed camping it. They need to get the wall down here as soon as possible, but they have, of course, lost their Sage. However, spam through the smoke takes care of FGL. That's going to make these entries a little bit more difficult to manage. Zero's made their way onto the site, however. They need to worry about Salty coming through on the flank. Catiers is going to be the first to take contact with that, and Fruit Loop's all alone for the moment. Catiers wins it out. We're down to a 3 versus 3. Fruit Loop moves with speed. The flash comes on in. Black are all by themselves, and DKT here gets the knock. Fruit Loop is unperturbed, though. They're still holding this defuse. DKT thinks someone's going to peek him, but no one's ready to do that. Fruit Loop just holds it down, and UAH have pulled ahead.
Switching
Looks like he used the wrong one there.
Match point.
I think he activated the wrong well, and that caused the... Well, that caused one of the players to be thrown, which gave the audio cue, but not the diffuser. Rogers, that is soul-crushing, and now they're facing a harrowing prospect. But they've got to win their defensive round if they want to stay alive here. And honestly, UAH Black, that kind of blunder from DKT is going to weigh pretty heavy on his psyche, to the extent where that sort of psychiatric blockade could be missing a piece of the enigma that gives UAH their round. Lorlock, again, this really close angle. I don't like how close it is, but he's going to try and make it work now as he goes through after Salty gets that first one.
The Odin. Plenty of wall penetration. It's not required. Oh my goodness, the time it takes to ADS is more than enough for Catiers to make something work. Clarky holding in hookah right now. Needs to win out a duel against Zero. Needs to deny that 40 bomb. There we go. That's the first. Going to be noted. They know that Clarky is going to be ratting up somewhere. They're damn right. 2 versus 3. We've talked about Salty's op. It's been up. It's been down. It needs to be up here if Rogers wants to win this, and it is. Carriers starts off in the kennel, and Zero has taken elevated ground, but they still need the spike to come their way. The spike's actually taking an alternate route. That's going to make it difficult to trade. If you spot 2 people here, though, you still can go through the teleporter. Fruit Loops closes the distance. Salty needs to take a second peek. That's way too high. I don't know where you're aiming, son.
30 seconds
Oakland now left in a 1 versus 2. The Vandal in hand. The flash comes out. They identified 1. They can connect onto 0. Now they need to get Fruit Loops. They've got 34 HP. And UAH Black, they aren't going to allow Kremer and I to sleep before 5 a.m. They even it up in such a long overtime. It was hard fought. It was brutal. But it was bloody entertaining, Kremer.
Absolutely solid game from both teams, and honestly, UAH Black deservedly so. Incredible game, and Zero is my man of the match there. What a game from him. I think he was on 40 kills at the end of that. Such a hard slog for him, but he was able to bring his team to victory. It took a lot of overtimes. It was a constant to and fro, but congratulations to UAH for taking that game. We are going to go to a quick little break. When we return, though, we're going to bring you Fracture, our third and final map, where we're going to decide who is the best of these 2 teams, and we'll see who emerges as victorious.
It's 1-1. It was down to the wire. Kramer and I are definitely upping the hourly rate today. 2 best-of-3 series, and we have been treated down here in Navigators. You guys know what the matchup is. UAH up against Rogers. Bind was a struggle, Kramer, but the struggle's about to intensify. Go on, Fracture.
Yeah. Fracture, a map that we rarely see, and I think that this has been left in as a bit of a curveball. I suspect that at the end of our veto, the option was either, I believe it was either Fracture or Icebox, and then one team just didn't want to play Icebox. So they went, all right, we'll take our chances on Fracture. So that's how I imagine this veto's gone. Fracture, really, really new map. It's still a bit weird in having a set meta. I think it's quite common to see Brimstones on this map, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised if FGL actually picks into it, bearing in mind that his Brimstone over on that last map of Split was incredible. So I wouldn't be surprised at all. Over on, at least over on the defender's side, we do see that Viper from DKT, another very common pick for this map, and Jasmine also coming off the stage to aim for that Viper. I actually really, really like the agent composition of UTH right now.
Another note as well, it would appear that despite the multitude of substitutions that are available for our teams, both have opted to remain with the same roster. Particularly interesting on the side of UAH as well, who did actually swap out 2 people moving into Bind, and they appear to have kept a winning combination in hand for now. And yeah, I'm a pretty big fan. It's a very versatile composition that we currently see from the side of Rogers. Sova here, I think Sova's just a staple, and it's interesting to see what the double Sentinel will be able to do on a map that's quite attacker-sided.
God, they waited for the last possible moment, didn't they? Before they could lock into their agents. So
Jasmine still hasn't locked. It might even reset. There we go.
Oh no! Literally last possible moment there. That's what brings out that Viper. Again, as I mentioned before, I really, really like the look of UAH right now. I really like that agent composition. I favor the Breach over the Sova kind of categorically, especially when you have the Jets that kind of extend a bit for info rather than using the Sova more for the Arrow. It's a bit more of risk to it, but Catis, he was going first last map anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he might as well just play with Jet, right? It was an extra
Exactly. Exactly. However, Fracture, really, really cool map, and hopefully we'll be able to see a fairly nice start from this side.
And of course, we're yet to see it in professional play. Last chance qualifiers happening all around the world in several different regions. 4 different regions, in fact. We had South America, North America for a while, EMEA, and APAC. Fracture was featured on none of them, so the pro meta is yet to crystallize and provide a guideline for any of these teams to follow. This is all gone with the wind.
With this investment being a couple of ghosts on either side, mainly on UAH here. Let's see where the entry comes from. Salty, there's that probe for info, hence why they don't have the Sova, and they see everyone's coming. It's a straight hit to B, and UAH, they suddenly seem fairly well versed in this map.
Shred up B main for now, then they back off for a second. Will they wait for the Viper's orb to dissipate is the question. Ukla starting to feel a little bit frisky, moving around. Fracture a map that can have a lot of duels in it, and Zero moving underneath at the moment, so they could finish in potentially from Arcade. Here comes the explosive entrance. Dorlock gets blinded, so they stay up in tower for now. Salty playing from the cubby, grabs one before the trade out, and Zero not sure exactly where they want to go right now. He'll be able to potentially grab that orb before the spike comes down. Not entirely sure on what the timing was. DKT's caught out in the corner. And suddenly Rogers low on friends, but Okla brings it a little bit closer towards being even. Clarky going to be meeting with Zero first and meets with their end. Okla's all by themselves. The turret gets contact. The ghost is good for 1, but will it be good for any more? The answer, of course, will be no, as Zero is not known to throw these ones down the drain. UAH Black start off strong.
Really, really strong round actually so far, and we look to what is going to be a really tough position, I think, for this side. And what kind of brings to mind is that UAH, they look like they are really well versed on Fracture there. The breach opening, followed up by the Plant, looked like a team that played this. So maybe Fracture is UAH Black's kind of curveball map that they play. They want to try and catch the other team off guard. And Whereas Rogers on the flip side, that was a very aim-oriented round. I mean, sure, there was the odd Viper smoke deployed, but that was a very reactionary thing rather than something that's premeditated.
I mean, in one of our longer breaks, Cameron, we can definitely talk about having a pocket pick map, especially one that's often going to be banned, to force your opponents to have to use a ban there. Okla, oh, nasty with the short. He takes out Fruit Loop, but unfortunately, the rising tide of Spectres is difficult to deal with. Fruit Loop's going to be the only fallen comrade there. They get the bonus credits off the plant. Now let's go back to talking about these map picks, because obviously you're coming from Counter-Strike, where the map veto is incredibly important tactically.
Yeah, absolutely right. Having a curveball map can be so deadly. We've kind of known teams as well, especially the tier 2 scene, where you've had a team that is historically, nothing too impressive, but they end up finding like a niche map that they are insane on. And what you end up doing is you see them go into tournaments where the better teams kind of just ignore the fact that they can play a map, let them pick that niche map, and suddenly this random team is winning on a niche map, and it completely throws onto tilt these tier 1 teams. And I actually really like the psyche that comes behind it. UAH Black looks like fractures that map for them.
BKT holding close here, maybe inside their own orb. Wouldn't be too bad. People losing health the second they move in, and then being a little bit obfuscated as they move towards that judge. DKT going to meet multiple people here, gets through one, but doesn't get the second. Potentially that judge could be picked up right now. Catty is not quite as clean as they want to be on that spray, but will they expect Zero to be this close as well? They can wait for that wall to dissipate, but Lawlock wins out the door. Rogers State on their buy here appear to have got plenty done. I just went completely West Country with this, so we might as well stick with it. Salty takes down FGL Fan 52, and that's going to be Rogers State's just tying it up a little bit. We're ended up Irish.
We're just going through accents there, are we, Harry?
I just on a walking tour of the British Isles.
Do you want to do a round as a Brummie then for us?
I cannot do. I wish I could. The Brummie accent is a scientific anomaly.
It actually is. Like, who in Birmingham has heard that accent and gone, yes? Hey.
This more of this.
Weird accent in the country.
Yeah. So very weird accent.
Everything sounds like you were really upset by something.
It's really stressful being from Birmingham.
I can't do it. Rumor has it you can actually claim disability funds if they let you hear your Grammy accent. However, that's something the NHS can answer. As Jasmine drives straight onto Clarky. Already gone, a man down here.
Clarky. Being a little bit cheeky at the moment. It's interesting to see them move over onto one of these more authoritative engagement roles. Especially considering they've mostly been playing the Cypher thus far. I think Fruit Loop's going to be able to get the plant right here, but they are going to be surrounded by multiple members of Rogers State. Potentially UAH can convert this. Zero up here on top of Drop, able to do plenty. Fruit Loop finds himself cornered under Heaven at the moment, playing in Hell. Zero moves in. It's going to be torn down as they do so. Unable to get too much covering fire out. And now Jammy all alone. Wait, Jasmine gets one. We're going to move through the Viper's pit, or rather, the snake bite. And if it wasn't going to be Okla, it was going to be the bite that did it. Rogers State tie us up.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering as well, what Birmingham is, think New Jersey. That's probably the best way to describe
nuclear exclusion zone, but somehow a living city.
Yeah, try and mix like New Jersey with Chernobyl. It's weird, but you'd have to go there to understand. But I just don't recommend going there. Actually,
it's also the site of one of the premier local lands in the UK, so it's like a pilgrimage for gamers.
That should be your first red flag, isn't it? If it's a pilgrimage for gamers, you get the hell out of there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a gamer zone, a gamer exclusion zone.
Let's stay out, pro gamer inside. God, it makes the hair on your back of your neck stand up on end, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready to cast anymore, Kremer. Marshall in hand here for FGL, just staring down Dish. How going to be Clarky here? But Clarky's going to have an arms advantage. Clarky actually moves the other way the second that Leah is sent out. Okla takes first contact. Catty manages to get that done, though. This defensive Killjoy ultimate needs to be taken down by Jasmine. And it will be, but that does allow for Clarky to get a favourable trade. And UAH, they've suddenly ran out of steam. Never had much to begin with, to be honest, because it was a low buy on this round.
And for UAH, this has been a fairly shaky position from them. You have this kind of push from a drop here from FGL, and the worry is Salty. I mean, he's already pinged, so Salty, this should be a fairly quick engagement that he does win. Only needs one bullet. How very green-fingered of him. Scattis goes to the high ground.
Eco-friendly.
Yeah, just trying to hide, but Salty, going on a rampage. Scattis, what are we going to do? Not much from the looks of it. My worry, actually, from the attackers there is UAH didn't coordinate that very well at all. They had the players kind of split from kind of the northernmost, southernmost attacking spawns. It was the southernmost attackers. They took a fight, got some kills, continued fighting in A rope mainly, and by the time they were still fighting in A rope, and the northern attackers hadn't really left A dish. They still hadn't commenced their attack. So by the time the main attack from the south had gone, I don't actually know whether or not you refer to this call out from northernmost and southernmost attacking spawns. So it sounds like we're doing like proper military tactics as well. But once the southernmost attack fails,
lost in your words, Kramer.
The northern army, they just got called off.
You can talk me to sleep. It's very 5 a.m. in my brain right now.
It is very much 5 a.m. right now. We do apologise for this. I realise that, bless them, because this is you know, Uni Valorant. They're gonna go back and watch this cast. Guys, I'm sorry.
Oh no, they're just trying to run through a nano swarm. They're just running into a cloud of bullets. I'm not sure if they died of blood loss or suffocation with that much lead in the atmosphere.
Last player standing.
Salty.
Oh,
He is ruthless right now, isn't he?
One player's been detained, but Fruit Loop is all by herself. Have a phantom. Have a foil.
Oh
no, we're just going to be moving into a Viper's pit. We're like, oh no. Oh, no.
Just
Stopping in your tracks, Scooby-Doo skidding to a hole.
Oh, they say you can't portray expression in video games. That was incredible. Just
physical acting at the top tier.
That was amazing. Just sees it now, good. Just leave.
Sparky. Oh, they've identified the target. They want to take this rifle. Okla's on an intercept course. They missed the first view. Don't connect the headshot. Fruit Loop, can they win it? The answer is no. It's body shots all round for the Killjoys. Down goes the rifle, and DKT, I don't think they're going to be around in time to pick that up. That was such a sad time to be Fruit Loop.
Yeah, absolutely was. And I mean, that just little stop there has made my day.
Just,
already 5 hours into my day, but it's been made already. So cheers to that, Fruit Loop. It's solid.
It's for little things, Kramer.
Yeah, look, you know, whatever makes you happy, right? And UAH, they're doing a mass commitment to this northern border.
Oh, they've got to try something cheeky. We don't have much in the way of armament. The offensive Viper Judge here. Interesting. I think
that's a new one.
I think Lawlock here has not been overly quiet with their movement. And so Cat Ears knows that this area is basically secure because Visage Wall works both ways, right? Like, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to platform over this. You could potentially get on top of the rope and then try and parkour your way from the box.
It's a really well-placed Viper Wall.
Oh, that was such a good play on B as well to try and keep 2 players over here. They want to somehow get this Viper's pit down after a plant and then defend it with the Viper with the Judge. That Nano Storm's taken out a little bit earlier. So much damage has been done. Blinded right now. So much. Jasmine falls on down. That's for Spike down. That's for Jig up. Fruit Loop. What can you do with a Spectre? Gonna be a pinch here. Onto Salty. The coverage is just too good. Playing from A ropes. Okla's been able to do so much.
Yeah, really, really strong round. And Okla and Salty both having a really, really solid game so far. Okla, he was sort of sitting mid-table in our 2 kind of interluding games. However, Salty, he has been consistently doing well. As a Zero, the Rainers on both these teams have been sick. So really, really well played on both their parts. But it's Okla mainly was stepped up for this 3rd and final map. At 5-2, UAH, I mean, they're not out of the woods yet. I mean, sure, 2 rounds definitely isn't great, but they've got a fair bit left in this half. As we're about halfway through here. As Jasmine, gonna try and help go through this Sage Wall here.
What worries me though, Kramer, is that by some accounts, Fracture's a very attacker-sided map. You want to be able to walk over significant advantage from this. Lawlock's actually caught in front of that utility from the breach. The second player to come up just places himself in Salty's crosshair. How convenient for Salty. But all of you should take that peek simultaneously. UAH Black are going to be checked on their entries here, and DKT from Tower knows that there isn't going to be too much more in that area. Down goes the Viper's Pit with Jasmine inside. And they're going to be able to take out their counterpart. Just making things a little bit more difficult for Roger State, but they can just try and spam in here. Zero sun themselves behind a wall that isn't particularly penetrable. And now, oh, they want to force them out of this pit. This is a fantastic ultimate from Ookla. Fruit Loop is down. Zero's forced to move. They need to hunt down the lockdown, and that's exactly what they'll do. So clutch from Zero. They'll still fall themselves, but Jasmine is still alive, and that's what matters. 8 HP remains, and they can try and burn the time. They get themselves a headshot, but can they stop the defuse? I think it's too late. Clarky needs to try and hold it down. It's going to be so close on the timing, Kramer. Clarky's clenched up. It's squeaky bum time with less than a tenth of a second remaining, but Clarky gets it done. That's so heartbreaking for Jasmine and the rest of UAH Black. Oh my goodness. I think my chair needs cleaning.
That was such a close round. However, 0.9 of a second is what decides it. That's incredible. And what's also quite impressive for UAH Black, that wasn't too heavy an investment. They were kind of share a serial there. They weren't looking to take that heavier fight, and because of that, we've now got RSU with a ult disadvantage, but more importantly, they've got a UAH with some very, very strong investment.
Elias there decides to both destroy the dart with a non-silenced weapon and then dodge it. The hunt begins. So there's definitely some overt presence being established over towards A-Dish, and that's going to likely keep the attention of the Sova over here for now, as well as force the investment of this drone. Going to catch FGL, but will not catch for second. And now Salty, oh, they're so good playing from the rope. They catch FGL with utility out. Now they're looking over towards Cat Ears, but the Guardian, a little bit clean when it comes to those headshots. If you got the aim for it, why not become the headshot machine? Just like Scream would be proud of. Zero. Grabs yet another. Ookla is down. Clarky caught on their disengagement, but will survive for now. The Spike's going to make its way into the underground. It'll be planted in hell, of course, and Jasmine going to be able to join everyone as well. Lawlock was somehow caught all the way across Canteen here. Zero's, oh my goodness.
That's quick.
Domed by DKT.
That's a very clean shot. However, you need to remember, Timmy the turret.
Timmy!
My boy, he is ruthless right now. Stone cold killer. DKT, he's got to be careful. He better watch himself.
When you ever come around these ends again, Timmy has no mercy. I feel like that was not a ideal snake bite right there, but it's okay. Just trying to stop DKT from moving too far forward. They just need to stop them from moving through this central courtyard, and that will be achieved. Everyone's going to go off home with their rifles, have a cry and a bowl of cereal, just like me.
Keep your rifle by your side, and as that bomb goes off, UAH, 3 rounds for them, and a fairly solid kind of recovery from them. We enter the kind of latter stages of this first half, and with hardly any ults, it shows that both these sides have really been using them as they've come online. Fruit Loop's about to get her knockdown on. We've got the Rez about to come out on Lawlock as well, so we're about to see some fairly heavy retake ults to get ready to be used. UAH really kind of set for the alpha plan, so long as they do have that fracture in the hands of FGL fans. So now, if we can see maybe I think a 7-5 would be pretty comfortable for both these teams, as RSU.
You knew Lawlock was close, and yet they get that frag. They're up against so many, they get a second. That's so much for Lawlock, considering the amount of space that was taken away from them early. DKT going to be forced away for now. Roger State have themselves a numbers advantage, and once again, this Jet is existing on just a sliver of health, and now that's going to be nothing. DKT, dare they take this peak? They will. And Roger State feels like Fracture is very much their map.
Yeah, they're looking pretty damn strong. 7-3 the scoreline, and without any ults being used there, actually, they're allowing themselves to sort of catch up to the differential with UAH. While Cat is about to run out of the knives, it may not matter too much when they're still on rifles. So you might want it this round. If so, we're going to see him maybe very aggressive on B, trying to fight for the orb there. But for RSU, once DKT gets that Viper spit up, he's going to be able to just he's able to keep a sight on just lock, and then it allows him to just stack the other one, which for UAH is going to be a big problem.
Rough buy here for UAH. Rogers have so much in the bank. They can start to get aggressive. They can start to take these nasty angles. DKT needs to be careful not to be caught on the timing here, because of course you can be spotted by someone audaciously moving up B main. This smoke that DKT has had here has been a fixture of the B defense from this Viper. And it's interesting to note that they do opt to go for the Phantom to make sure that the tracers can't be seen through the smoke and reveal their position.
It's ready to be used here. Fruit Loop. We'll try and go through this. Actually, the turret is more there for info, if anything. DKT takes a lot of damage on the attack. Luckily, Clarky there to get the first blood. Means that DKT's fallback is justified as Ookla continues a rampage here.
God, these damn killjoys. They're bloodthirsty, ain't they? Zero. I appreciate the effort, mate. I think it's over. Oh no! The panic in that flick aim. I feel so sorry for them.
It's like he's trying to look over to his shoulders and say, "Guys,
where are my friends?
You?
All your friends are dead."
Oh, RSU, really, really strong round, and that was just a complete shutdown. But what I've noticed, that's been 2 rounds now where both teams have had ults that just haven't been used. UAH going for a massive commitment though to these northernmost positions to try and swarm whatever site they choose to attack, and with these ults you gotta use them. I'll be farther out of the half.
In a rough half already on B. DKT has put down that Viper's pit, but it doesn't matter because the hit's going towards A anyway. A full conglomerate of UAH members, 3 coming from top, 2 coming from main, 3 coming from main even. If only I could read the map, Tremor, that would be very good for a Valorant caster. Trying to cross here, FGL just racked with bullets, so much utility gets in their way. Salty going to take the flick here, and that's a great play. Down goes Cat Ears. The spike is going to be planted by Fruit Loop. Once again, they're investing so much in allowing this Killjoy. Zero.
This little cranny
How thin do you feel, son? How thin do you feel?
Sucking that guts.
Doesn't matter that much, unfortunately. Salty is intercepted on their way through. Into a double peek. Ookla keeping it clean. They've had such a good couple of rounds. Out comes that poison orb. It's wall bangable. Jasmine needs not to panic right now. 28 HP remains. Ookla picks up their 4. And Rogers. Their defensive alpha has been so good. Gonna end up 9-3 and UAH. We know about the 9-3 curse, but Fracture is not a map where you want to be only picking up 3 rounds on your attacking half. Moment of respite. Sides are swapped. How much defense have UAH Black actually done on Fracture? Very rarely scrimmed, I would imagine, at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're at a stage now where if RSU take this pistol round, the map's series is pretty much over. And to consider how incredible they were in order to force a overtime on Bind, it's almost soul-crushing to think that, you know, they're getting destroyed this hard over on Fracture.
Bind's definitely set down a story for us. A myth of a little team that could in UAH Black. A silent destruction of that recon arrow, and a somber mood at the moment penetrates UAH Black. They've already lost 2 to an execute on B. And this will surely be a spike plant, Kramer.
Absolutely right. Those 2 kills, ruthless, and if he got this kill, then it really is dire. It's looking pretty damn dire, Harry. 5-on-2. What can UAH Black really do from here as it's just going downhill?
Jasmine, by herself. identified by the turret, it just goes from bad to worse. Only a classic in hand as well. Oh, they're hit by the shock dart, down to 61 HP. They're faced with the wall. They're just going to try and cut through it. Will they be pinged by the recon dart? Yes, they will. Ukala, I don't want to wait. All I want to do is kill.
It's looking really rough at this point. UAH Black, I mean, they've got some eco, despite the kind of enticement being you force, you try and keep it as, at least, 10-4, try and work with that. The reality is, the second you do that, and if it loses, then you've actually lost the map, because you're then fighting when Rogers are fighting for a map win. In this case, they're being disciplined. Eco comes out, they're gonna hand Rogers the penultimate to this series, and it's gotta sting a little bit, doesn't it? As I see this Marshall, it's hope for a man advantage over on Dish.
Claiming the orb. A little bit of bonus. I know that's fairly safe to do. They've gone actually for double Vandal here on the side of Rogers. This is a confidence play, Kremer. This is saying, we don't think you can take these weapons from us. And at the moment, Salty's very much affirming that. Will it be a third? No, Cassius grabs that one, but it's just going to be passed on to the next player. To me, to you, to me, to you. But the Shockle brothers are nowhere to be found. This is no laughing matter for UAH Black. And still, they've got this presence on A. Jasmine could be caught on a rotation. The timing could be poor. Fruit Loops found. And once more, we are left with Jasmine all alone. No friends, no help.
I didn't realize how often we quoted British-only things until we started doing the NECC.
Yeah.
There is. If anyone in America has actually seen this
Brexit casting duo.
This is an advertisement for Brexit at this point. If any Americans have actually seen the Chuckle Brothers, then I'll give you my pay for this tournament. Not tournament. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but at least this map.
For this tournament, crikey, Kremer.
Yeah, let's steady on.
Getting ahead of yourself there, mate.
Yeah, so the Chuckle Brothers. That's a true kind of cultural heritage if ever I've seen it.
Well, the heritage of Rogers State winning that bonus round, or winning that bye round, is this bonus, and it's going to be incredibly brutal. Plenty of Vandals. UAH able to do the same. We were going about equal on gun duels when it came to bind, but it appears that on Fracture, the angles are just better known by Rogers. Instantly 2 frags to open up with. Ukla's port from the cubby, but FGL can't convert it into 2. Once more, Fruit Loop and Jasmine are left behind at the end as they commute over from A, because guess what? It's another B hit, Kremer. Oh my god. The spike being run down like the Olympic flame. That was a little bit of poor coordination there from Rogers, kind of losing themselves. They got lost in the sauce.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that is a... What on earth was that? How did
that
DKT
was
lose
Fruit
that?
Loop, and now they can just play this quietly. They're never up against essentially just a Marshall here.
Anyway.
Oh, the Marshall's been identified. I don't want to see them rush this. They have the spike in hand.
Left.
There's no need to risk these rifles, especially with how abysmal their economy must look.
Yeah, absolutely right. As that 20 seconds left, Lucky deploying the odd bit of util here or there. He's going to try and use the Marshall as his opening tool.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to have a second crack at it.
10 seconds left.
Oh no.
How's Karki getting away with this? Looking for the plant. They've seen Jasmine, but Jasmine saw you first. Look at them in the whites of the eye when you shoot. It helps with accuracy. And it certainly helps Jazz right there. Picking up the top frag mantle right now. 10 and 11. It's not ideal, but hey, you've denied the guaranteed overtime. And UAH Black have just an extra millimeter of breathing room.
Really, really strong stuff from UAH Black to convert that round, but it feels like a kind of momentary peace rather
just a gasp of air above the ocean.
Yeah, exactly. It's like calm before the storm at this point, and I guess in this case a breath before the plunge, because Rogers, look how fast they're being with this take onto B.
It's like a Killjoy right here. Puts down their ultimate. This is going to force people out of tower as well. And guess who's waiting? Looking for a move, were you, Zero? Lawlock says no. Cassius moves fast, but they're all just trying their best to bundle out of B and escape. Fruit Loop falls down as well. 5 versus 2. Jasmine once again is left behind. They have to adjust to the ADS to get it working. Now they have to deal with Okla, and Okla deals fast.
12 to 4 the scoreline now. UAH, they need a lot of success here. I believe 8 in a row if they want to even consider this game here. And unfortunately for them, I don't really see it happening. Rogers State University looking so bloody strong right now, Harry. And with that, Emperor Assault on the Salty. I mean, sure, UAH Black, they're so close in their ults as well, you know. Jasmine, Zero, and Fruit Loop all 1 away, 2 away on the remaining 2 players. Like, they're just ready to explode onto the defensive side, but RSU may not even give them a chance to do so.
I wouldn't mind seeing some kind of gambit with these stingers, like just stay at the defender spawn and then go for a 5-man retake wherever it may be. Because they keep losing these entry duels. They have to look in too many different directions. And that's why we consider this map to be so attacker-sided. You can just be surrounded so easily by the defenders without you ever knowing until it's too late. Here comes the pinch onto A site. And it seems like no one's going to be lost in the initial crossfire. This could be what UAH Black need. However, down goes the Viper's Pit. That could make things a lot more difficult here. Salty up on Overwatch at the top in heaven. Oh my goodness. Catty's got a little bit frisky right there, trying to make an interesting entry. Jasmine falls on down, and Catty's does as well. It's a massacre. 5 kills in quick succession. And oh my goodness, Kremer, this has been an interesting series.
Absolutely right. An absolute solid performance there, Harry. Why are we wearing sunglasses, Harry?
Well, because as we saw the sunset on the UAH Empire, the sun is rising on us over here in Great Britain.
Like it ever suns, like there's ever sun in Great Britain. It's always rain. It's always miserable.
Yes, there is some slightly illuminated cloud cover in Great Britain.
Which is enough for us. Everybody, thank you all so much for watching. That was an incredible game between RSU and UAH Black. Bear in mind that both of them were in a position there where they could have won it. I mean, that while Fracture was a bit more one-sided, that definitely didn't speak to the 2 maps leading up to it. And that's kind of the second time today we've seen 2 extremely close opening maps, only with our third to be as one-sided as it has been. Absolutely credit where credit is due to UAH Black for doing so well in their third map. For Rogers State University, congratulations for just being dominant on all 3. A really strong game. And Ukula, of course, rising up on that third map in particular to just absolutely slay.
I can't wait to see more from these teams, Cameron. But if you can't wait to see a little bit more collegiate Valorant, fear not. This may have been our 3rd game, our 3rd best of 3, but we ain't done with you yet. We have 1 more game lined up tonight, but Kremer and I, we're off to bed. Not the same bed, mind you, but we're off to bed nonetheless. You'll have some lovely voices to take you through the next match, which will be coming to you after this break.
Folks, welcome to the graveyard shift of the NECC Valorant. My name's Seymour. Alongside me is Chad Atlantis. We're bringing Sac State Green against UBCO Blue. It's going to be a great night of Valorant. I can't wait to get through this best of 3, Chad.
Yeah, this best of 3 is from the champion Cyan division, so we should have some really high-skilled, action-packed gameplay for us. And hopefully we can get into the action soon because, like you said, this is the graveyard shift. Even though we're doing some West Coast games right now, I'm sure the players want to get along with the show on the road a little bit as well. Going to the standings real quick, you can see Sac State Hornets Green up there with a 3-1 record up against UBCO Serpents Blue 3-0. So technically UBCO is in the lead just because they haven't played that 4th match yet. But man, they are neck and neck as far as wins go.
Yeah, but you got to look at the round difference that they have there as well, considering Sac State Green has played a whole map over them, and they're basically a 1-round difference from them. That's crazy. That's a crazy stat that you're looking at between these two teams. That's like, I'd say the Sac State Hornets, they might be at a 3-1. They might be in a 3rd place, but they're right behind UBCO Serpents, and they're ready to give them their first L. So we get to see how that goes on. Chad, I just curious though. Why don't you introduce what are the maps going to be for the night?
Yeah, the maps are going to be Ascent and Haven, the first 2 classic NA picks. But if we get to the 3rd map pick, not super commonly found in a lot of NA lobbies these days, it's going to be Bind. Not the crazy Fracture or any of the newer maps, but Bind is like one of the old school maps that a lot of people don't really choose to play much these days. But if we go the distance, we can see some interesting strategies that aren't commonly found because it's not very oftenly seen map.
You know, I have to give one over to Kramer and Lag Day for what we just saw. I mean, not only casting Fracture as that map 3, but casting that whole series was just, it was a grind. I mean, that Bind went the distance. Maybe we'll get a Bind as close as that one if we go to that map number 3. Maybe not. You know, it is a late night, although
it's like
these
4
are the
a.m.
West Coast teams. Maybe not, but it was exciting, and props to Leg Day and Kramer for what they did. That was an exciting matchup that we saw before this. But let's get into Ascent now. Look at the agent select that we have. We got UBCO Blue up against Sac State Hornets Green. Ascent for match number 1, and a whole lot of Yorus being picked here. This is interesting.
You got to see a Yoru actually picked up on Bind in that last series, which was actually fairly exciting because we don't usually see that agent picked at all because it's down there near the bottom of the meta alongside Brimstone as of late. So I wouldn't expect to see either agent, but you know, sometimes in collegiate Valorant, they bring up some exciting picks. So far, the opposite of exciting picks is a very standard Astra pickup on the map of Ascent. Very strong, so you don't blame the teams for doing that.
No, yeah, I don't blame at all. I think Astra is probably the best controller you can have at the moment. And you can see that Flacco's going to opt out for the same exact thing on the opposite side. But I was surprised to see that Yoru went Bind. Don't expect to see Yoru again. I might not be as good as these players, but I tried Yoru the other day again, and I struggled.
Choose your agent.
It is for Yoru. Just this doesn't work. Stay away from Yoru, guys. Is a curse, but we get to see the other agents locked in across the board. Not too different. I mean, you can kind of mix and match on either side. The Sky against the Reyna is the big thing that I'm going to be highlighting. I do like the Sky pick over the Reyna, but I mean, Snick, I'm looking out for that because if Reyna's going to be fragging today, that could be a difference maker.
Yeah, the big difference between the team comp choices, Reyna is a lot better at lurking. She can play for herself really well because she can dismiss out of a bad situation. If it's a straight up 1v1 win, then she can just heal herself back up and go again, that kind of thing. Whereas Sky is a lot better at information gathering, working with the team, and setting up that solo duelist Jet or Kurt. So I'm really looking at seeing if Snick can get away with a lot of lurks and just like rotations. See if UBCO Serpents Blue can actually shut that down. And also, what does UBCO Serpents do with that extra utility, extra information gathering, and how well they can set up Kurt to get into those sites, make those retakes happen, make the initial executes happen on offense.
So many questions, so many things to wonder, and hypotheticals to gain for these two teams, but let's see. A pistol round is going to be opting out in 4 seconds. We got Ghosts, we got Classics, and a whole lot of light armor. In fact, UBCO, it's all Classics across the board. No single Ghost. So if you're looking at Sac State Hornets, those Ghosts are looking to be lethal today against the Classics. But, you know, good old Classic right clicks. You can never go wrong with that. A little bit of aggression. Mostly a default from Sac State so far. They do have a lot of control to this catwalk. Rux is going to be owl droning out pleasant trees. The sky is going to get pinked as well. The follow-up from Snake at Reyna looking to pressure them out, and Jamal actually going to crack this open right across the A site with the first blood. Perfect from Sac State so far. Except for Saucy, it's just flawless across the board as Snick is going to go down, but the last player, Saucy, left. Sharkno is going to find Jamal. It's 1v3.
Honestly, Sac State's doing such a great job with a double initiator take on the site. They're going to attack with two, or double duelists, I should say. Attack with two different angles with the duelists. Take charge both ways. It worked out beautifully so far.
Sahel Flacco with that ghost. That's what I was talking about. The lethalities of those headshots. As soon as Saucy peeks out, that light armor is a no-go.
Yo, shout out to Observer for catching that sticker the very last second there. Love seeing that. Good awareness. Great awareness as well with Sac State Horners being able to just know exactly where the last player is coming from, working together on the swings and the punishing, and just be able to just close out that round very strongly. Shout out to Jamal as well. Just blasted on a site as the Jet, took control on top of the generator, got the first win, pushed construction, and just found more frags from there on out. Completely take the map to their own control. Did it so well that so many people were stayed alive at the end of that round. Take those light armors, ghosts, things of that sort going into this anti-eco.
Now again, to sniff him out. Snick hunting, Rocks following.
How is he alive?
Complete overlapping. You know, you might be alive for a little bit, but yeah, soon enough, Rocks is gonna find him.
Last player
Spike's
standing.
going down. The full overhaul of Sac State Hornet players. And Silvern with his classic, maybe finding a few exit kills, taking his Spectres out of the hands, but nope. Check the corners. Snick's gonna sniff that one out. 2 quick rounds from Sac State.
Yeah, to be fair, that was an anti-eco situation, but honestly, like their attack on the pistols looked really commanding, very systematic, and not surprised it was a fast anti-eco. This will be a little bit more of a test. They have a Vandal in the hands of Prodigy. Has yet to find a kill, but with a Vandal, perhaps this will be a round they can make something different.
What I want to see to a double competition.
Yeah.
You don't always see this happen in collegiate Valorant, but I'm glad that they're commanding with these double kills in the way that they are.
Yeah, you're not going to win out the slow information game with 1 versus 2 on initiators for being slow information. You got to just be aggressive, work with a team, and just take the fights quickly, and you have the advantage if that's the case.
It has been the pinnacle. Sac State attacks. Pleasantry's actually going to fall off before it comes through. Jamal following it in turn from that owl drone. They know where these players are standing, and his head on a swivel because this attack is coming to market. There's Jamal to the cloud burst, still finding one with the Spectre. Doubles down on the Saucy as well. That's the B-side cracked open, Chad.
Jamal just does get shut down. Was very weak at that point, so honestly surprised they lived that long. Just using that SMG exactly as you need to, just spraying, praying, and hitting those shots close range. Close that distance with that tailwind cloudburst. Blew all their utility just to get the first entry 2 kills and then get control of site. Exactly their job, if not more so, and set up the team beautifully for the setup. Post point 4 versus 3, looking really in favor of Sac State here, despite being on the bonus.
For a mistake right now for UBC. Flacco's playing on the off angle right now. Gets the call to peek through the smoke. Driss is going to shut him down before he can find anything. A 2v3 now. A little bit of damage for the Prodigy. Will these shots even reach him? They're not going to. Prodigy wins their 1v1, and Rux covers the opposite side onto the staircase. 3 rounds in a row. Sac State win the bonus. It's going to be a big one for the following.
Yeah, fantastic start to this map. First map of the series, 3-0. If you went out the bonus, oh man, you're feeling good. And having so many people alive and doing so as well, they are just dismembering UBCO Serpents Blue so far. And it seems like this defensive team does not know exactly what they can do to stop Jamal, especially. Rux is getting a lot of information for the team. The rest of the team is doing pretty good on their own as well, but the highlight right now is Jamal on that Jet, just taking charge, entering sites, finding fights. Driss, though, hits a beautiful headshot on Snick.
It is the spooky season. Wouldn't mind to see some headless horsemen out here. And right now, Snick having the best costume of them all. Sac State was his first one. Silver is going to be spotted in the back generators, but Extra Stars are going to be blocking Jamal's sightlines. Cloudburst, the dash on in. Silver with the frenzy, looking to battle on out. Flacco's gonna find the trade. Doubles down on a Silver, and that's the open sight. And the trade back to the advantage too. So Flacco's gonna get the spike down. 3 at the moment. Map control right now. Jamal with the Vandal has to give up the high ground. We're looking at right now for UBC. Might be a player down. Everybody pushing through Heaven. Sheriff and Marshall galore. Each player's gonna be their chat. It's gonna be a tough one. Jamal lines them up. Saucy able to hand over a shot right back in calling. Can the rest of the follow up? The time is ticking very low. Flacco's gonna find 4. And Sac State as well. Gonna put 4 up on the board.
Still, it's just UBCO doesn't know how to shut down Jamal. It didn't even get that many kills that round, literally just one, but still took the site control, created so much space for the team, and it was buying a lot of distraction time to allow Flacco to come in, get those first 2 kills fairly easily as the rest of the team was looking at Jamal trying to shut him down. Flacco was in a perfect position and capitalized on that beautifully. You can tell these team players are really used to each other's play styles and playing off of each other so well.
Rifle's gonna be back. Blade Storm popped instantaneously from Sac State.
Scout destroyed.
The Trailblazer actually caught Prodigy or spotted them out. Not too sure on that end, but potential there for a little bit of information. Pleasantry through the wall. Able to transfer over for 2, 3 in a row. Gonna be off the board for Sac State Hornets. They're trying to claw themselves back. It's gonna be Prodigy as well as their counterpart.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Disconnected, but the 2v4.
Recovering
Few
it.
kills go
Taking
their
that
way. A
back.
few headshots in their side, and might want to use this Cosmic Divide to block off the rest of them from retaking the site.
Perhaps. It's going to be a little bit tough if you don't have forward info and other people who can just create space and control the other side of that divide. So you want to get at least one more kill before they pop that one. I would say so at least. They just go for it anyway. So this is going to be a little interesting to try to take control of A site. You'll not have a really good post-plant setup though naturally because it's going to be 4 versus 2.
Amatris, the Nebula, as well as the Gravity Well, keep them stuck inside a main, rendering this Cosmic Divide absolutely useless. Gonna lock down Prodigy as well through the smoke. Gonna leave Flacco alone. Vandal hunting for the headshots. Is gonna find Driss at the end of it. 1v3, you can look at the minimap, you can see the flank is forming, you see the reinforcements are marching back into the site. Flacco is going to be rushing to the hills to maybe find a few weapons and take them out of the hands, but completely bamboozled. They wrap around, they know Flacco's come from heaven. It's just a gunfight galore right now. Flacco makes it interesting, but still going to be the first round for UBCO Serpents.
Oh my god, the precision from Flacco there. If Flacco took a second to fully reload the mag and had some extra bullets left over for that last fight, they were just popping off there. I think they might have actually been able to find the last kill. That was insane. I mean, UBCO found a lot of success because they took the fight to Sac State a little bit. Sac State stalled out of top mid. They found the kill on Jamal, which is very important. Stig hasn't really come online, but Stig's role here seems to be a little bit more of that lurk and more patient duelist, whereas Jamal's the one just blasting on sight. Shutting down Jamal made it seem like Sac State kind of ran out of ideas for how exactly to take the site. If it looked a little bit too concerned. Now, Flacco is going very ambitious for that orb and get shut down instantly through a one-way.
I don't know how I feel about just running through a one-way.
Yeah, not a fan.
Lockdown counter by the Hunter's Fury, except Jamal sneaks his way through Market. Shut down Sova Saucy. Behind that. Site. Spike Planchet.
Yeah, UBCO, they're starting to figure out ways of shutting down that aggression from Jamal, playing off back a little bit more, and then able to just hold the ground on a little bit less defensive sides. Graceful ball back. Was that huge recon bolt? The advantages they gained earlier is falling off. So much damage. Prodigy finding kills as well. This is slightly favored for Sac State.
Don't know how they do it, but Prodigy, you see through that wall standing there, Rux lights them up like a Christmas tree with that sonar dart and is fire away from the rest of them. I think UBCO, they were setting themselves up for a retake there. You saw them gather around with that player advantage. Just, okay, play your trades. Just don't worry about this. Just one by one, we'll kind of trade each other out to get back into the site. As soon as Rux throws that sonar dart, though, me and you, we both saw it. Every single player gets pinged, and those are paper thin walls you're looking at.
Yeah.
So 5 rounds for Sac State. They find those wall bangs. They break the economy once again from a UBCO. And this actually less of a default, more of a commanding take to market. You have to be aware of pleasantries though, as that is going to be the player on my mind. Hitting the quick flank. Driss opens up with first blood on the Marshall. An instant trade going to come on through, and the Cloudburst is actually going to block these players off to allow the spike to rotate in.
Snake with just kind of already on that lurking position and market while the rest of the team's taking sight. Finds that first kill. Now the rest of UBCO has to respect that Snake is on this off angle, but also the rest of Sac State could support them if they wanted to.
Oh, Jamal, I thought he was going to drop. That would have been absolutely insane for Silvern, but now Snake locking down market. The rest of the team locking down the site. Silvern. Nano Swarm Spectre lockdown, but not enough people to push in with him. Rox is going to put that one through, and Sac State keeping this aggression through. Now, what are we looking at here, Chad? It's going to be back to the rifles and a couple ultimates across the board.
I gotta give credit to Driss finding a Marshall first blood both times he had going into an eco. That's very impressive, but yeah, still an eco. Sac State still won that. And just as UBCO seemed to be starting to figure things out, figuring out how to shut down Jamal, they won a round, and the next round they were looking like they had advantage, but the rest of Sac State started stepping up, especially Prodigy. Flacco's been doing an amazing job overall. So they're just showing on the side of Sac State that even though they shut down that like highlight player of Jamal that just came off soaring at the start of this map, the rest of the players also have to be respected and dealt with as well. Sac State, they just have so many tools in their toolbox to work with. It's going to be such a tough way for UBCO to get back in here.
Aldrom's going to spoil so much for them. Don Jamal pushing Saucy, a 1-for-1 trade. Sac State still looking to tumble on into the site. The lockdown's going to be dedicated, but so is the Empress from Snick. So where are we going to see the reaction come out from UBC? Sac State's actually going to just push on in, get rid of this lockdown, and take over the B site.
The Sac State members are really weak, so with the two double ultimates to work with, the lockdown's available with Sac State, but this is a tough area to really like hold. If UBCO gets aggressive here, that Cosmic Divide is going to make it a little easy if they want to just challenge just site directly, but they decide to actually play slow. This is going to burn so much time on that timer, and Flacco's getting kills on top of it as well, making it so much harder for UBCO.
Driss walks right through the smoke to their death. Pleasantries. When the dust settles, is all alone. 1v2 times against them. Might have Prodigy extremely low. One shot's going to take them down, and same with Rocks, except those headshot angles. They're so strong, favoring Sac State Hornets as soon as you push into the pit. The lockdown burns the time. Flacco plays the off angle well, and I feel like I'm seeing Sac State fall into a remedy or patterns as soon as we see it. I mean, Flacco, that's the second time they've played that off angle inside the garage, and I mean, you finally get Driss to push on through there, but pushing through that nebula is just, it's not the way to do it.
Honestly, a lot of it just seems like Sac State's just ahead of the tempo over UBCO. The double duelist composition, they're playing beautifully. They're just going very aggressive, especially Jamal going in. Even there on that last round, they had a guaranteed swing trade that Stick has set up. Even right there, just going full speed ahead, swinging on that angle. And Pleasantries was waiting for a quick little like stop around the corner. No, wide swing, take the shot. That's the name of the game with double duelist stuff in Sac State. Going high speed. The stakes are going high for them as well. They're finding so much success. 7-1. UBCO need to find a way of slowing down this game or meeting the tempo of Sac State.
Absolutely. Spike down again. You're just in that retake. Saucy's got actually fucking chair shot. That should be a couple rifles handed over to the side of UBC. If they can force Prodigy out of that catwalk angle, they are going to even this up once more. It's just taking that killjoy out. It's tough, especially when Silver only has
one enemy remaining.
On site, Flacco finds Saucy. Silver running away with this one. It's time to save this Vandal instead of pushing it into the next round or trying to find these exits. On the corner, you're gonna meet another one. Runs up, you do. Prodigy does as well. Run's not gonna carry over. Sac State take the economy again. No, yes, they kind of do. You're gonna get a little bit of a broken buy in here.
Yeah,
full buy.
Kurt wants to go the operator. That's the only reason why they're going for that light armor, is because they went for the most expensive gun in the game. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been full buy. but their economy still has been terrible this entire half because they just can't find success. Sac State's Hornets, they find success with a lot of people alive. Rux has only died once chilling down there, down on the bottom of the scoreboard, but 5-1-5. I mean, what, he's hanging out. Like, he's just setting up the team with info. He's the sole initiator while the rest of the team's going full speed ahead. Of course, you're going to be late to the party a lot of times. Doing so immaculately. Kurt! Being able to swing around and find that kill was huge. Shutting down Jamal, so that tempo is slowed down instantly from Sac State, but still Slayers and Fraggers and the rest of the board still have to respect their abilities on this field.
It's about time Kurt got into it. Welcome to the party. Op, you know, sometimes that op could just turn things on its head. Pleasantries. Have a lot of people pushing in here. Once again, a catwalk take tumbling on in. Snick hunts down that head. Driss through the smoke. The spray and pay is going to be good. The rest of them flooding on through. Rex going to be next up to the chopping block. Good for 2. Can you find a third? Flacco's going to be next up to line up. The trade's going to be on through. 3v2. Spike's going to get planted in. Separate disconnections between both individual players on Sac State Hornets. You got Prodigy watching Flacco's escape. Sussy going to check this. Swing. Flacco. Nice Silver on site. For very low. Classic's going to be the one to do the job. Flacco should know that these players are weak.
Oh my god.
There's Kurt. There goes Saucy. Nice 1v2 from Flacco. 4 kills in the round again, carrying Sac State Hornets to these clutch rounds. 16 and... Wow.
Jeez. I would. Driss seems to be stepping up to that tempo that Sac State is on. They're getting into that zone. Right there, even though they match the tempo a lot and was handling things really well, I would love to have seen Driss slow down a little bit, try to work around the boxes, and allow for the rest of UBCO to flood onto site and provide some support. They could have just worked around the box a little bit, knew where Flacco was, and try to like provide some time. They can do that, allow the numbers advantage to actually be in their favor. You can have a better setup to probably try to shut down these players to Sac State because the numbers advantage might be their saving grace. If they can just find an opening pick and then work their numbers, because in a straight 1v1, Sac State's just coming on top of things left and right.
They are. Owl drone, Kurt's getting spotted. Snake looking to follow up. Around the corner, able to get this one wide. Kurt's running to the hills. You see the rest of them just flooding in. Deathball status. Driss holding this close. One shot angle. The ratty player is going to be able to take him down. These players are finding these openings, but as soon as the retake comes through, you can see the post plants are looking just so stellar. Sac State Green.
Jamal just went full sin, no hesitation whatsoever there when going on site. Caused such a big disruption. It has an operator in hand now, taking out fights. That turret is just a little bit too far behind, couldn't get set up, and Jamal with a swing would go with Rux, who's still only at 2 deaths this whole time. Jamal gets into double digits. And 10-1, this is a landslide performance for Sac State Hornets Green.
Not the opening that I expected from a UBCO. I mean, when you look at the standings, flawless in their division, 3-0. Sac State Green have played 4 games at 3-1. But it's just looking like Sac State Hornets are commanding ascent, that they are here to play, and this is their home. Kurt, once again, gonna have the up. Mid. Sac State are looking to hunt them down and track them through here. Kurt finds Snick. Conscious Fury does take the player out, but Kurt running. Oh, I can't believe he got away from that.
Narrowly done so. Trying to stabilize the field of UBCO alongside the Thunder's Fury. Tags Jamal. The tailwind's gone. Can't use that anymore. Saucy's able to lock him down. Nice prediction shots with the Hunter's Fury. So they have a player advantage. They need to win this round and have some breathing room going into the next half because you don't want to just sit there in a 1-11 scoreline and lose pistols. They need this next round right here. They have the advantage. Cosmic Divide slows it down beautifully. Exactly what they need to do is slow down the tempo, but there's still a minute to work with on the clock. Sac State can still make something happen, especially with this lockdown.
I say dedicating this lockdown, it should force UBC off the site. But actually, the lockdown goes through. The gravity well is going to be what holds them back after that. So making sure that the site is cleared, and Ash is going to do a little bit of utility out. Cosmic Divide's going to be in, splits out Heaven to the A site. UBCO, they are going to have to pull some utility in, take control of trees if they want to have this happen. And take a look at the mini-map, Chad. You can see player number 6 for Sac State Green rotating through Catwalk. Constantly Prodigy has been born in the backside.
Huge win.
UBCO finds Driss, Silver, and right around the corner. The teams are even now 3-on-3. Prodigy with the turret. Oh, it is like they say, it's Timmy turn it! Timmy turn it! What am I saying? It doesn't even matter. Saucy finds Flacco, immediately hops on this, but the crossfires are set up and off the back of Timmy turret. There, I said it. Sac State Hornets Green are going to find 11 rounds in the half.
And honestly, that came off that legs shot that Jamal was able to do onto Kurt. So only down to 5 HP. Couldn't get the heal from Pleasantries because they fell off a lot earlier on. So down to 5 HP, that turret, it's aimbot. It just shoots you instantly and does just enough to take down that final kill. Shot 11-1. Let's half see more. I think this is the most one-sided half we've casted together so far in the NECC.
I know Ascent is usually favored defensive side, but I think Sac State Hornets, the attacker side, Sac State Hornets utilizing the double duelist flawlessly. How are these duelists going to transition over to the defensive side? What are we going to see? You can see that both of them on the A side are going to get aggressive through A main. So already Sac State know that this should be a B push.
Yep. Yeah, already aggressive with the duelists. And also, even though this is like, okay, with double initiator up against duelists, we just have to control the tempo and just dictate our own tempo and speed. If you're down 1-11, you lose a pistol where they can be a lot more aggressive and get away with this kind of aggression, then you might lose straight away. But no, UBCO finds 2 quick kills on the site, able to flood through and get some control a little bit of the site itself. All 3 retake angles goes to Sac State Hornet Screen.
The turn tables here. From that flank now, UBC players on site. So all 5 players trapped in the pit. This is where things get dirty. Retake, Jamal leading the way, finds 2.
Oh my god.
Flacco taking him down there, ripping him apart here, looking for the full house. It's going to be Snick. Close this one out. Driss falls in. Oh my word, when you ask those duelists, what are they going to do on defense? Well, that is exactly what they're going to do.
Take some duels. Just go for it. The UBCO is super smooth. They had the numbers advantage, but they didn't push out to control more than that. They had no garage control, no defensive door control, no market control whatsoever. So Sac State Hornets Green, they're able to just rotate in, flood in. All right, I guess all the corners are cleared. They're all on site. And not only were all of UBCO on site, but they cornered themselves in ways that they couldn't really easily swing off of each other. They couldn't find instant 2v1 duels when they're sprayed down. Sac State Hornets Green, they found just 1v1s left and right. It was very fast paced, but they're still sectioned off 1v1s. And we already know from the first half that Sac State Hornets Green, they win those in this lobby.
Oh, they win those. They do not respect the A main push. One way is going to be set up. They are commanding this side right now. Look at the control they have. Aside from Catwalk now that Flacco is going to be out of the picture. They have control of A main. Therese is going to be empty. Player number 1, Kurt, is actually going to be looking to lurk on in. Shoulders it out onto Snick. And CO, I would be looking to overwhelm this lone player at B.
No big control at all for both teams. Finally, UBCO is kind of getting a feeling for it, realizing that, you know what, maybe nobody's here. They're checking corners. Wow, guys, this is clear. Let's just kind of go for B because we know multiple people at A. It's 1, maybe 2 PLB site. That should be the weaker end. It's just a lone killjoy with plenty of utility. What can they really do off of that in a 1 versus 5 situation?
Oh, well, let's see what they can do. Nothing.
Oh,
Kurt's gonna dash right on in there, total Jamal style. And say goodbye to your dreams of locking down that boathouse. Saucy's gonna get the spike planted. Now let's see. Sac State have that heroics that they had last time.
Jamal pre-fires it.
We're gonna lead it through. Will they check Garage this time? It's kind of connect the dots here. What you're gonna find. They do clear this out. Jamal's gonna find Silver and players dropping like flies right now for UBC. Oh, Kurt fires back. Same with Saucy and not this time, Sac State Green. Snake's left alone in a 1v3. You know exactly where he is. Saucy's gonna play ring around Rosie around this default setup, and Snake just doesn't know what to do. So eventually they're gonna trade him out. 2 rounds on the board. It's not over just yet, Chad.
Man, I thought it was going to be a repeat of the last round because at the start they were leaving each other alone on the side of UBCO, where they just take 1v1 fights, and Jamal was just pre-fire checking corners, and you can't really beat that in the game of Valorant. And nobody on UBCO was setting for swinging, exchanging. Finally, they were finding ways of being able to do so on the site, and Snake just couldn't win out in a 1v2 situation on the field. So now they have that second round finally, but still it's going to be 10 match points in a row for Sac State Hornets Green. Still looking poised to be able to close out this match. This is going to be eco round for them. Saucy is going to punish Jamal, but he did manage to get the ult orb at least, so mission accomplished. Eco round anyway. That's kind of a win.
I guess you take it, you know?
Yeah.
It's the little things.
We're up 12-2. It's eco round anyway. Sure, I'll grab an ult orb for next round. That works.
Rocks falls outside B and
See,
they are gonna look to take the B side with Saucy. Some nice shots on the Prodigy through the middle of the map. Heavy advantage now to UBCO into this round. Sac State, it might be an anti-eco, might be an eco round for yourselves, but you got the ult orb. But you know, like I said, take the little W's here. So Snake and Flacco, two heavy hitters. Well, these take some rifles out of the hands of these UBCO players, but none are going to fall. A flawless round from the Serpents. The best round we've seen so far, and yeah, it was an eco, but you can say it on either side. It's the little things.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely looking a lot better on offense, UBCO, because they can actually dictate the pace. They can use the double initiators properly. They're not just getting swarmed before they can set up an information control on the map. So definitely looking better. They won the second round of the half despite losing the pistol, which is actually really good to force that eco from Sac State Hornets Green. But even though they're looking a lot better, it's still just that looming issue of it's match point still. And it's going to be 9 more on top of it this already, too. Just takes that one arm.
Jamal is hunting. More Blaze Storm, but he still has that Sheriff into the corner of the Nanoswarm. Gonna burn that Tailwind on out, and there's so much pushing Jamal against the wall. And Saucy's gonna hunt him down with those shots.
Once amidst that chaos, that was actually a trade for Prodigy as well. Just snuck out of the garage and take control of tiles a little bit. Fell back, playing safe, but that forced a rotation from UBCO Serpents Blue. But this is a site that 2 people of Sac State Hornets Green are already set up on.
Jerry, Snake's gonna avoid it. Pushes right out into Driss. Will they spot this other player, Flacco?
Check
him. Nobody's gonna check it. Flacco's gonna find 2, and that is an absolute mistake that should have never happened. So Spike's gonna get planted, and you look, the reinforcements are right on their toes inside heaven. Well, they expect them both to push in here. Definitely Rocks and Prodigy lined up.
One enemy remaining.
Find Saucy. Chris in hell. Can't find the shred on the Rux. That's gonna be the game or the map. From Ascent, 13-3. Rux closes it out. Sac State play the trade game in the long run, and Flacco 20-11, doing all he can to lead his team to a victory.
Yeah, honestly, Driss did a great job, all things considered. Was that player that really stood out to me on the side of UBCO that stepped up to that tempo that Sac State Hornets Green were setting for that map. On offense, the double duelist composition, they just full sent it a lot of times on backs, like following up the lead of Jamal. And you can see that when they go on to sites, they just pre-fire check corners for the retake or initial take when they're on offense, just going full speed ahead, just crossing the T's out in their eyes, but at a high-paced gameplay that UBCO just didn't seem to be ready for. Only one member really showed any sign of actually stepping up to that tempo, and it just went the way of Sac State Hornets Green. If you're on that half faster tempo and you're hitting your shots better, not being predicted because they mixed it up a lot, then it's so tough to beat that kind of setup.
It's tough, and especially a 13-3 loss on Ascent. That is going to be a tough loss to deal with going into your map number 2. But I mean, now that we're kind of on a short little break, well, these teams are getting ready. You can see UBCO a time to just kind of disconnect from that map, regain, talk amongst yourselves as a team. You're going into another map. It's a full reset. The regain button is going to be hit hard from them. So when we cut to a break, get to hydrate everybody and get ready for the second map, because it is going to be a complete chaotic and utter mess as we go into it. I'm excited. NECC will be right back. Stay tuned for some more Valorant.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
We're back like we never left. We're here with our map number 2 between UBCO and Sac State Green. Chad, that was a fast first map. And honestly, I don't blame UBCO for wanting to take a little bit of a break. They must be rattled after that one, but looking to bounce back here in the second map. What do you want to see?
I want to see UBCO figuring out a way of actually slowing down the tempo a little bit. Because honestly, a lot of that was just they were just too slow to the gun too often. And even when they were ready on site, quote unquote, they still found angles that they weren't able to assist each other went out. So Sac State just went faster and were more precise and accurate on the gunplay, ready for those action because of their tempo, things like that. Whereas UBCO, even if they happened to be in position to be ready for it, they just weren't like mentally on that edge to like, okay, we need to be able to swing off of each other and be ready for these gunfights. They just kind of happened to be in those positions. So they just need to have a little bit more foresight, get a little bit more of like a murderous instinct, like a killer instinct in them that they can just go for it faster, better, stronger. You know, it's like a Daft Punk song that they need to channel within themselves.
That's great. No, I totally agree. Sac State, I mean, they were certainly gung that whole time. And moving over to Haven, another attacker-sided map. I expect that double duelist composition, but that's not what we're going to get out of here. In fact, a little bit of a change out of Sac State. You can see Snick hovering over a few characters, but the lock-in from Flacco, Jamal, Rox, and Prodigy, everything's the same except Jamal's on the sky this time, and Snick's going to take over that jet role. So how do you feel about that one?
Yeah, honestly, Jamal was the one that was like the really like the tempo setter. I mean, even from the first round of pistols, just going for it, guns blazing, full speed ahead, cloudburst and dashes right in. I mean, Haven is a map where it's a lot tougher to pull off Arena, so maybe Snick just only has duelists in the toolbox for agents, and Jamal is a little bit more versatile, so perhaps that's the reason. We'll have to see that if that
Select your
slows down the
agent.
tempo. We'll have to see if Snick can actually do what Jamal was doing. If the rest of the team can actually maintain that high speed that actually is working out so well for them overall.
Lock-ins waiting to the last minute. Splendor is going to be the substitute into the roster for UBCO. Coming in under the Jet role as well. I'm not sure who they took over. I'm trying to...
Yeah, Kerr was the Jet last round, last
Yeah.
map. So going over to Reyna, which, I mean, I just said Reyna doesn't have as much success on Haven. So they're kind of swapping team compositions. It's a double duelist now for UBCO, and it's the double initiator for Sac State Green. So interesting that that's the case as we go into another map that I feel like you can still find in pretty good success with double duelists. It's built pretty wide, and you can just attack sites that you know the defenders are generally going to be fairly spread out across.
And it seems like Sac State Hornets have really come out understanding that you're starting out on defense. Let's not go for that double duelist comp. You know, it's harder to find those defending rounds. So I feel like they're pulling out this composition in the means to stop the attack and make sure that UBCO are having trouble finding these attacking rounds. But I do like the call to go for the double duelist. In that case, I feel like UBCO are really setting their win condition, and that win condition is kind of accumulating as many attacking rounds as you can. However, right off the rip, Gravity Well's gonna hold them tight. Snake's gonna find Kurt, and they're not stopping. Flacco's gonna follow up the blinding light to flush out these UBCO players.
It's paying off so far. The gamble of stacking up on B site. There's only one person sitting in here in Garage. They would be able to give the call for the team that, hey, they're swarming B site now. Let's make the rotation back. They're spreading off. Some people for a flank, some people going on a rotation. Driss a lot on this player. Try to deal with these two people on the flank still.
Prodigy might be in there to shut them down. First in the back line. Right click headshot. Prodigy to Black. One up. Jamal, Snick, Prodigy. They all crash down on UBCO. First round is going to be a good one. As another pistol round is going to go the way of Sac State Hornets. Green off of that highly aggressive rush right through A short and A long. That Gravity Well combo was lethal.
I like the adaptation that UBCO is trying to make after that first map because of them being behind on tempo. Let's bring in a substitute, bring in Splendor, go with a double duelist composition, which should make our composition and our team optimization be a lot faster as well. So we can play to our team strengths. We should be faster. Just whenever they go and do this, the very first round, Sac State Hornets can go for a massive gamble of stacking on A site. It pays off. It completely shuts down UBCO in their tracks. And once the tempo slows down, double duelists have such a hard time. And UBCO, they're going to be caught by surprise because Sac State Hornets Green, they're doing the same gamble, and it's going to pay off again.
Hit him, Jamal. Flacco lines up too.
Wow, Flacco.
Before he even knew it, he lost his whole team.
Flacco had complete trust in Jamal for clearing that corner. Didn't even check it once, like, you already checked it. I'm just going to swing the rest of the people, and it worked out. Full confidence and full trust in each other's teammates. Beautiful to see.
Just Jesus take the wheel.
Trust you, fam. Driss has nowhere to go here. It's a rough ride.
Oh, the turret. Timmy turret. He's there to shut this down. The Nano Swarm, the utility to close this round out. Oh, this is where Sac State Hornets now are able to upgrade Prodigy to the Vandal, Snick to the Operator.
Wow.
And honestly, Snick pulling out this Operator is going to be, by all means, the be-all, end-all, really, this round.
Yeah, I like that they are investing a lot of economy into Snick on this Operator, trusting they can actually hold on A side with a little bit of support from Rux, while they stack the rest of the team over towards C and Garage. Just assuming, UBCO, we got caught by a stacking up an A side bunch with a perfect read that they're going to go to the other side of the map, and that's where Sac State Hornets are already set up. They're just reading UBCO's playbook.
Jamal might be in the Nanoswarm, dipping his toes a little bit, but Splendor dash right into the Spectre. Already, UBCO almost trapped at that. The smoke dissipates, and Saucy's able to trade out on the Doppelganger. Killjoy. delay even after that. UBCO still with the slow roll here, Chad. Nothing decided just yet. And if they do decide to rotate out of this and back up, so gotta worry about that operator. Jamal, the blinding light right around the corner, finds Saucy, upgrades to the Phantom. Now looking to find some more kills on the off of it.
Seymour, this is a nice read by Snick. They haven't moved at all. They've been sitting here at A short just in case rotation goes back. So trades are happening over towards Garage, but that UBCO movement looks like they might be favoring a rotate to A in a little bit, and Snick could be already ready for them if that happens. Flacco's looking for the flank as well. This is going to be a horrible situation for UBCO.
30 seconds left.
Snick. Oh, no
You
way
saw
Driss
that?
found that.
What?
No way Driss saw that. That has to be
my.
legal.
That's insane.
Great escape, though. Snick's going to have a second chance. Right off the front line. We're utilizing Driss's smoke scout here. The Sheriff is going to find one. Kurt with a quick trade in the Classic. Now 9 seconds left. Ruck's already here to shut things down. It's a dance around the default again. Kurt's going to lock this down. 1v1. No time to plan. No time at all.
Oh no, Kurt could have planted in time after that kill, but had no idea where Flacco was. So tried just jumping towards an angle that they felt was safer, but spending that extra second doing that was what sealed the deal on the round for them. So despite having a player still alive, UBCO Serpents Blue still down 0-3 with a very rough start. You looked a lot better that round. Somehow miraculously saw Snick. I still don't know how in that situation. But while they look better in this map than they did on Ascent, still down 0-3.
With this operator now gonna have a chance to shine. Splendor though beats him to the gun. That's a duel of the century right there. Jet v Jet. Finally somebody shuts down Snick. And of course it is gonna be the new player on the block, Splendor. Chance at this one. Strength.
Now, honestly, Splinter being the one that comes in new for this game number 2 and coming up big with that win over Snick. Massive opportunity UBCO. They still have a minute to work with here. And the tempo is in their favor right now because everything's kind of slowed down. Sac State Hornets green. They're going to have to rotate and predict accurately. Timmy Turret is the 6th man on the field for Sac State Hornets green. It's going to give everything away. Let them know that's their plan of attack. And it all comes down to Driss a little bit, holding on this lurk because they have that read that Sac State Hornets green likes to go with a lurking member.
A little bit of PTSD this time. You're gonna get rid of that turret.
Wow, they actually
You're gonna
ran
make
away.
sure it's not there. And this is the best chance that we've seen UBCO. Round Prodigy though looking to shut this down. Early trade from Saucy. Stopping a fight again. Looking to overextend for a little bit extra though. Flacco's gonna have his number. So these players set up pleasantries with the Marshall. And then Splendor with the bigger Marshall, the operator. Be there.
Harder spam.
Defuse. Nobody's gonna check it. Nobody can get away from it. The last little effort from Splendor. The updraft over that, but not able to shut him down. Ruck sticks it. Pros don't fake. And another round for Sac State Hornets.
Nice read by Rux, just knowing that they have the Nebulas there. Both members of UBCO Serpents Blue basically told them, yeah, we both have sniper rifles. We both have single shot rifles. So with the Nebula guarding the diffuse, I mean, you can't really spam shots with rifles. You can't use like a Vandal or a Phantom to spray it down. Odin would have been amazing there for sure, but yeah, beautiful response by Sac State knowing what their win condition and what the strengths are in that moment. And also the weaknesses of the opponent.
Snick looking to go again for that early pick through short, though the Nova Pulse is going to take Jamal. Blinding Light and the Lear full blinded Cyan. A little taste of their own medicine. Jamal's going to be first blood this time. Snick answers back. Seeker's going to be pulled for the attackers. Pleasantry keeps the front line forward. Escape now. Lockdown. Plenty of ultimates, chat. Going to be getting them onto the site for the spike to get Saxon. They're disadvantaged, so really you are looking for a mistake from UBCO to allow you to get onto the site.
Cosmic Divide only cuts off one member of UBCO, so not going to do a whole lot for this team on the weekend.
Last player standing.
Matt Kurt takes 3 into this one. First round for UBCO. They finally get their names on the board, and really it's just the pressure. The finally deciding to fully hit a site seems to be the trick to overwhelm Sac State Hornets.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was originally their game plan, but on the pistol round, I think they just got discouraged because Sac State Hornets Green, they just took a big gamble of 4 players stacking A site, and it paid off, and then they did it again, and it paid off again. Almost like it's statistically improbable that would happen. UBC, I think they just lost a little bit of confidence in the original game plan, slowed down a little bit, but said, you know what, we're losing when we don't do a game plan. Let's just go back to what we wanted.
Linder calls up blinding light. Flacco holding the ratty angle with the frenzy. That's spiked down. He's maybe going to find a second one, and Saucy almost falling to the pistol. The trade's going to be there, Chad. The spike's going to get planted, and that is not the best way to get onto the site, I feel. Prodigy actually has a lockdown now, so why not just toss that into there?
Splinter's barely outside of it, so they're safe on site still, so they're going to maintain site control after this lockdown.
No more. Last player standing.
Splinter finds Prodigy getting into there. The lockdown's going to amount to only 2 players. And off that one, and Snake decides to take the fight against Driss, the only one that's not there. And here, ships that shot right to the forehead. Splinter maybe tucked away in the back line. Snake's not going to check the right angle, and that's 2 rounds on the board. I still can't believe you found Driss there. That was insane. I mean, that just goes to show you the amount of power Snake has.
Yeah, Driss was already on that like full spray, so with that tailwind, having a swing over, it's so hard to control your shots at that point. And Snake had just enough time to bring out that Sheriff and hit the one shot needed to pull off that round win essentially for the team. Or not pull the round win, but make the economic damage. Splinter, honestly, I'm a little surprised he got caught by his tail. That lockdown just barely got caught after tailwinding out, but getting those aggressive angles, getting those kills is actually huge for their UBCO Serpent's Blue.
Cosmic Divide, Blade Storm, ultimate seat to burn UBCO. That Cosmic Divide actually could split up one of these sites and make sure that you have the safe take to get that spike planted. But it's still, I mean, UBCO, they're going back to the basics that providing less success, the slow burn rounds. It's not pushing into the site as 5. But leaving it up to these duelists to find and force blood. You have it.
Yeah. I like they're still being a lot more aggressive, a lot more high speed as UBCO, and they're finding more kills because of it.
Enemy down. But Brock's on the headshot angle. Find Splinter. A little bit of a go away present in that one. The spike should be planted here now. Cosmic Divide is going to make sure that is going to go away, and you have the turret to just watch in case people are pushing through garage. Take a look at your minimap. You can see that Sac State Hornets, they are going to be flooding on in for this defender's side. Should have to set up here the crossfire. It's going to be the trade plus tree to find one. Jamal is going to get that trade out, so that's going to call for Saucy now to be playing on this alone island. Goes 1 for 1 as well. Jamal, 1v1. Seekers in the regrowth. No blinding light this time. Driss has the Nova Pulse, not going to land. Going to force this gunfight out now. Time is ticking. I don't know if Jamal has enough time, but Driss is playing this perfectly. It's only going to be up to the gunfight now, and maybe Jamal could take that gun out of the hand of Driss, but it's not going to be the case. Round going the way of UBCO. And they are closing the distance here, Chad.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving that they're stepping up to that tempo they need to make. They're finding those gunfights, so gaining aggression and having more confidence in themselves. Yeah, Sac State Hornets Green, I mean, we saw UBCO looking better on offense in the first half, first map, I mean. It's just that they lost so many rounds in the first half of that when they're on defense. And we didn't really get to see them shine on offense. We didn't really have time. Just like in this map, it was Sac State Hornets Green who were able to win out the first 4 rounds. And now UBCO is able to like settle into the groove, figure things out. They're finding more success, but Jamal is still finding success, getting headshots with that Sheriff in mid. Now they're flooding out.
This is going to be important now. Jamal making sure that they keep the pace up, the tempo driving. Sac State Hornets, however, dealt with in haste. UBCO. You see Prodigy next to nothing. 11 HP and a dream here. looking to line up these headshots with the Sheriff. Driss is going to spray them down. Flacco recovering the Phantom on this flank. They know exactly where he's coming from. All eyes are on this Astra. He is actually going to catch this one. They're just going to make the wrap over to CT. Flacco, are you going to check this corner? Saucy watching it. Tie game on Haven.
Nice shot by Saucy, just lingering just a little bit to catch Flacco off guard. Yeah, so we finally see UBCO coming online, tying up the game. They have a bunch of ultimates to work with. It's like a whole other animal when we get to see this team dictate the pace themselves, execute site takes themselves the way that they want to, doing so with rifles in hand especially, which we couldn't even see that happen at all, really, on the first map.
UBCO. Back this engagement. Take Seekers are going to be let loose. I don't think there's a lot to take away from those Seekers either. I mean, the information is there, but now Pleasantries are able to drop their Seekers and understand where Sac State are going to be setting up for the defense. Snake, can he come away with one? The blinding light, he's going to deter it. Pleasantries is able to find that jet player, and now the rest of Sac State, they are stuck outside of the C site. Well, the spike's going to be planted. Hunter's Fury going to be brought into the mix as well. Big play from Kurt to dismiss out of that shot. And the Nano Swarm to put Jamal in the grave. Sac State Hornets down to Rux. And UBCO looking to take their first advantage inside this series. Need is the silver player, and Driss has locked them down. Big wins out here from UBCO. The Serpents take their lead.
First time in this entire series as well. They have a lead 5-4, and the half's not over yet. And because of how we saw things go in the first map, the Sac State Hornet screen, when they can dictate the pace, they looked completely different. They're struggling a lot more now on defense when they have to respawn and not be able to get away with lurking out through mid, like Flacco just tried that last round, things of that sort. Rux been getting shut down by Driss as well, off when he tries to go for his own lurks from A site. So UBCO just has read Sac State Hornet screen's playbook on defense. They're winning it out, but they need more rounds to do a better shot on offense.
More rounds. How much can you ask of this team? Well, if I was on the attacking side of Haven, I definitely would want to come away with the advantage at the end of
this. Yes, 100%.
UBCO, they're setting up a pinch. This Snake on top of these boxes. A little bit ratty out here. Saucy's going to drop the lockdown, and suddenly Sac State are going to be in shambles. However, Snake
my God,
drops two of them. Can you get the third around the corner? No, Driss going to stay alive, but you got Rux to clean up where you left off, so
one enemy
Stumped.
Remaining.
That's going to be the name. Replace Serpents with Stumped, because that's what I'm seeing right now. That was perfect out of Snick.
Wow. That spray transfer, the first kill was like, okay, yeah, they were expecting off angle, you know, get the first kill. Sure, it's a little bit cheese, but the spray transfer on the second was insane. Rux there at perfect timing to swing and trade the kill because the last player, Driss, was looking up at Snick. Rux was down below to shoot at the same time and then shut down the lockdown. All this time, there was a lurk coming through as well, coming out from Flacco. Found success. Thrifty wins. Sac State Hornets green. If they find themselves at a tie game going into the second half, I'd expect them to be able to take it home with a win, just how they look on offense.
You know, sometimes you just don't expect the verticality coming out. Snick using it to its full potential on that sewers choke. So lockdown, I mean, you have the right idea if you're UBCO, except the execution a little flawed by the hands of Snick. So back to the drawing board into round number 11. Slow push from Kurt again, looking to force this first blood middle of the map with the help of Saucy, and that's exactly what they're going to find. Jamal, that's so suddenly the explosiveness out of UBCO. They check the corner, they clean up Rocks, and there'll be 3 players now left. Snick looking to be forced to make a play around the B side. It's going to be Flacco and Snick to put things away. It evens this back up into a 3-on-3, and Flacco is just been that guy to hit Chad.
Flacco's flank is just super deadly. Now forces a 1-3-1 situation on the flank that he can win out and just maintain control of the site.
You know Flacco's back. Take 3-on-2 in the front line. Oh, the patience from Sac State, waiting for Flacco to get out here. Driss finds Snick. Things are down to time now. Flacco's got to get into this mix, crossing that divide. Flacco finds 2 again. Nobody's watching the flank. He's going to hop this defuse immediately. And that's just going to leave Prodigy up to watch Splinter for this 1v1. Is he going to check it? He does. So the clutch from the Jet. Splinter brings UBCO back to that advantage, 6-5.
In the half.
Guarantees at least an even half for UBCO.
I think Prodigy there got caught by the classic hits keyboard with mouse moment. When he swung on sight, looked right at Splendor, and then just stopped turning and started taking shots. And then, like, it looked like a reset, and then turned a little bit more afterwards and started shooting again. But I think that I've done that so many times that I feel like that's what just happened. Either way, that bought it just enough time for Splendor to reset the aim and hit the shots onto Prodigy and swing at the very end as Flacco was trying to stick it. The whole pros don't fake thing, but Splendor wasn't falling for it for a second.
Usually it's my mouse cord, not the...
Oh yeah, mouse cord gets snagged? Yeah, that's a good one too.
Mouse cord getting snagged. I mean, there's so many problems that could have been happening in that situation, but alas, UBCO back into the lead only by 1. Can they make it 2 before the half switches? Not making a lot of noise throughout this. You can see that 4 players have been rotated away from that A site. So as soon as these Seekers are let loose, you're going to understand that there's 1 at A. Cosmic Vine going to split out that Heaven player, Jamal. And
this worked last time.
this is where things get a little bit dicey. Jamal's going to get caught by the Seeker. Spike's going to get planted. And these rotations, these players just waiting for the moment to push. Look at the minimap. There's a flanker. Flacco, can he win out on the 1v1? No, Driss is going to be watching it this time. So UBCO, they're in a perfect spot, chat.
Overall, everything's working the way of Sac State Hornets Green, though. They just swing on sight with a flash lead in. Everything's doing great, but Driss tries to stop it. No! Rux's shock bolt perfectly placed on a weakened Driss. Got 3K, but was losing too much HP and shields all along the way. Shock bolt was all that's needed. Sac State Hornets Green with a beautiful flash past the Cosmic Divide and swinging on top of that to clear out sight, was able to tie up the game going to the new half.
I thought that was perfect from UBCO. I mean, Driss catches Flacco on the flank again,
they read it.
Knowing that Flacco's been doing that all game long. And then you look at that Cosmic Divide and no respect at a Sac State Hornets. They just blinding light right out, full swing. And it's the overwhelming pressure that I'm seeing out of Sac State that just brings them into this victorious stint on the map. So, I mean, you're looking at UBCO now moving over to defense on this double duelist comp, only coming away with a 6-6 half. That has to be troubling.
Yeah, this team looks so much better on their offensive side from Sac State Hornets Green all throughout the season, especially in that first map. And now Driss already finds... just kidding. Had the wrong screen up. We're good. Snick's the one that finding a kill. Pleasant Tree is the guy that's straight off beforehand, but Prodigy makes it 2 for 1.
Living in the past. First living in the present. Find that head, Snick. Site's wide open for plant right now, and you still have your Astro Stars to block off any sight lines. Heintling over to the C site. Forget about B. Get the spike down and take it to the 3rd site.
Full distance marathon runners over here. You know, that's also collegiate track and field.
Yeah, you know, plenty of sports out here. Prodigy!
Enemy remaining.
The Ghost. It's headshots, man. You never know what to expect when a Ghost is on the field. 2 players extremely tanked up. You have the overheal Kurt being pinched at either side. Look at that communication of the Sac State Green. As soon as Prodigy swings, Rux does it as well, and Kurt doesn't know where to look.
That's kind of the reason why they're so good on offense, because when they can dictate things, they can execute so well. They're so clean so often. When they are setting the tempos, they're setting the pace, they're executing the way they want to do things from the start, their only game plans. And yeah, those swings just like that, you see it so beautifully done. Jamal has a great entry, still top fragging despite going off that jet, had a stellar performance in the first game, but still doing a fantastic job despite agent changes. Love seeing that on these players.
Into this guns on the anti-eco. UBCO, they give up the C site. You guys can have it. You We didn't even want the C site.
Placing swarm grenade.
The flank coming out. Pleasantries. Backed up over there. Flacco and they deal with it perfectly. They push the aggression out, make sure that nobody's on that flank this time around. Flacco knows that deal. He's been doing it all game long. Don't try to fight fire with fire because right now, Sac State Hornets, they're burning a little bit brighter.
And it's just like you said, you have a lot better odds on offense for this map, just traditionally. No matter what team you are, generally attacking sides do a lot better because there's 3 attacking sites to go for. Naturally, defensive team is going to be very spread out on the map, a really hard time to understand even what's going on in time makes it happen. That's why, honestly, it's such a big deal for this map that Sac State Hornets Green were able to stack up on A side on their defense and find that back-to-back high gamble, high risk, high reward rounds. It paid off for them. UBCO Serpent's Blue, they tried doing a little bit of that time, just completely falling off the AC site, but with this inferior weaponry, it's so borderline impossible to make an actual retake happen. And Sac State Hornets Green, they showed exactly why that's the case.
6. I mean, Sac State Hornets, they just look like they're back in the same pacing as Ascent when they were on attack before. I mean, they are just baiting UBCO to play their way. It's their way or the highway right now. Snake pushing in to get the spike down. Jamal watching his back. Perfectly executed into the B site. The spike goes down, and you have the regrowth just to make sure that it even happened.
Build right back up. Saucy needs to win this fight against Prodigy if we want to try to take this back, but instead falls back. Such passive play from UBCO, and Sac State Hornets Green is just taking full advantage of it.
Nebula to make sure that nobody can see this right now, and actually Chris hops on it for a short little bit, but
here.
UBCO, you have to get this going because the Nebula's not going to be there for long. And this fight is just trapped right now. Looking to fight on out. Rox and Jamal double down. Snake, Flacco, the whole gang is here. Sac State Hornets maintain their lead to 3 extra.
Man, honestly, right there, like Saucy needed to try to take a fight out of Garage to get the map control of actually has having like a second angle to work off of, because Sac State Hornets Green seems like they have that read that UBCO tends to play a little bit more passive on their game plans, and with that they just nebulaed, fell completely back, and just spam the bomb site. And if that's all they need to do to win, then that's an easy execution, essentially just spamming towards the spike that's screen on the map. Because the aggression again, finding a lot of success just like they did on Ascent.
Kurt sniped that hawk out of the air, but Snick is not wasting any time at all. Splinter with the Bucky. We're going to bring things back, but Bucky is only good for 1 right now, so 3v2, 3v4 in favor of the Hornets as the spike goes down again, locking the lockdown, those power positions into the side. Jamal finds Pleasantries through the smoke. Suddenly things just looking like double digits for Sac State, hunting for it.
4 versus 2
What are we
right
missing?
now. Like, it's so tough for you to get back into the site. It's through a choke point, complete pressure, and swinging out of it. Jamal Driss completely fell back. So it's 2 1-for-1s that all able to find. Driss finishes that kill because he was weak. The body shot's enough, but again, Sac State Hornets Greens, these seem to always be there for each other. Whereas UBCO, because they keep falling back and being passive, they keep getting caught into 1v1, 1v2s.
I just, what do we need out of UBCO? I mean, they're trying to utilize the aggression of their double duelists, but when you have the utility to drown that out from Hornets, I mean, it's hard to keep up with the aggression. I mean, Kurt is trying to force something, but constantly blinded, constantly forced out by Splinter, and the way that they're handling this is just sublime out of the Hornets.
Yeah, they need map control.
You are divided.
Oh, Stick! That is disgusting. Gravity Well is going to hold Kurt still. He's able to walk away with a Snick, but once again, the Trade's giving up this site with the player advantage.
Spike planted.
Oh, that alarm box tells them where Pleasantries is. They know about this.
Mako walked right into the headshot.
Wow.
Hawk out.
Oh, I should have known about that.
Look at the minimap, Chad. again. This time, Prodigy's going to hit that flank. The front line battle is going to be one, and the back line battle is going to be Prodigy sneaking in behind. 11 rounds for the Hornets. They're looking to play for this match point right now.
So Pleasantries did exactly what I was going to say before that last round. I mean, it just Texas Hornets Green is so fast I didn't really have time to talk about it. Getting map control to where they have multiple angles for their retakes, getting control of mid, pushing on, and getting that lurk happening. Flyco did that exactly on defense, have found so much success with it. And if Pleasantries was able to do that, beautiful for the team. I'd rather see someone like Kurt or Splinter do it when they duelist because they have a better way of fighting for each other themselves, though. And also, they need to be able to use utility a little bit better to have for those retake situations, splash themselves in, things like that to be able to work with the team, swing off of each other, check angles faster and more accurately.
Pleasantries.
It's awkward.
To the middle of it. I wasn't even looking at Kurt. I was looking at Pleasantries still, but Kurt is not even going to be able to walk away with his life, so
Splendor
only finding one on either frontline battle. Lockdown is going to really catch Splendor in a tough situation. I don't know if he's out of it or in it right now. It looks like he's just riding the edge of the storm, and he's able to find Jamal as well. So he doesn't get detained. He finds Jamal. Maybe find another one. He's providing so much time. He needs some backup. These players need to get into there and help out Splendor because he's doing a great job at deterring Sac State Hornets right now, but time is gone. Spike is planted. The setup for the Nebulas now, and right now you do have the setup for Flacco. Prodigy. They start with Splendor. Blocks up one. Flacco finds one. Offside, snaps to the second one. Suddenly now Splendor with his Blade Storm just all alone. They played the pitch perfectly. The bait and switch. Prodigy's gonna swing out and send them to match point, Chad.
We saw right there a moment where Splendor, they heard the spike plant, and then Prodigy instantly was there to challenge Splendor on an angle. Extremely unlikely that I was the same person doing that from Splendor's perspective. So at that moment, give the call, let your other team members know, hey, they're probably both on site default. Like, we need somebody to pressure out CT at this moment because they're going for spike plant. They should have already been positioned to challenge from CT. And the moment the spike plant sound came on, they could have flooded out and instantly had like a firing squad set up out of CT door to challenge them. They didn't do that, and instead they find themselves up against a match point for Sac State Hornets, a familiar position we've seen in this lobby.
Overwhelming pressure once again. Kurt has a gap, able to get away with the dismiss though. Prodigy on either side. Jamal or Prodigy, which fight do you want to take? It doesn't matter. Sac State Hornets are going to send you packing in two as they're going to elevate their standings to a 4-1 standpoint. Well, they're going to hand the first loss to UBCO in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, that was extremely convincing. I mean, Sac State Hornets Green, they were faster, more accurate. They're ready for gunfights more often. They were coordinated as a team. Their executes were more flawless and clean. They didn't seem to be confused. They had better map control, better angles to work with. You're going to run out of hands pretty soon here, Seymour, because everything they're doing was just working.
It was perfect. I mean, from top to bottom, from start to finish. I mean, it was just day in, day out, just excellent Valorant at a Sac State Green, showing why they are trying to climb up the standings in their sense. And honestly, now they just look like a team that is going to be tough to beat for the rest of this division. Honestly, one of the top that you're going to be looking at here in Sac State Hornets, the fact that they're able to take down the number 2 team like that, I'm sure they're just looking for that number 1 spot, Chad.
Yeah, they were the number 3 team basically going into it on the standings. So I'm very curious of who they lost to because I actually didn't quite catch it. But I imagine probably the number 1 seed. Like if the team's looking that good, like it's got to be like a number 1 seed if they dropped a series. Considering these are not even best of 1 series, not like we got unlucky on one map. Full on best of 3 series playthroughs, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Sac State Hornets Green. They're looking amazing. UBCO, they have a lot of good looks overall. Just the tempo is just a little bit slow. You need to figure out how to work off each other's angles a little bit better, be a little bit more coordinated, all those little things, like not just macro map coordination about where we're going to go for executes, things like that, but the micro swinging with each other, setting up those firing lines, things like that, little quick communication things of when we can position to set up for things, be there a little bit faster, a little bit readier for that gun and jump on it. If they can make that small little changes and adjustments, I think they would also be one of the top teams.
Yeah, little minute details that we were looking to see out of that. I'm sure that you just hit the VOD reviews, they can find that and iron it out in no time. And you, like you said, the fundamentals there, the building blocks are there for UBCO, but it's just expanding on that and finding how to get through the nitty gritty when Sac State is just exposing all those flaws in you. You can definitely figure those ones out in no time. Excited to see both of these teams in that. But now for the graveyard shift, the time has come to finish the stream. And it's been a long day for NECC Valorant. All good things, they always come to an end. Chad, it's always a pleasure casting with you on these Monday nights. Big shout out to the rest of the NECC staff for leading the way all throughout the day. It's been a long one. So hope to see you all for the future of NECC streams. Check out their socials to make sure you keep up with the rest of the games, not just Valorant. Can't wait to see you next time. Have a great night, everyone.